Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Alrighty, hello, welcome to stream. Oh, wait, forgot the stand cam. There he is. Alrighty, welcome to the show, everybody. I am still feeling a little bit under the weather. Definitely having a little bit of a time here. Unfortunately, it seems like it's getting worse. So I'm going to crack this ginger ale. And again, thank God that my drink of choice is the one that you would usually go to when you're feeling a little sick. But yeah, I got to say, guys, I am at that point of soup and like feeling that way. So my stomach was not feeling great. But again, I'm here. I'm going to put in a little bit of time. It's not going to be the normal stream, though. I can already feel that unless I have like a massive bounce back here. What up, Joe? How you doing? Like I said, not feeling great. Hoping that I get that second win. Also, it's so weird. My analytics are doing it again. Saying that, like, yeah. It is saying that I'm not even live. Wait a minute. Oh, there it goes. There. Oh, that was weird. I hope there was no hiccups on the stream end there. Anyway, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I think I will. I think this is just a day thing. I'm all right. Like, I did my stream. You're not live? What do you think? Oh, God. Wow. Coming in hot, are you? I am not feeling well enough to deal with that. So, I'm not going to answer that. But, like, I don't even want to know. Well, welcome to stream, man. Tuxedo Mask. How are you going to have a name like that and do something that's not cool? I mean, you're not cool yet. I'm just saying that's a little sus. Anyway, I was just about to say I did my stream over on this space. It was a good stream. I was kind of shocked that I was able to pull that off, and yeah, I thought that I'd be able to, rest up, feel a little bit better, and get something to eat, all that fun stuff. That did not help. Didn't help in the slightest, so here we are, trying to hydrate and all that fun stuff, but I hope you guys are doing well. This is all I can do, is just hope that everybody else is doing a little bit better than myself. So, you're right, and it's a completely irrelevant question in the context of world events lately. Are you joking? I mean, it's not about irrelevance. It's just I don't want to talk about that right now. Yeah, you don't know what's wrong with you? You're new here, so I'll just say, again, welcome. I'm not here to necessarily be trolled, if that's what the intent was, or I'm not here to debate. Not today. I am not feeling it. Just joined. What happened? Brian Dorsey. I don't know. What happened? Brian Dorsey. Wasn't that the name of the kid that, oh, am I gonna still be able to watch WrestleMania? Oh, what was that called? Fuck. It was hot for a for a minute there, like an entire summer. Oh, making a murder. That was it. No, it's Brandon Dorsey. It was Brandon Dorsey, not Brian Dorsey. My bad. You got mad at me for asking the wrong questions. I'm not even mad, dude. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired. I'm literally just sick and tired. I don't really have a lot of leeway to give right now. So, what up, Hermit? How you doing? Hope you enjoyed the stream earlier. Hey, for what it's worth, I had a good time. I was kind of glad that they did the vote when they did, because I was just like, oh boy, I don't have like my normal amount of material ready. So today, that was kind of a godsend for me. I'm gonna break the norm. I have to smoke right now because I'm also feeling just a little. Ugh. What up, Tony? How you doing? Oh man, what is going on with this thing lately? It's completely charged. Am I what? No. What? How do I give that off? I'm very confused, man. Just talk it out with somebody else. I'm a Chicago streamer who does politics stuff and news and shit like that. You just happen to catch me on a very off day. I'll be honest, I was kind of debating not hitting go live and just kind of going and telling everybody, hey, I'm going to take a break. But you know what? I'll be completely honest with y'all. I also couldn't sleep. You ever have that where you're just like, I want to nap so bad, but I just can't. And there's no reason. What am I going to go do? Play a video game? Nah. I'd rather hang out with you fine folks, watch a few videos, chat for a little bit. Like I said, it is definitely going to be a shorter stream today. Don't know exactly how long, but we'll see. No, if you are looking to have this conversation with, if you want to talk to an Israeli, I know we have one in chat that pops up occasionally. It's late there right now, though, so there's a good chance that he will not be here. I don't know. What's with this, though? Like, what? Talk about anything else. We're talking about Epstein. We're talking about Trump and all this shit. Why are you fucking focusing on, what do you think about Jews? Like, come on, dude. Even if this is like your edgelord bullshit, it's tired. Like, maybe it's because I am tired and I'm just sick, but it's like, it's boring. There's nothing to it. I just told you, man, I don't really have the willpower to discuss this. It's late there. Yes, it's, early. It's like early morning. Who's brought out by Miriam Allison. Wait, what the fuck? Yo, am I getting like botted or something? What is going on? Yeah, not today. Why now, Tony? Tony, Joe, what is going on here? Bought out by Marion Adelson. Oh, okay. Yes, yeah. What is going on with this, dude? Like, okay, the Gaza situation, there's a ceasefire and things are just... Ceasefire. What? Serious question. So why do you think Biden administration doctored the Epstein files? Any idea? Oh, what do you mean doctored the Epstein files? You mean the way that Trump literally... He told his FBI to do publicly, by the way. Ceasefire, are you serious? That's why... Did you not see me go? Cloudflare is down. Oh. You know what? That explains some things. I have no idea. Hello, by the way. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you being a normal person saying hello and introducing yourself. So nice to meet you. Extellus Venomous, how are you? But yes, Cloudflare being down, that kind of explains why I was having issues with Canva. Because I know that they use that, so... Bro, love the hair. I would rock the same if I had hair. Don't give up. YouTube will be... 10K no time. Good luck. Thank you. Hey, Coach Colin, I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. I always appreciate the random acts of kindness, whether it be in my real life or even here. Cloudflare isn't down, by the way. Then what the fuck is going on with Canva? I couldn't access Canva. Wait, here. Can I do it now? Oh, shit. It's back up. Okay. Oh, whatever. What is going on with you? Stop adding. You get 10-minute timeout just because you're doing weird shit. Or adding, multiplying. My brain hurts. Okay, did I miss something? I think I don't know. I think I missed something here. I don't know what's going on with chat today. This is weird, especially at the beginning of stream. This usually happens at the end of stream if it happens. What am I discussing here? Oh, I just started stream, so I was kind of just going. I like to give a little bit of a personal update, and then I'll go into the news. Lots of news today. Although I did already cover the Epstein vote, so we'll finish that up, though, since they did vote almost unanimously. There was one person. Dude, okay. Do you understand how crazy that is in the House of Representatives? For one holdout to just be like, nope, principled stance, bitch. It's just like, but this is too... You do understand that nobody saw this as a good thing to stand behind, right? What's going on, dude? Don't talk so fast. Ha 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 ha. Hey, XF Crow, how you doing? Are you joking? I am not talking fast. This is actually slow for me today. Because, who was it? I don't know. Byron's? Oh, yeah, it was Byron something. Here, who was the lone holdout? Let's take a look. I think that was his name. Higgins. Representative Higgins. Okay. Clay Higgins. Oh, I was way off. Whatever. A Democrat? No, he is a Republican. Where's he from? New Orleans, Republican Party. I have been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. What was wrong with the bill 3 months ago? It is still wrong today. Or wait, what was wrong with the bill 3 months ago is still wrong today. It abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. What? As written. Oh my God. So this guy is this guy's definitely implicated. I don't know, man. That seems guilty as fuck. The second that, when you're the one dude out of over 400, Weasel Lord, thank you for hopping in. Haha. You get what I did there? I didn't even mean to. That was a that was an accidental joke. He's a shithead. Oh, he definitely is a shithead. Just from seeing him. No, remember, I'm not that very... Oh, you're not that very great at English. Oh, X-Crow. Yeah, hey, or XF Crow. Yeah, sorry, man. I'll try to be better. I just enunciated. I will try to be better. Enunciation. That's what happens when... we go slow with our words. Now I'm singing. What the fuck? I'm in a weird mood today. This is what happens when I'm not feeling good, I guess. Just trying to talk politics with the streamer who claims to want to talk politics. Wait, what? It's called High on Politics, and that just means like covering news and shit. I never claimed to be a debate lord or any of that shit, dude. I don't even know why I'm defending myself. It's just like, you're new here. What up, Bloodstone? Cheers. Hey. Oh, thank God. He voted no because we wouldn't know his name otherwise. You know what, Ebor? I can see that. Welcome to the stream. Also, Brian, I know that you're definitely... It seems like you're trying to push for this to be like, oh, this is the Democrats. Totally the Democrats. Come on, man. No, I referred about you. You told me something. It was always, it's your stream, man. I'm joking with you. It's okay. I'm not... Listen, as I said, I'm not at, like, my peak here. I definitely had a slip as far as my first stream to now, where I'm just like, oh, it's not even a headache. That's what sucks, man. Well, what sucks? Okay, no, I'm gonna walk that one back. I don't need to add a headache to this. No, it's that pit in the stomach feeling, man. It sucks. I just feel like crap. Yeah, opening with "Are you Israeli?" is a choice. He opened with "What do you think about Jews?" And I was like, huh? And then I don't know, man. I just, like I said, I'm definitely in a weird mood today with this whole thing. So. Anyway, morning. Hey, what's up, Holden? How you doing? Who is Bubba? I heard a new thing that apparently it wasn't the horse or Bill Clinton. There was like a whole nother thing that like it was an inside joke. So I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. We focus on the dumbest shit in this fucking country. Because I'm starting to think about this a little more practically. Like, okay, the funny's there. Trump obviously gets mad at any implication that he might have blown Bill Clinton, which it is funny. But come on, like of all the stuff to come out of those emails, and then we're just focusing on that, is just sucks. Don't teach me bad words. Sucks is okay. Sucks is like a medium tier. So in English, sucks is like if you're really Puritan here, as far as like Christian or just you don't want your kids saying naughty words, that one's still tame. Like then let's see, let's tier these because you've got darn and dang, which darn you're starting at like level 0. Like darn is just darn it. Dang, it's like adding a little bit of pepper, just a teeny dose, where it's just like a little spice, just teeny dot. Then you go damn, and then you're like, oh, ooh, that's a swear. Although you're still technically in that tier 1. But then you cross into tier 2 with shit. Shit is definitely tier 2. Oh, but sucks. I forgot. Sucks is definitely low tier 1. You said not to teach you naughty words, and I'm just like, nope, you're going to learn all the naughty words today. I like calling people douche canoes. You can adopt that one. Like, Donald Trump is a douche canoe. Okay, then you've spaced to rise my English. Bad word. I mean, exactly. I am trying. Hey, when somebody's like, this guy's a bad influence, it's just like, yes, I am. What else do you want from me? I am a bad influence. I want people to be their most authentic self, which means being funny. So, that means being a bad influence, I'm here for you. Anyway. Oh my god. What was I doing? This is where I'm at today. I feel like I just walked through a door and I'm just like, I was here to grab something. I forgot what. Don't you hate that? And it's called the doorway effect. And it's a real, it's a real thing. Wait, I did the thing. So here, when we quote Joe Rogan, saying it's a real thing, I must do the Joe Rogan emotes. But you can laugh at me all you want. It doesn't change the fact that you are scared to speak on certain... It's not about being scared, dude. I'm just tired. I am literally just energy deprived. If I was in my normal headspace, I might even engage with you on it, but I just don't want to. I would like to talk about the news of today. Alex Jones having his little crash out, which is hilarious. Sagar gets attacked by DeSantis, which was random. Didn't see that coming. And he went after him, too. I'm not sure if you guys saw the tweets, but it was pretty funny. Got a random story about the Cook County assessor, because that affects me, and I'll just, say, yeah, you know what? Kind of want to do a local story with y'all, where you get to learn about the tax code of Chicago. I can already see what segment's gonna definitely have the most retention today. Then we got Nick Fuentes doing his thing and literally crashing the Republican Party and MAGA, which is hilarious. Clean your room, scrub your balls. Have you read 69 Rules for Life? No. Although that's not necessarily bad advice. It's kind of like Jordan Peterson. Is that Jordan Peterson? I don't even know. But it's like Jordan Peterson had one bit of good advice where he was just like, if you clean up your room, that means that you've started your day with a little more meaning, and that you can say that you have accomplished something. So even if theoretically you are depressed, you can say you cleaned up your room or made your bed, and that means something. He did say, it was something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm guessing it's kind of like that. And I'm not laughing at you, Tuxedo Mask. Honestly, I was just asking you to just be, I don't know, a little more normal. I just met you. Is this how you engage in everyday life? Is this like, if you saw me at an event and you were just like, hey, this guy's got a small contingent of people hanging around him, and we're all, kicking a hacky sack, maybe talking a little bit of the news of the day. I'm doing a Donald Trump impression, just like, hey guys, check it out. I can do the little hacky sack. I can do some hacky sack tricks. I can do the thing where I stop it on my foot and then I throw it up with my toes. I'm very good at the hacky sack. Sometimes I call it beanie ball. And then all of a sudden you just come in and you're like, hey man, what do you think about Jews? It's like, huh? Who's this guy? We're not at an event, we're on the internet. Listen, for what I'm talking about right now, just try to have an imagination here, okay? And not even just an imagination, because this is how I view my space here. My stream is a chill space on the internet where I'm not afraid of discourse, and anybody here will tell you that. I invite people that are even MAGA to come and watch my stream, as long as they're not dicks and they're trying to disrupt everything and make it about them. That tends to be a running thing, is they're very attention starved and they just must always be engaged with, specifically from the streamer, which you do understand. Like even this right here, me engaging with this, like, what? I understand. I'm a smaller streamer. It's easier to get my attention, but this is not the way to do so. You could just introduce yourself. You could have said, hello, what kind of stream is this? What are we talking about today? Any of that. We got Holden here that said, morning, and then who is Bubba? See? Something like that. But no. Yeah, it was literally 0 to 1, like 100, just out the gate. And again, now you're doing the thing where you're like, we're on the internet. Like I'm not going to treat you any differently than I would treat you in real life. That's the difference here. Like I know I'm weird. I don't have this thing where I do a bunch of bravado and try to fucking do some, like, I'm not trying to intellectually body you, man, because, you know, that's what I need for my adrenaline to have my day going. Like, whatever the fuck, man. Based on the context and lack thereof, I'm worried about the types of events that that could be wrong. Yeah, and you ignored him to engage with me. Hey, wait, I ignored who? Oh, the guy who was nice? I did. Who was that? Emor? Oh no, there's another guy in here. Anyway, Extellus Venomous was the one that was being nice. See, you get a proper shout out. Bubba is either Bill Clinton, Ghislaine Maxwell's horse, or Bubba the Love Sponge. No, I didn't think about that. The funniest part is, oh my god, that'd be fucking hilarious. Sorry, I used to listen to Bubba, so that'd be very, very funny. Speaking of a guy who's like completely crashed, man, it's kind of sad to see his decline. But he kind of deserved it a little bit too. Let's be real. Anyway. You never answered the question, who's Bubba? Yeah, I did. I actually said. And you know what? Thank you. Oh my god. Seth. It's kind of weird. I'm starting to know who all you guys are then. And then you answered the... Yeah, and then Seth here, 7. Which, I hate this. I hate the fact that it did that to you guys. I'm so sorry. But YouTube's YouTube. Yeah, and then you answered the question. I mean, dude, you can engage with my chat. You know? You're lucky that I'm in the beginning phase of my show. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even did, like, I would not have done this. Yes, that was the joke. Oh, I just saw your, Hey, what the hell were you doing with the numbers? What was going on there? Why were you doing multiple multiplication table things? Mr. Decotap. Yes, you would. What? Yes, I would. What? I know my latency is a little off, but that was a little late. The list grows every moment. Yeah. Yeah, I do love how they're just like, there's no Republicans on this list, and then there's a report that they're just like, Epstein's brother says that they're totally hiding Republicans on the list. It's like, so it is a cover-up. What? But meanwhile, you have a bunch of morons that they want it so bad to be true, or they're just like, it's only Democrats. That makes perfect sense because that tells me that everything in my little worldview is perfectly true. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're doing the 6-7. Got it. The fact that I am damn near 40 and I don't have kids, and I know what that is because of South Park, that means that it's already dead. Bro, Kool-Aid Manda in the chat. Yeah, I know. He really did. It's just, oh yeah. Coming in with the Gaza issue. I do what I want. You really are like, you got a very Cartman attitude about you, sir. Screw you guys, I'm going home. I swear to God, that's like the next thing you're going to say. It's like, oh yeah, well, I'm not even having fun on this stream anyway. I'm going to go now. It's like, all right, bye. Appreciate you stopping by. I knew Tux was 11. I don't know, man. I mean, we got a 6-7 joke in here, although it's not the same person. Yet, Zach. All right, the fact that Zach's in here, he's just like, whoa, hold the phone. He's more annoyed with other people. Hold on. Hey, are you like mad that it's just like, this is my shtick? He's supposed to be mad at me. Tuck sounds like me, but makes less. Who makes less? Oh, okay. Now you're gonna do the money flex. I see how it is. It's like, oh, this guy's a loser. He doesn't even fucking make monies. Whatever. Whatever. I do what I want. Dude, the latest episode, the cheesy poop. It's like, I haven't had cheesy poofs in over fucking. Oh no, they did keep it within universe. It's like, I haven't said cheesy poofs in over a fucking year, or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I always do love how they have to kind of skate around that, where it's just like, oh yeah, what up, Kirk? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I actually, fuck. You know what? While you're here, I meant to message you earlier. Thinking about putting together, well, if you have time and also are willing, of course, I should probably ask like a gentleman. But yeah, if you have ideas for the Pepaganda song and also something you can include the drop from Sam. And then I have a few other. I need to clip these because I have Kyle Kalinske saying pep talk, and I think there was another one. Oh yeah, there was another dude that said Tim Dillon say put some pep in your step. Yeah, I need to send those over to you. But either way, yeah, if you're cool. Okay, this will give me something to work on for a bit. Send me some clips. All right, cool. Yeah, totally. I think you have the Sam Cedar clip already, though. If you don't, then I'll just grab that one, too. I happen to know the exact day that one was on. I literally didn't even say anything derogatory. The programming runs so deep, it's actually crazy. What? It's not about triggering me, dude. I'm not even triggered. Like, it's always a good retort to the whole trigger thing is, I'm not triggered. You're triggered. No, you are, but what am I? I learned this one in first grade. This was lesson 1 in comeback theory. Nah, dude, like, it was, number one, you're kind of being disrespectful in the fact that I just said I didn't want to talk about it. Like, it hasn't, you don't even know my opinions, even though I've kind of, given you hints, but it's just, you want to focus on that. Start your own fucking stream and go talk about that. I understand what you're trying to do. And I probably would have been more willing to engage on the topic had you not just railroaded it into the way that you did. Just admit that, just say you're sorry for kind of coming in here like a little headstrong and just going, I'm going to make my point. I'm going to discuss the topic I want to discuss. Fuck you, I can do what I want. It's like, no, dude. You can, but I can also do what I want. I could technically ban you. I don't want to necessarily yet. Keep on with the disrespect, though. We might have to. Thought we liked guns. What's wrong with triggers? Exactly. Also, Candid Lithograph, how are you? Welcome to stream. Yeah, this is just it's frustrating, okay? Especially when I'm sick. That's like I think the only reason that I'm engaging with it the way that I am right now, where I am just like, no, fuck you, man. I'm not feeling well, and this is just, you can't even respect that. And I did kind of just say, I'm like, hey, this is where I come in here. Like, I talk about a little bit of the stuff of my day, and then we get into politics. I need to change my name of my fucking show, at least over on Twitch. It's just like, no, you know what? The name of the show is Pep Talks. Played one of your comfort games? Oh, nice. What's my opinion? Fuck you. Pep Talks, actual quote. Hey, I like that one. That's a dope one. You can put that on a shirt. You know what? the fact that it is a direct quote kind of makes me happy. Is hey, now we got new lore, guys. There we go. Yeah, I decided to go from 40 pounds to 60 pound dumbbells yesterday. I regret being born. Ow. I said triggered already. We're good. Got it. I just don't understand. I don't understand the need to do that shit. I really am just... I guess I missed, either that... Yeah, no, I think I'm a little older than most that, like, kind of peruse the internet. I don't know, wait a minute, this community. I think that we're all... Yeah, I bet you hurt. I'm a subscriber, more for our lives. Hey, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate that. I'm just asking questions. No, I'm not feeling great. I'll just say that much. If that's what you mean. Yeah, my stomach hurts. It sucks. It's one of those, like I said, chicken noodle soup days, which I also, like, I don't have the telltale headache that I usually get during my flus, so I'm just like, okay. I definitely don't have COVID. I know that for a fact. And my influenza, like, tests came back negative, so I don't know. Maybe I ate something. I don't know. Man, it seems like everybody's sick. Yeah, like, dude, I'm telling you, man, I woke up at like 4 in the morning and I just started like puking. I haven't had that happen in a while where I was just like, what the fuck? And yeah, it was the worst type. So number one, we've all been here, and I'm not going to make this topic too long here. I understand that this could be sensitive. Some people don't like talking about that, or even hearing about it. I get it. It's the same, like, I have someone in my life that cannot hear the gag sound, otherwise they will start, having like, like that would get them. I hate needles and I hate vomiting. Yeah, I'm the same way. I hate it. Yeah. Unfortunately, I had to have a bunch of medical tests. And I was just like, oh, you're pro. Oh, hey, cool. Well, I mean, that's what sucks, like, about being even like that. It's just, yeah, no, vomiting sucks. Especially, like I was saying, there's the way where you feel better. And it's kind of like what happens when you drink too much. Like the ones where it's just like you puke and immediately you're just like, oh, I needed to do that. There's times where it happens when you don't drink, obviously. But those are the nice ones where you're just like, well, at least that's done. But this was the other type where I got finished and I had that nauseous pit in my stomach and I could not lay down and get comfortable. So that's also why I'm like so tired. I barely slept. Because yeah, the rest of my morning was spent getting to the point where I was just like, okay, that was bile. So yeah, good times. Yeah, it's the worst auto mod. It does. I will just say YouTube's auto mod is stupid. So, what did you say? What did I say that was hateful? That's how you... Dude, you're getting called out by Zach. No, I wasn't prepared for this shit today. Dude, restart the stream. What is going on? Wait, how? How are you the one that's actually out here where it's just like, no, dude, you're being disrespectful. Guys, I don't know what to say. This is very odd. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to experience, but I have food allergies. I spent like a year getting sick every week or so. Ugh, that is the worst. Yeah, I don't think this was a food out. Like, I don't think this was food. Because the way that it happened, like, just waking up that way. And it wasn't even like the booze flu either, where it was just like I drank a little too much or anything like that. It was, This is it is, Kirk. My brain kind of hurts a little bit because that just happened. Like, I need to screenshot this. I really do. This is crazy. What the fuck? You know what? No, this is happening. Here. My screen's gonna freeze for a second, so just give me a sec. There we go. That. Oh, hey, it doesn't freeze my screen anymore. That's cool. Yay, Streamlabs fixed that. Woohoo! I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but anytime that I would do like a screen cap, yeah, it would not only freeze my screen like on my side of stream, on the playback it would do the same thing. I was just like, oh come on, is this a moderate channel or left or right? I would actually call myself a moderate channel, but I'm lefty. Like, I'm left leaning, but I try to engage from a moderate point of view because I'm willing to hear anybody's point of view. Again, if you're respectful, if you're not coming at it from like cruelty, yeah, man, I'm more than willing to engage. This channel is wait, what? Hey, it's pretty moderate here. Kirk, you do not help. I swear to God. Yeah, Cannon. Goodness. Who do I want to be president? Dude, I have no idea. I have the same problem that most, left-leaning people have right now. We don't have anybody. Everybody keeps saying Gavin Newsom is the front runner, and we're all dreading that. But it is kind of time to shape up and get somebody out there and kind of get behind somebody, because I think that, if we don't, then we're going to have some problems. Don't know why I said it like that, but... wait, I forgot. Daniel, U.S., right? That's awesome. I'm similar. I used to be a Republican 20... Oh, no shit. I always like talking to people like you, because I didn't have a Republican era. Like, I was never right-wing. I grew up in Christianity, so, like, technically, I guess I was, but I didn't know better. It's when I started formulating political opinions and asking questions specifically tied to Jesus and his whole thing, I was just like, you guys keep saying that he would be like a gun-toting American, but he seems like he would be a commie. Okay. Yeah, I also lost my faith too, so... Lost my faith. No, I read the Bible. It wasn't just like I walked away from it, so... Anyway, don't want to go into that. Now I like to watch Destiny, even though he is unhinged sometimes. Yes, he is. Not my favorite content creator, but you know what? I also don't if you like him, fine. Okay. Like, I'm not going to judge you based on the person that you enjoy watching their content, you know? Too much of that happens, man. Just too much of that shit happens. Jesus is based. He was. Well, if he was real, but yeah, no, it was kind of weird to just come to that conclusion where I was like, wait a minute, dude, and it was so organic. It happened for me where we were having it was like a debate. It was in debate class, but our debates were also kind of religiously coded. And the topic was, would Jesus be a Republican or a Democrat? And at first, I kind of started as the like, yeah, Jesus would definitely be a Republican. But then I started agreeing with my opponent. And then the teacher, or, professor or whatever, we technically had to call him that. But so he chimes in and he's just like, hold on now. No, Jesus would be Jesus would be totally for the Republican Party. And then I just found the one Bible verse where it's just like, Jesus said to pay your taxes right here. He literally says it right here. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. That's your guy. That's your guy. I don't know what the fuck you want me to tell you, but that's your guy. He said, oh, hey, you know this thing with immigrants, except they were called immigrants. They were called travelers, or there was a few other verses, but yeah, same thing. Whatever. Donica, dude, the Donica stuff. Can I just say real quick to all you guys, how did you... Somebody needs to find it or clip it. Where you guys informed me about like, you asked me, right? Just, I need to get this right. Give me a second. You guys asked me, have you heard about Danica Lewinsky? And I was just like, is that like Danica Patrick and Monica Lewinsky fusion, like an AI thing? Who won the Peppers thing? It hasn't been, we haven't done it yet, because I'm still waiting for them to finish. I forgot that peppers take a little bit longer to sit in the brine and do their pickling thing. Otherwise, I don't want to ruin them. And that's what'll happen if I open this and just do the count and put them in their, well, I'm going to have to empty this, then put them back in the jar. Wait a minute. No, I think I could actually do that. No, I could probably still use the jar. I don't know. I haven't had the best day, okay? Hey. Thank you for the $5.
_mall 5K $5.
What are your views on metaphysics? Are you a materialist, deist, atheist, agnostic?
Agnostic?
I don't consider myself a materialist necessarily. Deist, no. Atheist, I lean more atheist. I'm definitely not agnostic. People have called me nihilistic. You know, in some regards, because of how I think about death and what I think about just, like, I kind of think there's no soul. I think that we create all this meaning for other things. That's great stream, brother. Hey, man, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that too. God, thank you guys.
At
you guys are gonna spoil my dog here. $5. When you guys donate,
stream, brother.
My dog gets some treats. And he loves these things, by the way. Not sure if you guys got dogs, but the gingerbread flavored doggy biscuits, he loves these. Be careful. Honestly, the nice part about YouTube is they kind of take care of that for me. I've had a situation like that where I knew exactly what was happening. I was like, oh, hey. But I thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. I'm willing to let you know that. I haven't given much thought to being a materialist, though. I have to be honest. I don't think so. Zach, you remind me of Aaron Yeager? Oh, I feel like this dude is the poor version of me and more hateful than me. To be fair, just Zach, he just donated to this stream. You're sitting here calling him poor? Come on, bro. Hey, man, I keep telling you, if you go back far, or if you go far enough left, you, get your guns back. Well, I have made my position abundantly clear on this one. We're too far into the Second Amendment argument to really do anything about it, and I'm not going to be the guy. I'm not going to be the the lefty that doesn't have the pew pews. Sorry. I respect pew pews. I have to call them that because you can't really say the thing on YouTube. So just hope you can bear with me on that one. It sucks. But yeah, I just respect them too much to really like do it as a hobby or anything like that. I have, I've gone shooting. I don't like it. I'm not that big into it. I get people that are. It's the same thing that I'm like, I'm not into golf. I don't like, I like golfing, but I'm not into golf. Like, if I have to go to a clubhouse and wear that stupid fucking uniform, then I'm not going. If I can't bring beer and just kind of, play 9 and just kind of dick around. I hate people that take it too seriously. I got friends that are super into golf now, and man, I'm happy that they got something. I really am. Like, make no mistake, I've made my position clear here. I don't like hobby shaming, unless your hobbies are actively dangerous and harming other people. But yeah, Ben Shapiro would beat my ass. What? That's weird. I am just so you know, and like I know that I'm not trying to like play the tough guy card here or anything, but I'm an ex-hockey player. I don't think that dude has ever fought anybody in his entire life. You know, I have felt that adrenaline. I have won fights. My favorite one was the one where I was like, I did not think I was going to win that. Glass chins, though. You hit that right spot, man. You all come down. What's my take on AI? Oh, dude, I'm not a big fan of AI. I really am not. I think that we rush this shit. Like, we couldn't perfect the, like, Google. Like, Google needed, like, the Gemini thing. Gemini needs to be improved because that is what, like, Google was already kind of doing that. But then they added the AI and somehow it got worse. How do you fuck that up? How? I'm flabbergasted at the fact that not only did that happen, but then they were like, yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go base the entire stock market on that. It's like, what? And then you look at Sora. Sora's business model is atrocious. If I was an investor, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, okay, so you get to make very realistic, hyper-realistic videos that confuse people. Great. Now what? How are you going to make money on this? I don't know. How much money does it take to create each video? About $5. Are they paying $5 to make those videos? No, they are not. Then what is this? Listen, I'm not exactly what I would call the math guy, but that math ain't mathin'. I was going to say, what's my thoughts on American cheese? If it's not Kraft, then it's okay. Kraft singles American cheeses for very special things, like putting into mac and cheese to give it a little more texture. That's about it. Or if that's the only cheese you have left and you need, you're in a pinch and you need to have something on your eggs. That just means more hot sauce. I swear on a Google, if you swear in a Google search, Gemini doesn't pop up. Just an F. Oh, really? Interesting. So, are you telling me that I just need to phrase things like normally for me, where it's just like, what the fuck is this? Whoa! Is that real? That's hilarious. Like, if it is, I have to say, guys, that would be unexpectedly hilarious. Thought on AI capabilities for stock bubble. I do think that the stock bubble's coming, and it's coming quicker than anybody thinks, because the investing class is already running speculation on it happening, which I've lived through enough of these. I've lived through fucking 3 of these now. And I was the age to start paying attention to that shit. The .com era, I was one of those like weird kids in high school that I thought that that's what I wanted to do. I thought that I kind of wanted to be like a stockbroker until I realized that I really am shit at math. Yeah, doesn't quite mix. But I liked the speculative nature of like penny stocks. My dad let me play the penny stock game. But then I remember talking with him about a certain penny stock, and then how the pets, I think it was pets.com. It was the pets.com collapse that did it. Thank you for the
Daniel Harrington, $56.95.
Do you think moderate liberals and neocons can keep their alliance to avoid a Nick Fuentes far right and far leftist movement?
Or what's your posture?
Sorry, didn't mean to read over TTS. Actually, I'll give that another read. Do you think moderate liberals and neocons can keep their alliance to avoid a Nick Fuentes far right or a far left movement? What's my position? You're always going to have the farther reaches of them. It's just about how we define moderate now. Unfortunately, moderate has been status quo politics for too long without actively entertaining some of the ideas that are good from, like, the farther reaches of the left. Like, look at the success of Bernie Sanders just in the way that his messaging worked. Look at Zoran Mondani. when you actually hear the positions, and then you also they break it down where you're like, yeah, this is the practicality of how we will institute this. A lot of people tend to kind of change their positions, and that's where I'm saying, like, we could use a little bit of that, because I'm more worried about us going back to, like, this, like I said, status quo. We need to do the bipartisan thing, man. Like, bipartisanship is great, I guess, if you're trying to get bills passed. But when these people are using it so cynically to just constantly fluff their part. I was thinking about this, actually. The answer is getting money out of politics, plain and simple. That really is just, that's the answer. But the Nick Fuentes movement, whoa. Oh, hey. A little air gun in there. That's not good. Anyway, which leftist figures from history do you most identify with? Lenin, Mao, Marx, someone else? Michael Brooks. It smells like prepubescent Cheeto breath in this chat right now. It is. I mean, hey, I appreciate the engagement. But Jesus, you might have a slight edge on Shapiro physically, but you don't fight with facts and logic. Facts don't care about your feelings, though. You would lose any altercation with him. Oh, God. Put him up. Put him up. What is this? My daddy can fight your daddy? When did Fortnite... We'd Fortnite dance all over this old man's grave. Alright. Hey, you got me. You actually made me laugh. See, I always appreciate somebody that has a little bit of a good sense of humor. That is pretty fucking funny. All right, so still not as good as I think this guy's a bot. Beep boop bitch. Dude, that is my favorite comment from the entire month. I have to say, that guy. He hasn't been back though. At least I don't think so. Speed bag, not punch bag. Oh, what? The speed bag? My dad owns Microsoft. He will ban you from Fortnite. My dad... Nah, I got nothing. My dad will just sit there laughing with you guys going, hey, what are we doing? We're making fun of him? Are we roast? Is it a roast? I got some good roast material. That's exactly what would happen. I love my pops, though. My pops is a funny dude. That's where I get my authenticity from. And I do the quotes because it's just, no, it could just be genetic autism where I have the inability to not I can't shut up. I'll just be like, nope, these are my feelings on it. I'm going to make it known. All of my friends would tell you, like, yeah. Yes, he's very much like that. Dude, I just had a situation like that where I knew I needed to shut the fuck up, but I was just like, no, you know what? Life is short. I got to make this known right now. My dad has diabetes. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you being serious? Because, like, yeah, that sucks. I mean, it's not, there's a large percentage of America that lives with that, so it's okay. I enjoy getting into actual discussions about political science and philosophy. Problem is, most right-wingers are bad faith. They treat politics like a toddler treats, like a toddler treats school. No, it really is. You never saw that video? What? No. No, wait, is it like one of those just like really funny? Dude, if it's something I can play here, I will totally play it. Because no, sometimes I miss shit. Whatever. Most people are bad faith generally in political debates. That's where I kind of fuck with people because I am legitimate where I'm like, hey, I may disagree with your position, but I want to know how you came to yours. It's like, tell me your story. And they're just like, what? It's like, I don't want, yeah, tell me your story. Like, why do you think like this? It's an old Vine. It's safe to play. All right. What is it here? Can you send it to me? I'm sure that or just tell me the name of the video and I'll look it up. Not trying to be that guy, that streamer that's just like, hey, pull this up for me, guys. It's like, I'll put in the work. How did I miss photo? Wait, hey, what happened over here? I just realized that my Twitch froze. Sorry about that. Both Peter Thiel and SoftBank have been heavily selling AI-involved companies' stock. Bubbles bursting. Yeah. Yeah, didn't Peter Thiel sell all his NVIDIA stock? Again, the tech bubble is bursting, guys, and it's not just AI. It's literally the tech bubble. Although maybe we'll see. It's got 100 million views. Oh my god. What do I think about Palantir and Oracle? I think they need to be banned before they even get anywhere near what they're trying to be. Dude, they're trying to be the fucking NSA, which they're trying to be the private NSA, which yeah, antitrust it should be a thing, even though technically Mark Zuckerberg got his he got his deal today, so woohoo, good for him. A blonde woman with nice breasts. Fox News told me what to think. A bunch of dudes just hypnotized, like, yes, pretty lady. Yes, Democrats bad. Yes, pretty lady. Oh God, do you think that a lot of dudes did that with the Megyn Kelly thing, where it's just like, yes, pretty lady. Yes, 15-year-old, girls have the same agency as. Wait a minute. No, even they broke at that point where they're just like, hold the did she just say what I think she said? Did she? Oh, that was one thing that I sought out was the comment section, and then her dude, she's been getting fucking roasted on Twitter. So I do not think that she's gonna be able to just, casually walk that one back, because she tried. She really did. She tried to be like, that's not what I meant, I was just trying to say that, when you're 15, it's a little different. It's like, no. And then I saw the funniest tweet. It was like a subtweet on her where it was just like, way to tell us that you lost your virginity at 15, you fucking weirdo. Oh, man. Yeah, fuck Palantir, fuck Oracle. Yeah. No, I mean, I grew up in a time where I didn't even have a phone, bro. Like, we can live without this shit. There is a way. There's definitely a way, and it's much healthier, at least to our processing. I mean, fuck. I will say this, though, because I got into it with this one guy that was talking about specifically how phones have fucked up, millennial, like everybody, essentially. Like anybody that spends too much time on Facebook and like these social media platforms. I'm like, okay, that's fair. But they said the same exact shit about 24-hour television. I remember when I was a kid, how they were saying how like CNN even, where they're just like, what are we doing? We're going to poison our brains, which that if we're going to chastise them, we might as well just pinpoint exactly where it started. And that was it. I was going to say. My son's left-leaning joke was pretty good and dark. Yeah, F Palantirs. You're younger than the first iPhone. You have no say on anything. I agree. Zach, you're just willing. You're like, and I'm on that pyre. Bye. You just did the cross pose into the fucking fire. All right, today's stream has been funny. I was not expecting this. This has been weird. Because, hey, man, I can agree with that. Which they did, poison their brains, yeah. Brennan at Pendulous Dragon. Hello, fellow Damage Report viewer. Yeah, you know what? I got a few of the Dragon Squad here. I still dabble with the Dragon. Oh God, the Dragon Lord. Yeah, John's cool. Of all the TYT stuff, I still watch John. I'll still give JR a view. You know, personally, you're Gnostic. Gnosticism. I think so. Let me get my. Let me do the trusty Google search on it just to make sure that it's what I think it is, so I don't speak out of turn. Diverse religion. Yeah. Gnosis. Wait, no, this is not what I thought it was. Gnostic belief are characterized by dualistic worldviews that views material world as flawed and evil, created by inferior deity. Ah, so it's just weird shit. Okay. I mean, hey, you do you. I'm okay on that. I have a more. I just, yeah. Have we gotten Alex Jones yet? No, you did not miss Alex Jones. We'll do that. You know what? In honor of you, we will do that one second because I do have something funny here to cover real quick. It's only like a minute clip. Here. Late Gen Z and Gen Alpha will never read a phone book. Say, hey, that made me feel ancient. Yeah, because that's how I used to... Oh, shit, that's how I used to do things. You guys remember looking up movie times? Damn. There's something like... There was a feeling there, though, where you were just like, I'm going to the movies. Going to the movies. What time are the movies? Flip the paper. Look at that. The time is perfect. Dad, we're going to the movies. You're taking a nap. I remember taking him to see Spawn, and he didn't fall asleep during it. And I was just like, hey, you didn't fall asleep during that one. He's like, no, that one was all right. It's just like, of all the shit you've taken me to, that was okay. Pokemon. I will never forget him taking me to see Pokemon the movie, though. Oh, my God. He snored so loud that people walked out. They were just like, I can't do this. And they didn't come and make him leave. That was the weirder part. It was like, wait a minute. They were just more comfortable. They're like, nah, you know what? The movie's already halfway over. Just let this guy have his thing. Anyway. I want to see that crash out. Also, Senate just voted on... Oh, wait. The Senate just voted? What? Whoa. That was unexpected. Wait, did they actually vote for it? Senate approves Epstein file bill, sends it to Trump's desk. This is all happening today? What the fuck? Okay. Well, Ana Cabrera, you and your fucking turkey neck can fucking calm down now. Ew. I still can't believe, like, that was so disappointing. That's why I'm making fun of her stupidness. Sitting there going centrist. I see how it goes. I see how it goes. You turn your name to MS Now. Awful graphics. Here, guys. Real quick, we got the update. And then I gotta let Stan up here in a minute. Hey, you gotta give me a minute, dude. You can wait just a second. Oh, I see what you were doing. You wanted to go outside. He wants to go lay on the couch. I see how it's going. Senate approves Epstein files bill, sending it to Trump's desk. Surprised it was all Bill Clinton. Only Bill Clinton. Definitely Trump. Definitely Trump didn't do anything. Unanimous consent. Literally every single senator. Damn, dude. That's weird. Facebook is for the devil. It really is. Facebook is a fucking cesspool. I was just talking about how I hate Facebook yesterday, where I was just like, what the fuck happened to Facebook, dude? I mean, I know what happened. We let our parents on. God. The good old days. Every senator voting yes is pretty sus. That's, yeah, right? What's going on with that? All right, well, we'll have a breaking news video. So, as the news breaks here, let's do this. We are an hour into the show. Usually I get to the news anyway, so this is not breaking protocol. Make myself a little smaller here. All right. First off, I got this clip that I wanted to show you guys. This is hilarious.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So, Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you lick
sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your
This is all he's got. This is all he's got.
hatred against?
Do you the women that you try
convince them
to?
that
Doing my part to spread the PEP
they
agenda.
shouldn't,
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called-
called
anything
me stupid.
about your family being?
I like seeing people kind of match it. Like, again, this is like, I love this because this is kind of how, you know, it shows someone's a little touchy.
Stupid Charlie.
You could.
A little touchy.
It's
could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
I almost want to watch that whole thing. Yeah, he has not gotten better, guys. Don't tell the newspapers this guy was mad. Well, I mean, he'll go and make it known. All right, guys, streamception time. Let's do it. You know what time it is when Kyle Kulinski, he's got his cool back. You know what? I'm gonna give it to him. But oh my God, whoever pointed out that he is straight up orange, I can't unsee it now, and it is distracting. But anyway, let's watch this whole segment on Alex Jones crashing out, and let's laugh. This is gonna
So
be
Alex
fun.
Jones is absolutely positively crashing out over MAGA imploding and crumbling right in front of his eyes. So there's a
I was wondering which side he was going to
just a
take, by the way. I
all-out
was like,
nuclear MAGA civil
where's he
war
gonna
going on
go?
right now. You have
DG?
Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens on one side, and they're up against Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro and Donald Trump himself, and it's just not pretty. It's not pretty.
an aged up Backstreet Boy. I'm gonna just hold on. The Backstreet Boys are probably either the same age or older than him. So
Marjorie Taylor Greene got in on the fun and, has been disagreeing with Trump every now and then on certain issues, although albeit respectfully disagreeing with him. Well, Alex Jones, he is the ultimate Trump ball coddler. And, he's just, it's so crazy to watch what he's become because Alex used to warn everybody and yell about, basically what Palantir is doing, this mass surveillance technology. They're going to
yeah,
come
we remember. Oh, you're right.
on everybody. They're going to take away everybody's
Fair
rights.
enough.
It's going to be horrible. There's a billionaire cabal of elites who are steering everything and trying to screw us over and
Wait,
rig
you're telling
everything
me
and
Hanson's not like?
steal it from us.
Wait, did they grow up?
And then
Oh,
now that's
no.
actually happening, but since it's Trump, he supports it.
Funniest
Everything he
part
warned about is happening, but
I
now he
hate to
supports
admit
it.
this. My wife, she loves Hanson, so I took her to see Hanson on for her birthday, and they played with the symphony orchestra. It was actually a banger show.
Because Trump is doing it. It's insane. It's insane. So anyway, here he is, and he's trying to play like peacemaker, mediator here in this right-wing civil war, and it is a hilarious thing to watch. Here we go.
Why does he look like he's trying to film like the cut scenes for like a Call of Duty thing? Which we can also talk about how bad Call of Duty was. Now it is actually Call of Duty. I love how that happened.
These text messages and said this is when he really got pissed. Check the flight logs of Epstein's plane. Bill Clinton on there like 26 times. Hillary, too. For many of us, releasing the Epstein files has always been for the women
He
who were
printed them
victims
out.
sitting on here of Jeffrey Epstein, but also because
I
we
don't know why
believe that
that's funny,
Democrat
but it
bad
is.
guys like the Clintons will involved with him.
So this is Marjorie Taylor Greene texting to Trump and saying, "Hey, what
Escape from Tarkov. Did you see that escape? Is that the one with the ducks? Because apparently Escape from Tarkov is better than Tarkov, is what I've keep
the hell?
hearing.
Like, release the Epstein files, man. Like, don't you want to take down the deep state Democrat pedophiles? Like, let's do this." And it's so funny because as she's saying that, it's like, you really don't get it at this late date. You don't get that he's all over the Epstein
These are some odd-looking humans.
files.
Epstein was a spider that wove the web of the deep state. Lean into it. In every single interview I have done, I have defended President Trump. I've said over and over again, the women say he did nothing wrong.
Suffratics, welcome to the show.
And their attorney says he's the only one who helped. The Democrats had 4 years to release the files, but did nothing. Stop ignoring the women. Many of them literally voted for Trump and to say so publicly. Yeah, like, why would you do this and hurt yourself and the country? Why would you do something like this? And so here's a message to Trump. You've endorsed Lindsey Graham, who said, fuck Donald Trump, screw Donald Trump, never Trumper, not just 9 years ago, not just 8 years ago, but when they stole the election from you 5 years ago. And then Lindsey Graham kisses your ass and does all this, and you defend him, and you...
yes, can you please hit the like button if you're enjoying the stream? It really helps me out. And it's free for all you guys, and especially for a small streamer, it helps a lot.
And these other neocons, and then you say Thomas Massey and MTG aren't MAGA? That's what Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro are saying. They're super unpopular.
What the fuck is Alex wearing? I don't know. If he puts seriously, if he puts a beret on, then it's just full Che Guevara.
Their once big audiences are shadows of themselves.
Yeah, bro. And so is Trump's.
I mean, he literally looks like he's about to just go into full-on revolutionary.
Trump's at a 36% approval rating right now. He agrees with Mark Levin. He agrees with Ben Shapiro. He's giving Israel everything
you take that back
that they ever wanted. And here you are pretending like, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
You do not besmirch him
then
like
you're
that.
also with Mark Levin. You're also with Ben Shapiro. Like, this man is just, he's just like a confused
you're
boomer
right.
at
That
this
is
point. It is tough to
disrespectful. Just
watch.
look at
It
him.
is tough to watch this.
The only
what a pause face.
relevance they have is attacking those of us that are popular and issuing threats. So, again, I'm not throwing baby out the bathwater because of the Tom Homans and the Tulsi Gabbards and the RFK Juniors. And overall, we're moving the needle massively. We're having huge reform, cutting the deep state's funding. On one side, I am happier than a pig in poop.
This is the saddest thing ever. Well, everything's actually going great. They're doing a great job. We're moving the needle in the right direction. MAGA's winning. MAGA's winning. But can you believe? I can't believe Trump's betraying Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is horrible. Why would you do that? You got to stop doing that. Why are you agreeing with Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro?
Where is Alex Jones?
Oh my God, bro! Give it a rest. Give it a rest. What is this? It's like he's having an identity crisis on air.
But on the other, the course you're starting to know.
I mean, honestly, it's that it does kind of have that backdrop where it's just like
Trump, if it keeps going, is bad.
He's
bad,
in the
bad.
It's not bad already.
like the presidential suite of somewhere.
Didn't he run pretending to be anti-war? Don't you, Alex Jones, pretend to be anti-war? Now you're looking at Trump. Hasn't
like
even
his
been in
camo is
office a year.
hydro-dipped.
He's already bombed Somalia. He's bombed Yemen. He's bombed Iran. He's threatened Greenland and Panama and Mexico. He's bombing fishing boats off the coast of the Caribbean, fishing boats in the Pacific. He's killed
we're
people
talking
from
about that a little bit too. I have a good video on that.
Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia on top of Venezuela. He's doing all these arming and funding a genocide, did a fake peace deal and allowed Israel to continue the genocide. All that's going on. You got nothing critical to say. Nothing critical to say about that. He's the biggest he's a bigger warmonger than fucking George W. Bush, and you got nothing to say about that?
Just like I told you, making a deal with the deep state and the Democrats to back off the Epstein thing, and they'd be nice. You got screwed in the butt. Made a deal with the devil. He took that pitchfork and shoved it right in your arse.
Oh, so in other words, the problem is the Democrats. Oh, you made a deal with the Democrats to back off the Epstein files. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? He doesn't want the Epstein files released because he's in them. That's what's going on here. Oh my God, what a child.
And now doing this to MTG. And I know Trump's tactics. He'll be mean to somebody for a while, and then they course correct. He's nice to him. She ain't going to course correct Trump. She doesn't want to be a darling on Bill Maher in The View. When she went on Bill Maher in The View, she said, I love Trump. Overall, he's great. Blah, blah. I just want to do better on these policies. I'm trying to help him. You call her nutty. You call her crazy. You do all that. No. No, what you're doing is destructive. What you're doing is wrong. And I'll defend you all day when you're right, just like I just did for 2 hours.
I love you, Daddy. I love you. Please don't be mad at me. I'm only giving you constructive criticism. I defended you for 2 hours, Papa. You want to pat me on the head and say I did a good job? But on this one, sir, I think you're slightly off. You might want to not do what you're doing because I'm trying to look out for MAGA, bro.
But I need you to succeed, big guy.
He's not done. He's been stuck on this since the nuclear war on the right took off. Since it went from a regular war to a nuclear war, he's been all over. It does kind of seem
like,
we go, more.
I don't know, man.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene,
if he's chiming in now,
that they've had bomb threats at her construction company business, and they're getting pizzas delivered to her house and her family's house. People like Laura Loomer made jokes about it and said, "Oh, look at you."
Yeah, but it's those meanie bo-beanie lefties that are just pretending to be right-wingers that are mad at her. Come on, it's definitely not MAGA, guys. God.
Whining. MTG's been swatted more than 10 times on record. I've been swatted. My crew's been swatted.
And the pizzas come. At what point do the cops go, hey, maybe we should just call her?
First, so they talk to the delivery guy to make sure it's the right house and that they talk to you. This is serious. We've seen Congressman Scalise shot, Charlie Kirk killed, so much more.
You forgot 2 people. You forgot 2 very conspicuous people here. As far as the, got shot, political violence, especially at their house, their dog.
And so I tell Laura Loomer, don't make jokes about this. I know you hate MTG, but we need to
Jesus Christ. Really?
Down here and stop this MAGA civil war. We can disagree with each
other. They're obvious with their
saying that
tactics.
She's making this up or she's a crybaby is bull. Now, this could be a false flag. The Democrats have swatted her and done all this much before.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's the Democrats' fault, of course. Doesn't matter how clear it is that, this is all your guys' messy-ass shit. Somehow, the Democrats are actually planning this. They're the masters of this.
To stir her up.
Well, I'll just say, Laura Loomer is definitely having a field day.
And push her in to going against Trump. And MTG responded as if it was Trump coming out calling her a traitor that did this, which is logical, but again, the left are experts at pulling off this smaller type crap.
Look at the mental gymnastics. It is endless, but somehow it's always the fault of the Democrats, the liberals, the leftists. Just own it. You guys are fucked. You guys are fucked. You guys are pathetic. You guys are petty. The reason why you're having a civil war now is because Trump failed. The whole movement failed. He shit the bed. Everything's worse. Unemployment's going up. Inflation is going up. The trade war fucking backfired colossally. He's bombing multiple different countries on a whim for fucking no reason whatsoever. He's hiding the Epstein files. He's building concentration camps. He's getting rid of due process. He's the most corrupt president we've ever seen ever in history. This is why you guys are having a civil war. It's got nothing to do with the Democrats. In fact, I wish it did. I wish the Democrats were able to, exploit these contradictions more, exploit the rift between them more. But they're not doing anything. They're just
They really are just sitting on their hands on this one.
Laying back in the cut, watching you guys kill each other.
So we need to de-escalate this. We need to stop fighting.
I hate to say this, as much as I like them to be doing something else, that's not a horrible tactic here. Honestly, this could be one of those things where they're just like, oh, come on, guys. Come on. We got to be civil here. No, they're not doing that either.
Amongst each other, just like when Trump kicked out Musk. Really hurt Doge.
Every once in a while, Kyle does go a little too hard.
Approval rating. Now Trump's brought Musk back, brought his NASA head. We need cooler heads to prevail and stop this big cat fight that's going on between Laura Loomer and MTG. That's where a lot of this started.
Dude, that was it. That was the breach in the matrix for them.
So this is out of control. This is very, very dangerous. And we'll be covering it all, obviously, on the show tomorrow. But we don't need to eat our own. The Democrat Party is done. They have record low approval rating, record low fundraising.
But then they just had that sweeping election. Blue states. It's only blue states.
Notice he's not talking about the literal record.
This doesn't help you, though. Fooling yourself does not actually make it true. This is the whole, the funniest part about the whole TDS thing, too. It's you would actually have to know what delusional meant.
Record low Trump just experienced of 36%. That's a record low for the second term. It's a record low for the second term.
Yeah, of course, he blames women for a problem predatory men created.
Into post-January 6th territory after you guys tried to coup the government. That's how disliked he is right now.
Falling apart. All they have left is election fraud.
So, yes, the big win that Democrats had the other day, it was all fake. It was all election fraud. Keep telling yourself that, fella.
Trump overall is doing a great job. He's done some things that are really, really stupid.
It's so confused. It's so garbled. Actually, Trump is doing a great job. It's doing amazing. It's really stupid. Why does he keep doing stupid things? I don't understand. It's great. It's horrible. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's awesome. It's the best. What are you doing?
But none of us are perfect. We did course correct from.
None of us are perfect. Oops. Am I in the Epstein files? None of us are perfect. Oops. Were we sued by a woman who says when she was 13 she got raped by us? Tee-hee-hee. Oopsies. None of us are perfect.
He's wrong. We also do not throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we need to stop attacking people like Congressman Massey and MTG. That's the bottom line. God forbid more Republican patriots get killed. God forbid Tucker Carlson gets killed with all the threats and calls for violence against him by the neocons. This is serious. God bless you all. Follow me here on X Alex Jones.
How come he... Okay, that was a little weird, just going to say. Oh, wait, is there
It
more?
almost sounds like he's worried that this MAGA Civil War will
There's
turn
even more?
to...
Oh, my God, he really did just... He's been kind of crashing out for the past, 2 or 3 days?
MAGA violence. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But I still haven't even given you the best one. This is the best one in my opinion. So, Alex Jones is recording this from like
15th.
a contemplative meadow. Where he was sitting there contemplating the meaning of life and all of this strife that's happening. He's like a child whose parents are getting divorced and he's having a crisis over that, except that's him with the MAGA movement. Let's see what he says here.
The situation between President Trump and MTG is very, very dangerous.
That was a fair assessment. Lose the fake
Not just
laugh.
isolated to Trump being mad at her for her disagreeing with him on some issues. It goes back to Elon Musk being driven out of the administration and Doge getting partially derailed. All the polls, all the numbers showed that killed that massive wave coming in. Trump had the highest approval rating he's ever had. People loved it. Now he's figured out that was wrong. He's bringing Musk back and has given him...
I mean, also, what a weird joke to make as somebody who kind of came in as a stepdad. I don't know. Is this what Crystal's kids were going through? You know, when you kind of had this, hey, what's your problem? You're not my real dad.
And they had an NASA and the rest of it, but we need Musk completely back. We have to have a big tent in our populist, conservative, nationalist, common sense coalition.
Okay. Hold on. I love how he looks at when Donald Trump and Elon Musk broke up. That was horrible. That made me really sad. I didn't like that. Meanwhile, what did Elon do when he was an integral part of the government? He's the world's richest man, a billionaire, illegally hacking into the treasury, cutting whatever payments he wants. Illegally. Totally illegal. That's insane.
Hey, you're original. Cool.
So Musk and Doge, they cut pediatric cancer research, the National Weather Service, Meals on Wheels, the CFPB, which is just a fancy way of saying the anti-scam police. They make sure like the banks and the credit card companies don't screw you over. Nuclear safety officials.
Trust me, the CFPB one is that's one where say an ATM or something gets, hacked and they use your card. That's what gives you insurance.
FEMA, the Department of
that they would actually have to do something about it.
Education. He fired 83.
I'm not talking about the actual banking insurance. I'm not talking about the FDIC. I'm talking about the actual, what would force the bank to then go, oh, well, yeah, you know what? That was your fault. Too bad, because that's what they're trying to do. Trust me.
3,000 veterans. He cut 50% of the Social Security offices. He fired 250,000 public workers. He cut the food safety inspectors and air traffic controllers. He cut scientific research and medical research. And he cut USAID, which will lead to literally millions of deaths. And here's Alex Jones going, when they split up, that was actually really bad. That was the fucking greatest day ever. That was the greatest day. When you get rid of the fucking psychotic robber baron who's just looting the treasury and fucking destroying the entire administrative state.
Robber baron, take a shot.
It was the best day ever when they broke up. But no, he wants him back. It's like this is grown man playing with dolls type shit. That's what we're watching. Alex Jones is a grown man playing with dolls.
We don't need to be at war with Thomas Massey or MTG or any of these people or Senator Rand Paul. Yes, they.
Are you going to try to reconcile then what's going on here? What's Thomas Massey's position? Release the Epstein files. What's MTG's position? Release the Epstein files. Trump doesn't want to do that. Now, he just came out the other day and lied and pretended like he wanted to do that, but it's a trick. He also opened up a new Epstein investigation, which will block the files from being released. So they're going to vote to have them released. He's going to say he wants them released, and he's going to go, oh, what do you want me to do? There's an investigation. There's nothing we can do to release them at the moment. You got to wait until the investigation is over, and they won't fucking close the investigation. Right? So why are you saying, why can't we all just get along? Pick a side. Do you want the fucking Epstein files released or do you not want them released? Pick a fucking side. He's not picking a side. And the fact of the matter is,
which is insane considering he's the guy that kind of set the stage for the QAnon to even be onto this.
he is still pretending at this late date. Alex
That's
Jones
insane
is
to
still
me, where it's
pretending
just like, wow,
like Trump
just
did nothing wrong when it comes to Epstein.
Full circle
like his name
into
is somehow
protecting the people that are technically the deep state. Just from the way they're handling everything is the obvious way where it's like, no, you know how you accused all the Democrats and all this shit? Again, doesn't fit your worldview when it's the people that you supported doing it. That's where you can just kind of ignore these people where it's like, nah, man, you know, we do criticize our own. We do, like, we're almost too critical.
how cleared. Meanwhile, because of these
There's a
Epstein
problem.
emails that were just released, we learned Epstein knew everything about Mar-a-Lago's financing, including the fact that they may have committed mortgage fraud. How did he know about that? Why does he know about that? Or how about the fact that they talked in the emails about that lawsuit from Katie Johnson from 2016, and she says in 1994, Epstein and Trump raped her. She was 13. This is what she says. This is what the lawsuit said. They were talking about that in the emails. How about the email that showed in 2011, Trump spent hours with an Epstein victim at Epstein's house, which means since his house was bugged, they have tapes, Alex. Mossad has tapes. Israel has tapes. They are blackmailing your president.
This is what I don't like, is he does the whole, like, creating his own narrative thing here, and then I watch enough of his content to know it's like, no, this is what he truly believes.
And you're shoving your head in the sand and pretending like that's not real. Epstein knew everything about the inner workings of Trump's first term. Like, Alex has hidden all of this stuff, or he pretends not to know this stuff, or he actually doesn't know this stuff. But either way, it is completely and utterly inexcusable. It's inexcusable. Epstein was leaking stuff to the media about his relationship with Trump before he was arrested and died in Trump's custody. How about that? If that happened under a Democratic president, he immediately would say, oh, that's it. I mean, the Democratic president killed Epstein, of course. Of course. But now under Trump, again, he pretends like, oh, he was cleared, actually. Trump did nothing wrong with Epstein. Really? What about that picture that came out of Trump handing a giant check to Epstein, buying a depreciated woman? How about that? How about the pic that Michael Wolff says exists, which he saw, of Trump with women of an uncertain age, bending over and laughing at Trump and pointing at him, and he's got a stain on his pants? How about that? How about we learned that Trump hosted a private event with teen models at Mar-a-Lago with one other person there?
See, now this is where I'll just kind of go over Kyle on this one and just say, no, I think that Trump, it's not like he's in the files the way that we think. I do think that it's like, no, I think that he was actually one of the orchestrators of all this shit with Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein.
That's my take on this.
None of these things are things that he's talked about or is willing
What up, Elvis?
to accept. And he's still doing this thing, grown man playing with dolls, trying to repair this. Why are you trying to repair
The modeling agency is the one that, like, everybody is conveniently forgetting about.
the relationship with Epstein's best friend? Why are you trying to act like his movement is still legitimate? It's a total farce. It's a complete and utter fraud.
Vote their conscience like Ron Paul did. Ron Paul really built, along with myself and many others, the modern launch pad that Trump came in on. I agree with 95% of what Trump does. But when I criticize him on issues
No, that was definitely the Tea Party, not Ron Paul.
I think are wrong, like saying Epstein's a hoax, no,
Although-
you being involved's a hoax.
Wait, is that really what caused the Tea Party? Were the Ron Paulers? Oh, God.
I just gave you 100 things that are connected with Trump and Epstein. And again, he's either
Uncle
lying
Cletus.
or he's actually
Bill
ignorant
Hicks.
on it. Either way, it is completely and utterly inexcusable. It's inexcusable. Trump offered Epstein a job in his first term. According to the emails, Trump may have spent Thanksgiving with Epstein in fucking 2017 when he was president. So, what are you going to do with this? They literally shared a girlfriend, Alex. In the emails, Epstein says, I passed off
Yes, Ron Paul era is where the Tea Party came from. Oh,
a 20-year-old girl to Trump in
I
1993.
didn't realize that that's where it kind of split.
Any thoughts on that? Are you going to Trump being guilty in the
Paul was
Epstein
our
files is a
last
hoax? Oh, please.
Now you say, oh no, the Democrats are involved, investigate them. Damn right. So when I saw Trump wrong on that, I said, that's wrong. Oh, my constituents aren't my constituents. If you think Epstein thing is real, you're not MAGA. He lost like 6, 7, 8 points, according to all the top pollsters that I trust, who've been deadly accurate, like Mark Mitchell over at Rasmussen off that. And he kind of built it back, and now he's doing it again. I need Trump to succeed. If you actually watch MTG in these interviews, she says she loves Trump, and he's the best, and she agrees with almost everything he's doing, except this, and that, because she's got constituents, and she's allowed to have her views, and we're not in a cult. Instead, he said really mean things about her, and now people are trying to say, choose a side, choose a side. This is hurting Trump, it's hurting America, it's hurting MAGA, and we should have people that are able to go on all the other shows like Bill Maher and other programs and talk about things that they think are right Trump's doing and bad things, because again, we're not in a cult. Bill Maher now goes and has dinner with Trump and says he's better than the Democrats. And now a lot of them have turned on him. We're winning hearts and minds, not just here but around the world. Globalism is in trouble. Populism.
He's at 36%. This is all such cope. Bro, a serious question. Who watches this seriously? Who watches this to actually, oh, I need to get my daily news. Let me go to fucking Alex Jones.
Surprised.
Look at this. It's a grown man having an identity crisis and playing with dolls right in front of your face.
Is rising. And Trump did not build the wave he came in on. He rode in on it, and he did a great job, and he was a perfect catalyst for it. But now he's starting to behave like he's not worried about his original constituents because he's not facing re-election. This could really taint MAGA into the future. It could really hurt J.D. Vance and his great shot at beating Newsom. I'm really thinking about winning here. I have some of the America Firsters, and
He just, like, this is a guy who built his brand being an anti-establishment firebrand. And then now, look at him. He's literally got his, like, GOP pom-pom.
No, Bill Hicks died of fucking colon cancer.
Comes out, and he's like, yippee skippy, we love the Republican Party, yay, hooray. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Again, what happened to the guy in the early 2000s and late 90s who was talking about the surveillance state's going to come, they're going to spy on absolutely everything you do, they're going to keep a blackmail database. Then Peter Thiel comes along, literally with Palantir, and they're creating a blackmail database. All of a sudden, he's got nothing to say about it. If anything, he supports it. He was defending Peter Thiel on the show the other day. Defending him. The creepy billionaire who gives lectures about the Antichrist.
That's...
as he refuses to even say he's
Go ahead and believe it, man.
on Team Humanity when he's interviewed about that. This is insane.
Same with the Paul McCartney and all the fucking other weird shit that y'all... Like, people choose to believe the weirdest shit.
So you got that going on. You got Trump warmongering all over the place. Now all of a sudden, no criticism
To be fair, Alex Jones is a cancer.
about that.
See, that's the thing. I would actually believe that more, where it's the tumor. It's actually Bill Hicks's tumor that just took on his appearance.
Like, everything you said would happen is fucking happening. But since it's happening under a Republican named Donald Trump, you have your fucking pom-poms out. You're like, why can't everybody get along? Why can't we destroy the country together in peace? I don't understand.
see myself as that. I was saying that, calling myself America First 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Mad saying, oh, you're not holding Trump's feet to the fire enough. Then I've got people that want to be in like a MAGA cult saying, oh, no, you don't question anything out of his administration. It's crazy. MTG is a great lady, a good friend of mine. Her husband was
Again, have fun with it, man.
right side broadcasting.
That's what you need for your life to be a little more entertaining. Go ahead.
Was the only major media operation that didn't turn on Trump. When they stole the election from him, he stuck with Trump. Now they're demonizing him for no reason. Not Trump, but some of his people. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely nuts, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, if this is nuts, Alex, then whose fault would that be? It'd be Trump. Why is Trump making a mountain out of a molehill and attacking people who are just trying to help him out and giving him... But no, you're still doing this weird, like, split the difference. Hey, why can't we all just get along? Why can't you say, Trump, you're the fucking problem? It's all so fucking... The message is so garbled.
AOC and Mondami and Schumer.
Oh, did you hear this? This is where he hits you. Here are the real enemies. Ready? Here's the real
Trump
enemies.
and some of his people. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely nuts, ladies and gentlemen. The target is AOC and Mondami and Schumer and the globalistic Keir Starmer and the EU and Ursula von der Leyen, all this tyranny we face. Let's come together. Everybody wanted to pick a side, Musk or Trump. I said, don't pick a side. But we should be nice to Musk and try to keep him in there and defend him from the neocons and others that want him out because they wanted the power over Trump. And I was right.
Yeah, you were right. So defending the world's richest...
Or it's just as simple as people get a little bit of money. They see how much they don't have to worry about something. And then all of a sudden, something breaks. Where that piece of their brain, where it's about survival and just having enough, then becomes about having everything. Must be like, once you become a millionaire, well, I want to be 100 millionaire. Once you become 100 millionaire, I want to be a billionaire. And it's always stemmed from the same thing, emptiness.
Man who was just...
Look at Elon Musk. That guy is fucking miserable. He's one of the most miserable human beings on the planet, has all the money in the world.
Voted to become a trillionaire, getting $1 trillion pay package. That guy who cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels. You were right to defend him. That's what you're saying. And the enemy, of course, is like Zoran and AOC. So let me get this straight.
I'm not saying they don't look like almost dead on.
Wait, Alex. The enemy are policies like freeze the rent, build affordable housing, crack down on bad land.
Also just saying, look up Bill Hicks in his late stages, because he went and did a show, I think it was 2 weeks before he died.
Lords have city-owned grocery stores so people can actually afford their fucking groceries. Free buses, free childcare, universal health care. That's the problem. Universal health care and free college and higher wages and a living wage. This is the problem. This is the problem. Yeah, according to him, yes.
If you guys want to lose the midterms, keep celebrating attacking MTG. And
you're gonna lose the midterms no matter what, bitch. As long as it's a free and fair election, you are gonna lose. You're gonna get blown.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if he did his video yet on it, but there was breaking news earlier where Texas, a Trump-appointed judge, decided to be like, yeah, you can't use that whole gerrymandered map for the midterm. Sorry.
The fuck out. And the reason you are...
You kind of did this thing where you were doing it a little bit illegally.
Because inflation is going up, unemployment is going up, the economy is in absolute shambles, Trump is freezing food stamp money at the same time he's freezing 94 million pounds of food.
And then the Senate approved the bill right away unanimously.
It was supposed to go to the food bank.
Yeah, again, sus as fuck.
Banks.
There's one person between the Senate and the House, the guy from Louisiana, that was just like, nope, I'm principled, damn it.
I mean, healthcare crisis. They kicked 15 million people off Medicaid. They're doubling, tripling, and quadrupling people's healthcare premiums. You're going to get crushed. The cherry on top is just the Epstein files, where Trump is clearly guilty as fuck. That's just the cherry on.
Yeah, no. See, this is where I don't get it. It's these people that need Elvis to be alive. Which again, when did he actually die? Like, or is he still around? Or was he in Home Alone? Or whatever the fuck. I've never been into this shit. It's entertaining for like if you're just kind of all right. But people make this their whole lives. Like people, I was a conspiracy nut for a little bit, but then I did kind of wake up and realize I'm like, the world's much dumber than you realize, like, or that you think it is.
On top, bro. But the fucking concentration camps, the warmongering.
No, that's also where I'm going to say, just because I don't believe in some conspiracies doesn't mean that some of the ones do exist. But this is where you get fucking lost, is you muddy the fucking waters with all this bullshit and then get mad when people don't believe them, the ones that are ridiculous and don't fucking matter.
Bring the destruction of the economy.
Oh, fuck off. No, fuck you.
The destruction of healthcare. There's no way you're winning.
Fuck you and your... Seriously. Go get fucked and you can go to another stream, badmouth me, do whatever you're going to do. But I'll tell you what. People will look at you the same way that they look at it, that I look at you. You're a fucking twat.
And it's not because, it's because we're having a feud here. No, the reason they're...
You see? Right there. Hey, look at you getting all butthurt that I'm just like, yeah, I don't think that...
There is a MAGA feud.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Is because Trump has totally failed. So you flipped the causation the other way.
Keep celebrating like
it was, yes, something.
You're in high school and you're picking the cool kid and who the capital.
Self-important twat is probably sitting there just like, yeah, he banned me. Yeah, I got banned from a left-wing stream.
Football team's gonna be.
They just can't handle the truth.
That's not how this works.
Like, he doesn't understand. Like, I had a good point there, because notice how he got triggered by it, because he knows that I'm right.
God bless you all. Be live today at 4 p.m. Central.
Wow.
Put your fucking
grown-ass man
on.
having a fucking identity crisis because MAGA is falling apart. It's amazing to watch. It's amazing to watch. What a fraud, Mr., anti-establishment, going after the deep state. Then here he is, fucking a good, loyal Republican soldier. Basically the same commentary you can get from some, 82-year-old fucking boomer.
Man for disrespecting the color pink.
Who...
With your pink shirt.
Has voted straight ticket Democrat his entire life. Fucking supports Ted Cruz. It's
all
all the same shit. There's nothing edgy. There's nothing controversial.
Real men wear pink.
This is all just down the line.
Fucking insecure douche. Literal problem with like all the toxic masculinity. Because that's how they do it without actually recognizing it. It's like, oh, you see, that is a thing. Well, that was fun. Cletus. I think that this guy has been here before. All the same shit. I wanted to ask him if Carlin was alive too. Oh, well, I mean, too bad. Not sure how long you timed him out for, but... unless that was a perma. Which, cool. Well, that was fun. I'm glad that we covered that. Man. Senator Cruz, we already got that. Trump's approval falls to lowest of his term over prices and Epstein files. Oh, shit. Again? Man. He loves to go like, the polls don't matter, the polls lie. Unless they say that I'm doing awesome, then they're totally 100% correct. Why would someone who faked their own death go on and try to get famous? No, Pinkerbell, it's not about that. It's about he knows the truth, man. Hey, man, let me tell you something, man. I see the truth. I see the truth. You don't. Your brain is too feeble, man. Like, you don't see the connecting threads. And that means that, like, when you insult me for seeing the connecting threads between Bill Hicks and Alex Jones, that means that you're too far gone, man. You're never going to be able to function on the same level, man. Fuck off. These were the douches that got me out of the 9/11 truth shit, where they believed it so just fucking much. But then you would get an actual explanation. Specifically, I saw the steel beams one. Like, it became literally became a meme. But then you watch the Mythbusters and like a few other, because there are other channels that did this, where they're just like, yes, it does. It does indeed melt steel beams. Because you know what happens when jet fuel ignites? It keeps burning. We just saw that with the UPS crash. That motherfucker took over 9 hours to even get to a point where they could contain it. The fires burned for almost 48 hours. So I don't want to hear these conspiracies anymore that really don't fucking matter. They don't matter. In my daily life, they don't fucking matter. I like watching flat earth debates. I'm sure at least half of them are trolling. Oh, they have to be. It's kind of like we saw with Alex Jones. What was his name? Logan Paul. Logan Paul made the mockumentary about the flat earth thing, and it for a half second there, because of the teaser, he got me, where I was just like, oh shit, he totally is a flat earther. And then he's like, yeah, this is a mockumentary, I don't believe in this shit. It's like, okay, cool. Half of them. Oh, okay. So like 10 minutes ago, Bill Hicks and Mitch Hedberg were the same person in my brain. Oh. Yeah, how come Mitch Hedberg's actually dead? Dude, whatever. I'm just glad that he responded, like a totally normal person would to having criticisms of his, wacky ass takes, but whatever. Don't need you here. Jesus. Today's stream has been something. This was wild, man. I love how I hit go live, and I'm just like, I'm in this sick fog, is what I'll call it, because I don't have a headache, but like I said, I definitely got a little bit of that fogginess. So I was already kind of like, I'm not sure how long I'm going to stream, and then I was like, you know what, I don't know. Even for how long I'm going to stream. But here we are, guys. We're almost 2 hours in, and I'm still just getting to the crux of some of the stuff I wanted to talk about. So, appreciate y'all being here and hanging out. Like the ratio to watch ratio. Appreciate everybody being here. Same with you guys over on Twitch. I do appreciate you guys checking out the channel and also being here. Unless you are returners, then just thank you. Return viewers. Oh no, I mentioned the Twitch viewers and one of them got scammed. I hate to say that was a little I'm like, what? Anyway. Oh man. Spencer, wait.
Talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out of it. That's what I was told by a pretty good source. What I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files.
This was Epstein's brother on News Nation. Huh. I mean, we kind of knew that. It's kind of weird what happened. That's what happens when they kind of tell us what they're doing. And then we listen and just go, hey, guys, I think this is what they're doing. They kind of told us what they were going to do. So, alrighty. Well, let's do this. What? World's first underwater exoskeleton cuts air use by 23%? Okay. You couldn't pay me enough to go scuba diving, but, whoa, as somebody who enjoys watching other people do just that, and what can come from that as far as, shipwrecks, as far as getting some good recordings of shipwrecks, yeah, that's cool. All right, Peking University in China led a team that developed the world's first portable bilateral cable-driven underwater knee exoskeleton. Huh. Assist divers during flutter kicks? Oh, okay. Huh. So it's cutting the actual, like when you exert your muscles. That's how it's doing it. Oh, wait a minute. Increased 22.7%. Quadricep activation dropped by 20%. Hey. Well, that's cool. Little piece of random news that was interesting. But now on to the funny bits. Okay, so I like when Trump is having his little crash out moments, like this one. This is very, very funny. So this was right after Texas decided, hey, yeah, we're not going to use your maps.
Orders have been blocked by a Trump-appointed federal judge. A Trump-appointed federal judge just
like,
blocked
nah,
the voting maps
you guys kind of went a
that
little
Texas
far on this one.
gerrymandered on Donald Trump's orders, and MAGA is losing its shit. Which means it's possible. I'm not saying this is likely. It's possible.
No,
Because of course, this could be.
It's going to the appeals court. Then more than likely it will get to the Supreme Court, but not in time for the midterms.
Overturned.
If this takes till January, they're fucked.
But the punchline is this.
This is so funny. I can't even. Like, Tinkerbell, this is what, like, as a local, you have to just be laughing your ass off.
Donald Trump may have started a gerrymandering.
And the fact, this is also really funny, is because, like, the way that they were trying to frame it was, like, the whole racial thing where they're like, nah, we're not going to go along racial lines. Then this judge was just like, you're totally going along racial lines.
War that he may very well actively lose now because a Trump-appointed judge has blocked these voting maps, and it could cost him the 2026 midterms. You can't make this shit up. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video, do you want to support the channel?
I didn't think it was a Trump-appointed judge. It was a Trump-appointed judge, a Obama-appointed judge, and a Reagan judge, which... How old's that guy?
Be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Okay. So again, I want to be clear. This could be appealed. This is going to be appealed, and it could be overturned on appeal. I cannot stress this enough. But for right now, let's bask in the hilarity, the irony, and the schadenfreude. Okay, as Democracy Docket, which is an outfit led by Mark Elias, as they write, federal court blocks Texas gerrymander for 2026. Appeal expected. A panel of 3 federal judges.
I mean, yes, it would be hilarious. Is it likely? I don't think so, because with this decision, it will make it a little bit harder for the Prop 51 to make it, pass the Supreme Court.
Judges has blocked Texas from using a new gerrymander.
It was a voter referendum, so I think that there were ways where they could essentially delay it. And this is what they need to do. They need to play the same games that Trump was going to do. Like, make sure it's delayed until like mid next year.
Gerrymandered congressional map in the 2026 election, dealing a significant blow to Donald Trump's national effort to rig the midterm vote by creating more Republican congressional seats at the expense of minority voters. In a scathing opinion, Judge Jeffrey Brown, a Trump appointee, you gotta love that, wrote that the Republican attempted redistrict was not just about politics. Rather, quote, substantial evidence shows that Texas racially gerrymandered the 2025 map. Brown opened his opinion with a quote from Chief Justice John Roberts. Quote, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. Excuse me. Jeez. Judge David Guadamera, an appointee of President Barack Obama, joined Brown's opinion. Judge Jerry E. Smith, who was appointed by President...
That's funny. You're also quoting the most conservative judge.
Reagan will file a dissenting opinion. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has called the ruling, quote, clearly erroneous, asserting that it, quote, totally undermines the authority of the U.S. Constitution. He said the state would appeal to the case to the Supreme Court. Texas Democrats were quick to react to the ruling. In a statement, Texas House Minority Leader Representative Gene Wu praised the court for stopping, quote, one of the most brazen attempts to steal our democracy that Texas has ever seen. Quote, Greg Abbott and his Republican cronies tried to silence Texans' voices to placate Donald Trump, but have now delivered him absolutely nothing. The governor delayed relief for victims of the July 4th flooding in Kerr County, weaponized law enforcement against us, filed frivolous lawsuits to intimidate us, and still lost.
Kerr County,
Ken Martin, the chair of the National Democratic Party, also weighed in. Quote, these maps were only introduced in the first place because Trump and his Texas Republican allies are afraid of facing voters after the passage of their big ugly bill.
Dude, if they did nothing, it would have been better for them.
They expected Democrats to roll over, but instead, Democrats in Texas and across the country rose up and fought back. In his opinion, Brown cast doubt on the Republican narrative about the motivation for the gerrymander. In particular, he slammed several Republicans who testified during the 9-day hearing, finding that mapmaker Adam Kincaid and State Senator Phil King, who led the Senate's redistricting committee, were not credible witnesses. Brown discredited Kincaid's testimony that he had drawn the 2025 map, quote, blind to race, writing that he found it, quote, extremely unlikely that the mapmaker could have created congressional districts with that specific racial makeup, quote, by pure chance. The judge also pointed to troubling discrepancies in Kincaid and King's testimony, particularly how the two men recalled their conversations differently. Quote, the number of inconsistencies regarding potentially critical exchanges between the chair of the Senate Redistricting Committee and the person who drew the map makes us doubt the veracity of Chairman King's testimony, Brown wrote. Quote, for the foregoing reasons, we do not credit Chairman King's testimony about the legislature's motives. States typically redraw maps each decade when a new census data is released, but Texas began this summer's unusual mid-decade redistricting after pressure from Trump to give the GOP 5 more seats in Congress. After lawmakers drew a new map that dismantled 5 Democratic districts, minority voters and voting advocates quickly...
That is funny, too, where they actually brought up the facts where they're just like, no, this is highly unusual, and, I mean...
filed a challenge alleging that the map discriminated against black
you didn't even bother to put it up to a vote.
Hispanic voters. The GOP's gerrymandering efforts have since spread beyond Texas, with the party positioning itself to pick up 1 more seat in Missouri and another in North Carolina, my state. And Trump continues to pressure Republican lawmakers in several other states to redistrict. Meanwhile, Democrats could gain 5 seats in California after voters approved a plan to redraw the state's congressional map in response to Texas. And it goes on and on and on like this. As a result, lawyers...
I actually might be able to do the full stream tonight. I'm feeling a little bit better.
For Texas argued the state stole congressional seats from Democratic voters, not specifically from minority voters.
This one, though.
That's their cope. Like, hey, we didn't do this on race. We're just screwing over the Democrats, not specifically black people or other racial minorities. And it just goes on and on and on like this as well. Love this by Democracy Docket, which you should check out. Now, people have asked, well... Proposition 50 was initially proposed with a contingency language about, we're only going to do this if Texas does this. So if it's blocked in Texas, will Proposition 50 in California end? And Paul Mitchell has pointed out on Twitter, no, this doesn't undo Proposition 50. The trigger language was removed in the legislative process as it was clear that Texas was redistricting. So even if their map is invalidated / postponed, the Prop 50 maps stay in place. Now, again, before we look at the delightful rage from MAGA and marinate in their anguish.
Oh, okay. So this is the bit that I haven't seen is the responses.
we have to remember a couple of things. Number one, the Trump Justice Department is suing to overturn the Proposition 50 maps. They may be successful. I don't know.
But because we know that, this is where, like I said, they need to delay the shit out of it.
No, they may be. Number two, this particular ruling by the 3-judge panel, again, 2 voting to overturn or block the maps, one of them a Trump appointee, that may be overturned by the Texas Supreme Court or by a circuit court. All this could happen. It could happen, okay? So with that in mind, it's funny to think that Trump started this gerrymandering war and may ultimately lose it, not just because of his disastrous policies and creating dummy mandering, where you gerrymander so obviously that you dilute the partisan advantage you have, and in a blue wave election, they just might lose outright. But he could also potentially lose this because the Texas maps just might be outright overturned. That's hilarious and ironic. So let's look at the public reaction.
Yeah, here we go.
You know what? I'm going to refresh, too. Let's get some fresh rage from these people. Nick Sortor, who is a Trump occultist. A federal judge has just blocked Texas from implementing...
I was about to make fun of him and be like, it's still the same one.
Their new congressional maps, which could add 5 Republican House seats. California is being allowed to get away with it. This judicial tyranny must end. It was a Trump appointee, you moron. And again, the California maps may get struck down. Let's see here. James Tallarico, who is a Democrat from Texas, he's running actually for the Senate in 2026. He goes, my fellow Texas Democrats and I broke quorum to shine a national spotlight on Trump's redistricting power grab. We inspired other states and millions of Americans to join the fight. Moments ago, a federal court struck down his rigged map. This is why we fight back. Let's see.
All right, yeah. If I got a fart, I'm farting on you. Like this one, that was rude.
Want to see some rage, people? Okay, LOL. Adam Carlson pointing out that, again, Judge Brown was appointed to the U.S. District Court by Donald Trump. It's just so funny. Let's see. Give me the rage, people. Give me the rage like Nick Sortor. The right sends prudent jurists to the courts because they think it will serve the Constitution of the country. The left sends soldiers to the courts because they want to destroy the country and the Constitution. One side wants to win. So that's Oilfield Rando, very upset.
Kind of weird to see him do like a streamer thing because he usually edits like all this shit out.
Gavin Newsom. Donald Trump and Greg Abbott played with fire, got burned, and democracy won. This ruling is a win for Texas and for every American who fights for free and fair elections. Okay, I got to see how people are responding to him. LOL, you literally push millions of dollars on a proposition in California to do the exact same thing. Let us see if you're saying the same thing when your new maps are thrown out. And again, they might. They might get thrown out, but I think it's totally fine to smugly mock the people who started this fight for then losing it, at least so far. That's funny. Let's see. Oh, man. This is what happens when you cheat and get caught, indeed.
You know what's crazy, though? How this story didn't even pop up on my main feed.
Actually, 2 federal judges.
Oh, my bad.
Greg Kazar, who's a Democratic congressman, is commenting on this as well. Ooh, Tim Cass, they're upset.
Wait, Tim Cass is
about
upset?
This is Tim Pool's news. So funny.
He's upset. That means I'm upset.
Okay, Andrew Follett.
Texas.
Who is he? Turning Point USA?
Kickflip.
No, National Review. Okay. Democrats currently enjoy very favorable maps. No federal judges care. New England states vote about 40% Republican, and the region has 0 GOP U.S. House members. Republicans send fair-minded judges to courts because we're good. Democrats send partisan hacks because they're evil. Oh, you're so mad. I gotta favorite this because I have to mock him later. Assuming Republicans appeal this, Texas redistricting could soon end up in the Supreme Court. A radical activist judge just struck down Texas's 2026 congressional map, forcing this.
We need to tone down this language. Hey, somebody that Trump put in their position said something that doesn't help you. Well, he's a radical then.
State to revert to the old maps that favor Democrats and say it doesn't favor Democrats. Texas was already gerrymandered, but this guy's upset that the radical activist judge is a Trump appointee. So good. Their despair pleases me. It amuses me. It will almost certainly be overturned on appeal. These maps aren't a racial gerrymander, but Republicans should use this as opportunity to block California's maps since they were predicated on Texas redrawing their maps, and that is now suspended. Again, the triggering language.
Anytime Tim has a bad day, it's a good day for America.
Removed. And again, I just want to be clear. It's entirely possible this is overturned on appeal.
And the beanies wept everywhere.
But in the meantime, we will delight in their despair. Let's see some more.
Yeah, LeMayo. Texas maps favor Democrats so much they haven't won a statewide election in 40 years.
Let's see.
All right, well, I'm done watching you scroll. Oh, that's hilarious. Hakeem Jeffries doing the thing because, Hakeem Jeffries is on his side. I'm sorry if... I don't care how centrist you are. If you look at Hakeem Jeffries and you go, yeah, he's not that bad. It's like, fuck you. No, you're part of the problem. Alrighty. The House unanimously passes it. Blah, 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 blah. That story is old news now. Well, fuck. Hold on. Let's get an updated story. What happened with the Senate? Wait, Theo Von go nuclear on Trump?
You're still alive on Earth, but you're so overwhelmed by this fucking constant onslaught of bad news.
That's a good point.
That you're freaking out always. But then you got ICE raids where they're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody.
So that is Joe Rogan calling out the Trump administration's cruelty and draconian
Tell me there's more than that.
Immigration and deportation.
Fucking A. No.
And he does this in a conversation with fellow comedians. Actually, both of them, both Vaughn and Rogan, and I believe Rogan event primarily respond is very cruel. Trump's DHS.
It was really scary for me.
You were just joking around because you were talking to a guy who's his friend. And this was quite a while ago, too, right? When was that video?
Yeah, I don't know. I it could have been like a year and a half ago or something. I don't remember. But that was crazy.
But it was
hey,
it was a joke,
yeah,
right?
She's like a friend. I don't know if she said a friend of mine got deported. I can't remember what she said. But she's like, what? Do you have anything to say to him, right? And I was like, bye. Yeah. I'm clanning around. I have no idea if it's real or not. I have no idea.
You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone. And then Homeland Security, was that what it was?
Yeah, just put it up online. And it was
it
after
Homeland
the Charlie
Security?
Kirk thing. Yeah. And so then I was super scared, you remember? Yeah. Remember, I was texting I was just texting people to make sure everybody's okay. I didn't know if they were just going to kill people that had been on TikTok or whatever. I had no idea what they were going to do.
I just can't believe they did that with you, where they just put it in there as if you were endorsing that.
Precisely. And that was part of Theo Von's.
Well, you kind of gave them permission by not correcting them anytime that they owned you as a fucking voice for them. It's almost like you kind of got to push back occasionally and also kind of do this thing where it's like, if you want to be seen as the center, I couldn't even do the quotes. It's like, the center, then you kind of, have to challenge them occasionally and also platform the other side a little bit more.
After the Charlie Kirk thing.
Who greenlit that?
Probably just some fucking trap beat
but you know what I'm
artist
saying?
or whatever.
If a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? If it was privatized, if ICE was a private company, and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants, and they used you.
Just doing anything that they want with your likeness.
Sue them. You could sue them.
It's almost like the government's abusing their power, Joe.
Well, it was just
scary. But the government can just put that up there, and then what did you do? You had to formally request them taking it down?
Yeah, I had to hire an attorney to get him help to take it down.
How long did it take to take it down?
I think 48 hours or something, but it had 30 million views over a couple platforms.
And how many people even know it was taken down until they just heard you say it?
Of course not.
I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first asked me what I should do about this, I was like, it's probably nothing. And I was in the car, and I didn't watch it. And then I got to the club. Then I talked to you from the club. And you're like, you didn't see it? I was like, no. And then I saw it. I was like, oh, my God. What the fuck are they doing? It's that's not how you envisioned the government.
Joe Rogan still hasn't called out the hemp ban in Texas.
The government made a hype video?
Yeah. They were making deportation hype videos with trap beats and shit.
Exactly. They think this is funny.
And the national one?
They think it's great.
Go
They're
figure.
delighting. They're reveling in the despair of immigrants in this country. And consider, we're going to get into,
Go back
Donald Trump is underwater with immigration. It's actually his strongest.
It's none of it's real.
It's 100% that Mike Judge movie. It's Idiocracy.
Oh, Idiocracy, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate at least some
realize
pushback.
Mike
Again,
Judge made that
I know a
movie.
lot of people get frustrated with Joe Rogan and
Okay. Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn finally go nuclear on. That's nuclear. That's nuclear. This is where I hate the clickbait bullshit, dude. God. You know what I love? Recently I was, oh God, who was it? I think it was Adam Mockler, who I was criticizing about having. No, it was Luke Beasley. Excuse me. So I had a critique about like the sensationalized names of the. No. You know what? I'm completely wrong. It's actually it's a little more milquetoast than that. It was BTC. But BTC did put out like a little disclaimer that he was just like, if you want to see less sensationalized titles, then you can just go directly to my YouTube page here, or it was another link for the same videos, different names. Because I think that finally people are just so sick of it. They're like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this. We're done doing the clickbaity bullshit. Visibly sick on stage. Speech collapses. Oh God. It's not there. Oh, this is bad. It's dark rumor exposed. Where the hell is the news about the Senate? Yo, that's kind of nuts.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have bombshell breaking news right now, thanks to you and your team's case that you were litigating in Texas.
Have you seen the movie Nightcrawler that made me hate news
networks?
networks?
What just happened in court?
Yeah, so the 3-judge panel who was hearing the challenge.
Honestly, this goes back to like media in the 1930s. The idea that media is pushy and they tend to be kind of ghouls in the way that they approach like trying to get stories and things like that. There's nothing new to that.
That my law firm waged on behalf of 13 Black and Latino voters has blocked the Texas gerrymandered map from going into effect.
Oh.
This
is the same thing. My bad. I thought this was something else. Lame duck Trump.
Today's vote to release the Epstein files is certainly the most visible and humiliating political defeat for Donald Trump in his second term. But as the Wall Street Journal points out, it is just the latest sign of pushback within his own party that has put him on a path toward lame duck status earlier than anyone imagined 60 days ago. Just take what's happened this month. November started with a rebuke of Donald Trump with widespread losses for Republicans in elections, literally from one side of the country to the other. Following that, Republicans in states like Kansas, Utah, and Indiana, deep red America, told Donald Trump, no thank you.
This is the stuff that Alex Jones and a lot of those people just conveniently ignore when they're just like, it was blue states.
After he pressured them and J.D. Vance.
Oh, yeah. BTC has a second channel where he posts videos without the sensationalized titles. Before I completely unsub from him, I would watch those instead of the main channel ones. Nice.
Pressured them to redraw their congressional maps to gerrymander more seats for Republicans. Even on Capitol Hill, Republicans have quietly been blowing off Donald Trump a little bit.
It's funny. BTC is the one where I'm like, I can still stay sub to him because he does have, a lot of insight to this stuff. David Pakman, though, I unsub from and I just don't care that I don't see his shit.
More than usual. Trump has spent the last month urging Senate Republicans to kill the filibuster, which has been completely ignored by nearly all Republican senators. And his latest proposal to send struggling Americans tariff rebate checks of more than $2,000 because of his own harmful tariffs have garnered little support on Capitol Hill. It might not sound like a lot, but as someone who's covered this story for 9 years, trust me, it is a sea change for the Republican Party that has usually replied with how high when Donald Trump says jump. The Wall Street Journal adds this, quote, since his election in 2016, Trump's ironclad hold on his party has been a defining feature of his presidency. Silence among GOP lawmakers has been the dog that didn't bark, and for a really long time. And now they're starting to yelp a little bit, said Charlie Cook, a nonpartisan political analyst and former publisher of the Cook Report.
I'm demoralized right now about the Epstein situation.
They're kind of stepping out, but gingerly.
What?
He said.
That they're taking the Republicans out and they're just doing this? I just know the files are going to be super redacted, and then we have to go through the same song and dance again.
Professor and legal analyst Melissa Murray, also joining us, managing editor of
the thing is, somebody had talked about this, so this is not 100% like my assessment, but somebody had a really good point that, okay, go after these Democrats, because guess what? Once you start going after all these people, they're going to start being like, oh, you know what? But I have proof that this person was here. And then they can correlate this kind of stuff. And they can go back to the redacted things and just be like, no. No, what are you doing here? Why is this all redacted? No, trust me. Have a little faith. We got this far, right?
Bulwark and MS Now contributor Sam Stein. Let me be the first to say we will throw no parades for the Republican Party's profile.
I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm also cautiously pessimistic as well.
In slightly less cowardice, which is what I would call it. It's not courage. It doesn't come close to resembling courage. But it is slightly less cowardice than has been the hallmark.
That is actually a great point, you win TV. The thing is, if it's redacted, people are going to assume all the redacted names are Trump.
GOP for the last 9 years, Sam.
Yeah, I actually think I'm more bullish on it than you are, to be honest with you, because for the past 8-9 months,
because this also doesn't work the way that they think it does, where it's like, oh, you know what? It would be a shame if a certain name got released, where we found some Democrats, but unfortunately we found some Republicans too. You're going to sign that bill that I want you to sign?
It's just been acquiescence, and not just by Republicans, obviously, but by law firms.
That would insinuate that he actually wants to get anything done.
By academia, by big business, and so on and so forth.
Trump really is.
And so what you've seen over the past couple of weeks is, in fact, substantial, right? I mean, it was only 4 Republicans on the discharge petition. But they withstood an incredible amount of threats from Trump, right? You had Lauren Boebert literally brought into the Situation Room with the Attorney General and the FBI director, urging her to take her name off the petition. That's not small. You had Tom Massey withstanding really horrific, nasty attacks on his dead wife by the president, who also has encouraged a primary challenge to him. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who the president unendorsed and then came up with some churlish nickname about Marjorie Taylor Brown. It's dumb. Don't worry about it. But it was substantial. And they all said, no, we're going to do it. And look, obviously the more damaging thing that will happen.
But our side can turn around if we're smart.
And the more important thing really is the revelation of the Epstein files. But equally important is that you now have an example.
Now, Democrats being smart.
Of when Republicans do band together, they can in fact force the issue on their own terms. And it's not lost on me that there was a second discharge petition yesterday that got the necessary signatures, 218 in the House. That's to restore union rights to federal employees, because a number of moderate Republicans this time decided to sign on to it. So look, it takes one example, it takes collective action, but when you do break through, it gives a signal to everyone else that in fact you can push back on Trump and that you can withstand the pushback from him to get things done.
Yeah, I mean, Melissa, I don't even know if sort of courage enters into it. You got 43% of Americans who associate with the No Kings movement, only 30% who call themselves MAGA. You've got Trump down at 36%. And you've got in the Epstein files an issue in which 81% of Americans think Donald Trump is hiding something. It may be sort of the emotional levers of sort of fear and courage, but it may just be the crass political calculations. And I keep wondering, what is Brad Karp and Paul Weiss and the first law firm that went down there and capitulated to Donald Trump, what do they do about their marketing for the next 3 years?
Good question.
So there's a lot to say about this. I mean, I think you're exactly right in sort of looking forward. Is this about courage? Is it about, finding a backbone after all of these years? Or is it just assessing the reality of what's happened over the last 2 weeks and realizing that this president has just one more term? We're already a quarter of the way through it, and this party is going to have to reassemble
Man, the amount of people that are going out looking like fucking Milhouse from The Simpsons lately.
into some new specimen. And I think we're
I'll stick
seeing
to
that
these.
reassembly in real time. I think we're seeing the rebranding of Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, she's no longer.
I'm waiting for
a
Sam Cedar to
QAnon
go back to
conspiracy
those,
theorist.
though.
She's a victim rights advocate. And so we're watching this happen. I think we're going to see a lot more of this as this party starts to figure out what their identity is post Donald Trump.
It's such a remarkable thing, you're right, to watch in real time and to not get glazed over by it. I mean, Melissa, I wonder how much skepticism you have.
Listen, I think everyone can look at what these women have gone through and express real empathy and want to see transparency and justice on their behalf. So I don't doubt the veracity of her views. But again, she's also looking at the long road. She has to.
I mean, just looking at her, I'm hearing, hey, hey.
She is popular in her district. She has a
Like, literally,
future in
hey, Dame, you want to go get yourself a soda with me? I'd be really keen on that.
the GOP, however it is reconstituted. He actually has an opportunity at this point to help shape the GOP as it goes forward. And this is the first part of that. So again, this could be truly a moment of real empathy, and I think it likely is, but this is also a longer road and a longer process. And I think a lot of people are thinking about what lies ahead for them and this party in this post-Trump landscape. Notice that we haven't heard a lot from the vice president. He's usually out there being the president's number one cheerleader, taking a back seat. He is the one who's most likely to be the heir presumptive to all of this. And he's trying, it seems, to sell from all of this.
Yeah, it would be so interesting if the most toxic positioning for the next Republican primary is inside the cabinet, right? And if the Republicans who are outside fighting it end up being more popular with the MAGA base.
It does kind of seem like that's happening, though. I know that Thomas Massey, he got a little boost. I know that the ones standing up to Trump are the ones that are kind of getting a little bit of the...
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have bomb.
That is the last one that I watched. So here we go.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
The Senate has now passed the Epstein bill as soon as it comes over from the House.
Wow, Senate Democrats just outmaneuvered the MAGA Republicans, and they just passed the Epstein bill by unanimous consent in the Senate. Let me read.
Wait. To be fair, Ben, how in the fuck is that a Democratic win if the Republicans also voted on for unanimous consent and there wasn't any objection? That means that the majority in the Senate, the Republicans, also did. Okay.
Repeat that. The Epstein bill has now passed in the Senate, and as you know, it passed in the House of Representatives earlier. So now the next move is it will go to the president's desk essentially immediately. What we have to wait for now is MAGA Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, to transmit the House bill to the Senate. The Senate already passed it. You saw it just there by a procedure called unanimous consent. So it automatically is deemed approved when it arrives in the Senate, and then it goes right to Donald Trump's desk. The question is, will MAGA Mike try to hold this up? But the pressure is going to grow and grow and grow now. The Democrats outmaneuver the MAGA Republicans here. We heard earlier in the day that MAGA Mike Johnson was speaking with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, about making amendments and making changes to the Epstein bill that was passed in the House of Representatives. That was MAGA Mike and Donald Trump's plan. But the Democrats outmaneuvered them, and you saw there Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader in the Senate, he gave the MAGA Republicans in the Senate an ultimatum. He said, I am going to put this on the floor for unanimous consent for everybody in the world to watch who's going to object to this. So at 5 p.m., he said, I'm going to go put this up. I'm giving you a deadline. It will go up. And then we saw Senator Schumer do what he said.
What do you guys think? Honestly,
he was going to do. Then there was not a single MAGA Republican or Republican in the Senate.
I'm trying to be objective here because I don't want to just say, oh, yeah, Chuck Schumer, just because Chuck Schumer sucks. did he actually outmaneuver him, or is this?
Was willing to go up there and object to the unanimous consent. So thereby, after the procedure happened where the bill was read a few times and then there was a request for objections, when that procedure was completed, the unanimous consent passed and it was deemed passed in the Senate. So now we have the House vote earlier, that passed. It's now passed in the Senate. As soon as it's transmitted from MAGA Mike to the Senate, it goes to Donald Trump's desk for
good job, Chuck. Now get the fuck out of
his signature. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump is saying right now. He just posted this moments ago. I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off all of the victories that we've had, including the great big beautiful bill, closed borders, no men and women's sports or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country, the hottest country in the world, having trillions of dollars invested. All lies after lies after lies by him. Well, Donald, the Senate has passed the Epstein bill by unanimous consent. MAGA Mike was trying to do everything to limit debate, but then the Democrats in the House outmaneuvered them there and actually allowed Republicans like Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene to speak on the Democratic side and use the Democrats' time in order to get out their messages as well. Weird. Here's what MAGA Mike said earlier about what his plan was, where he was going to call MAGA Republican Senator Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, to try to make alterations and kill the Epstein bill by making these amendments. Remember when MAGA Mike said this? Here, play this clip right here.
Like this. I called my counterpart in the Senate, Leader Thune, and I talked to him through this.
Wow, he is really bothered. His body language is fucking like, damn it, God damn it. He's going to be so fucking pissed about this.
With him and shared our deep concerns. And of course, they share those concerns as well. And so I'm very confident that when this moves forward in the process, if and when it is processed in the Senate, which there's no certainty that that will be, that they will take the time methodically to do what we have not been allowed to do in the House, to amend this discharge petition and to make sure that these protections are there. The authors of the discharge did not allow us to do that here. That's the rules here. But in the Senate, they can correct it. So under that circumstance, because of that, we know there's serious deficiencies. We know that the work of our colleagues in the Senate can address that and will. They're very conscientious and concerned, as we are, about all this. As we've insisted from the very beginning, Republicans are the only party trying to make a material difference in ensuring maximum transparency. Oh, by the way, I'll just tell you.
Then Thomas Massie, a Republican Congress member from Kentucky, he says, you better not muck with this bill. You better not muck with this bill. We had the survivors here. Don't muck with it. Here, play this clip.
Decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on this.
It's almost like they could also solve this by getting rid of Citizens United and keeping these billionaires out of politics.
Other side of bars.
It's almost like we shouldn't have that.
Bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed.
Although today I just saw, and I'm not sure how true it is, that RFK did just file a proposal where he was kind of like, hey, we need to take pharmaceutical ads off television. And I was just like, well, God damn it. He actually got one.
But some of them need to go to prison. And the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail.
Ask your doctor if Suspreza is right for you.
And until then, this is still a cover-up.
Then after Massie spoke, we heard from Senator Leader Thune, who says that they'll move quickly on the House-passed Epstein bill. Well, my assumption is that the president sounds like he's prepared to sign it, so I assume it'll move fairly quickly over here. Thune also says that he's aware Speaker Johnson wants some changes to the bill, but says that with 427-1 margin, changes are not likely to happen. And then Democratic Senate Leader Schumer, he made that move put him on the spot, called out the MAGA Republican bluff in the Senate and said, who's going to object to this? Nobody objected. It's passed in the Senate. Without further ado, I want to bring in Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer to talk to him about that maneuver. Senator Schumer, it seems like you moved at lightning speed after the House passed a resolution to release the Epstein files to bring this unanimous consent before the United States Senate, and no one objected to it. It seems like you called their bluff in the Senate, and now it's passed in the Senate. Can you tell us about that maneuver?
Yes, what it means is the Senate has virtually approved it. Once the House sends it over to us, it goes right to the president. No amendments, no delays, no anything. It's called deemed passing, and it means that it's passed. It's deemed to have passed even before it was sent to us. So this is very good news. Look, we told the Republicans we were going to make them block it. And they were afraid of that. They knew the power. They saw the vote in the House. They had a bunch of discussions. And I said, look, 5 o'clock is the deadline here. I'm going to the floor and asking unanimous consent to pass this, to deem passing it. You can block it if you want and do that at your peril. And they relented. So the great news is now the House has passed it. The Senate has virtually passed it. It goes to the president's desk. I was going to say we have a lot more work to do. First, who knows how long the House will try to hold it. We should put pressure on Johnson to send it right over to us. Second, the president has said he'll sign it, but who the hell knows?
Do you think he's going to do that? I think he's going to hold it.
He can change his mind on a whim. But third, and maybe most important, and I just had a meeting of 10 senators to discuss this, we got to make sure we get all of the Epstein files, all. They can't fuck around with this. They can't say, oh, we'll give you this, but there are legal reasons we can't give you that. And we are going to be pursuing them relentlessly to get everything. Because I don't trust this administration. I don't trust Bondi. I don't trust Kash Patel. I don't trust the president. And they could screw around with this. It'll be all of our jobs to be on them and make sure that we get everything.
Right, because you had Mike Johnson saying earlier in the day he was speaking to Senate Leader Thune and they were going to make changes, but there was strategy going on behind the scenes of what you were doing, saying absolutely not, we're going to make you put it on the record. Talk a little bit about that, because you put him on the spot in a big way.
Yeah, the original plan was to do amendments, but if they did amendments, if they were allowed to do amendments, it would go back to the House and who knows what the hell would happen. That could have been, putting it into file 13, the garbage can. And so we said, we're not allowed, if you want to do that, we're going to force you to publicly say you're delaying and screwing up the bill. And they backed off.
Now, the transmittal process, that's where we're in now. So MAGA Mike has to send it over to the Senate. Is there any time frame with that? What happens?
No, he can try to delay, but if he doesn't send it over by tonight, you'll see the heat on him tomorrow, not starting, full blast. I don't think he can, after the vote, where only one person voted against it, he can hold it. And he has no excuse to now, because the amendment thing is out the window because of what we did. We stopped them from doing any amendments.
And then you can sit there staring at it, pouting for a little bit.
Just lastly, you touched on
this
before,
not put
but
past
now
him.
This has to be signed by Trump. Is there?
Yes, Ben, that has to be signed by Trump. He said he would. He also, told the Republicans to vote for it, but who knows where he's at? Obviously, let's conclude this way. He has something to hide. Everyone knows it. Every American, just about every American who follows any of this knows it. If he didn't have anything to hide, why wouldn't he released them long ago? Why wouldn't he? If he didn't have anything to hide, then why is he lying about them? Why is he telling his people, Bondi and others, to lie about it? So obviously there's something there that he doesn't.
Senator Schumer, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Love this video.
I love how they all went and bought the same McMansions. It is kind of funny. Or it's just like, hey, let's move to Pasadena and just go buy a bunch of fucking big ass houses. And we deserve it. We did really good for ourselves. We deserve it. We deserve it. God. You see, here's the thing about content creation. If I were to make it even a quarter as big as them, I'm not going to buy a bigger house. Not going to do any of that shit. Yes, I will definitely fix up some things that need to be fixed up. No, you sit on that because you never know, man. You never know when it's just the time where people kind of move on, and then it's like, all right, well, at least I can kind of not even retire, but it's just like, all right, let me just figure this out. Maybe go do some IRL content. But for real, man. I think that's kind of what Hassan did too. Because when people said $2 million house, he does have a big ass house and it's nice. But it's not a $2 million house in the middle of the country, I can tell you that much. Well, ain't that fun. Man, we really got a bunch of people coming in today doing their thing. All right. Well, now we got our news on that. Let's see. The Epstein files. J.D. Vance defends Tucker Carlson. You know what? I'm not going to make you guys watch the Cook County assessment. I'll just say that much. One of my mods already asked you to quit spamming with capital letters. Honestly, we're actually being pretty kind to you right here. We're letting you say your shit, but for real, dude. Cool it. We see you. But disobey the mod one more time and then goodbye. Disobey. New report exposes shocking corruption inside Trump's Justice Department. Oh, yeah. I kind of heard about that. Trump appointed judge slams Republicans. Oh, so we actually got some, finally some news coverage on this. There was about the files. Let's see. Yeah, I just realized I should probably put on some, put up some Christmas stuff. Let's see. Do I have room this year? Godzilla. Do those guys. Yeah. Hermit horologist. What is going on here? I don't know. Some dude is spewing off. I've learned my lesson with engaging with these assholes while they're doing that. Because, yeah, they just want attention. Look at me! Look at me! Look at me! Candace Owens is now saying that there was a great exodus from Utah. Where did the Egyptians go? What?
And then possibly New Orleans or back here, but we're going to stay on the story. We're going to keep showing you what... Oh.
So this is in Charlotte.
What's really happening here on the ground. Because you're not going to see this anywhere else.
Apparently, the residents in Charlotte are getting a little bit of a taste of what we had. In deep red areas, they're showing up at town halls and being like, yeah, fuck you, we don't want this.
What is happening?
It's like, oh, wait a minute, it was okay when it was in the blue area, but now that they're actually in your community, you're seeing the inhumanity and how we're doing this thing where we treat people like animals. And the main reason is you think that it's like, oh, look at them, they must be here illegally. Which, did you see the statistics coming out about how many people, like how many citizens have been getting arrested? bunch of people having a stroke, I guess. I mean, apparently, like, the Epstein vote broke a lot of people. All right, well, I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I just wanted to check in on that. Fuck it, let's find out about Sagar getting attacked. So apparently Sagar was targeted by DeSantis, which I just objectively find funny. So, yeah, let's enjoy this.
On the heels of Texas voters deciding to embrace lower property taxes and lower school taxes for boomers, Florida has decided to try and one-up them. Governor Ron DeSantis now fully embracing erasing all property taxes for so-called homestead owners in the state of Florida, with one of the oldest populations in the
you
entire
already
United
don't.
States.
You don't. So where's your tax revenue coming from? Huh? Where's it coming from? Because you know what you know what's really funny with all these lower taxes. The state is somehow still more expensive to live in than other states. How does that work?
Here is the governor's argument.
From the property tax situation. It's very important given how that's pinched
Why
so
did they
many
send them to North Carolina? I actually don't know.
homeowners, particularly our senior citizens who have their homes paid off and they bought it 30 years ago for a certain amount. Now they're being told it's worth so much more and they have to pony up more and more money. It's almost like they have to pay rent to the government just to be able to enjoy their property. And that's wrong. And we need to do something about it.
We're going to do something about it. Okay,
Forgot about his sparkling charisma.
Yeah, you're right. By the way, ever since I've engaged in a jihad against this, Ron DeSantis is now on Twitter implying that I'm being paid as an actor to dissent on. Who's paying me? Miami-Dade County? Huh? The school district of Miami is like, please, sir, will you please post on behalf of the children of Florida? I'm doing this out of the goodness of my own heart, okay? Because I care about the young people in the state of Florida. And people like DeSantis and Greg Abbott love to go around and say, oh, look at all these families that are moving here to Florida. And at the same time, what's happening? They're enacting policy which will be a massive giveaway to the elderly. Now, their argument is actually we already cap property tax for old people, so this would be directly helpful to the young. Here's the deal, guys. It doesn't take a genius to do just a tiny little bit of research into where does all this property tax dollars go? Let's go ahead and let's put this up here, please. E4 up on the screen. Shall we deal with the world of numbers and
school districts? Seriously, Florida, every time that you talk to a Floridian, it's going to be so obvious because they're going to be tan as fuck, look very, very sick, and then just go, huh? It's like, whoa, what? What's going on here? Florida. Oh.
So here we go. This is the Florida Policy Institute. $18.5 billion is currently at stake for Florida counties. Now, the actual question here is about this so-called homestead tax property tax revenue. That's $7.8 billion for counties, $7.7 billion for school districts. Let's go through the counties where the homestead property tax revenue is the greatest share of the total government revenue.
Yeah, but then I bet he's a Pinkerbell. I have to explain to my dad that he benefits from funded schools even if he doesn't send kids there. It's in your best interest that people filling your prescriptions know how to read.
You've got multiple.
And then I bet he has a bunch of opinions about this generation doesn't know how to look at you.
Counties, including Nassau, St. John's, St. Lucie, and Miami-Dade, would lose most revenue in dollars from an exemption of homesteads from the property tax. Their basic argument is that by doing away with this, we'll shift the tax burden to the snowbirds and the second homeowners, and this will make it so that, quote, young families will not have to pay. Here's the deal. That ultimately, property tax is literally one of the least distortionary taxes that exists in the United States.
Yep.
Second, people say, you know how libertarians always like taxation is theft? Guys, property tax and land tax, and specifically, a general property tax has been around since before the Republic was even founded. It's income tax, capital gains tax, and all these other taxes, which are more novel inventions. Property tax is the most American tax that exists, that goes all the way back to, again, even before the founding. The reason why is, and again, this is even a Republican thing, if you think about it.
I will say it's bullshit the way that they like reassess my property every fucking census year and then just magically come up with like this idea where oh, well, since the housing market's at this point, your house is worth double than what it was when you purchased it, so therefore your taxes are going up.
When we pay income tax, where's that shit going?
Young families can't afford property.
Do we really know? Venezuela.
I mean, with a 50-year mortgage, they might be able to.
Regime change, Israel, weapons, some bullshit, somebody else, boomers, Medicare, Social Security, something like that. When you pay property tax, you literally know where it is going.
I did find out that apparently that is the new Fitbit.
To your locality, your
again,
community, and schools. This entire thing is being sold as a way to shift the tax burden off of young people. If you're going to lose $18.5 billion in the state of Florida, and again, if you break it down, there are multiple counties where the homestead property tax specifically makes up some 51% of the overall dollars that flow in. And
although I will say this much, I did get finally sold on the idea of that ring thing, not for myself, but like for my wife. It's perfect.
As I said, almost half of the dollars go towards a school district. Who is going to pay?
Like she obviously has the cancer going on, so it is a good way for the doctors to be able to
pay for the damn schools. Do
you
know who's going to pay for the damn schools? Everybody else.
Or a ring is what it is.
Now, they're saying, well, of course, we can't raise income tax. No one's saying that you're going to raise income tax because you don't have one. So what else do you have? You only have two options in a state like Florida. You're going to have to raise sales tax, and you're going to have to bilk everybody who tries to come down to go to Disney World. Have you ever stayed in a Florida hotel? If you ever, you can look at your bill, and there literally is like an entire section of your bill where it's a non-Florida resident tax. That's how they fund most of their state. So they're actually trying to pass the burden off to all the tourists who come down to their state, family that wants to go to Disney World, Orlando.
God damn it. Everything can be traced back to him being pissed off because he was just like, I was going to take my kids to Disney.
Harry Potter or whatever, passing through their airport cruise. They're bilking everybody else to try and pay for their stuff. But let me just, and fine, that's voluntary. People voluntarily go down there. At the end of the day, one of the reasons why property tax in particular is important, and this is not popular, I'll just admit it straight up, is yes, the seniors, what they say is seniors on, quote, fixed income should not have to continue to pay into the system. They've paid their dues, so they shouldn't have to pay for school tax.
I agree with that.
Now, let's again, just think about that. Older, silent generation, they paid for the boomers' children's school taxes whenever they were going to school. But second, we all live in a collective society. We pay for their Medicare.
Oh, wait a minute. No. God damn it. For Sagar to make a good point on this one. I walked
for
that
their
back.
Social
No,
Security
right there.
checks. By the way, vastly more than...
there's until our healthcare system is, addressed. Fuck that.
They receive them.
Nah. Okay, so you don't want to pay into the schools? I don't want to pay for nursing homes. I don't want to pay for senior subsidies. Go fuck yourselves.
They ever paid into the...
I worked hard. Now you'll have to work harder than me.
The system, and in return, we expect that they also pay into, let's say, property taxes, school taxes.
Libertarian discovers we live in a society? No way.
Taxes for the societal compact that we're all in this together. Oh, and by the way, 911, ambulance services, city services, and others. Anyone want to tell me which age group vastly consumes a lot of those public services? Right, of course. So at the end of the day, somebody has got to pay. Someone has to pay for cops, for ambulances, for schools, which is what the vast portion of a lot of this is. There's only one way, if you get rid of property tax, to do that. It's to shift to a highly regressive sales tax and to a tourist tax, which, look, maybe that will work in Florida. And ultimately, this is up to Florida residents. You guys decide your own destiny. And Texans have already, my own home state has decided to do this. But I think this is highly dangerous because this is now going to catch on in every red state in the country. Many of these red states are places where people who are fleeing New York City, California, or whatever, are coming for a more affordable way of life. This is being sold as, it's going to reduce your overall tax burden. Again, it will come back to bite you no matter which way you look at it, okay? It's coming for you no matter what. Somebody has got to pay, ultimately, for this. What this net result would do...
They don't think that far, though. They hear, no property tax,
push it off to...
And then they're like, why is my car so expensive?
Other people. And they would try in the form of a sales tax, and it locks people into housing stock. One of the most common arguments from a lot of these people is like, oh, well, you know, the property, I bought this house in 1975, and since then, poor me, it's gone up to $2.5 million, and now I can't afford the property tax payment. Now, here's the thing, and but for some reason, we're supposed to feel sympathy only for the senior. How many people do you and I know?
No, I was about to say, no, feel bad for everybody, and then we can put a stop to that one.
Who are you?
We can do, like, caps on property taxes. That'd be nice.
Young, who's rent?
Where it's like, hey, even if your home value, like, with the current market doubles, we're not going to double your fucking property taxes. That'd be ridiculous.
Rent has gone up by 25 or 30%. Does anybody do anything for that person? Right? Does anybody care?
No.
Hey.
And this goes back to like 2008 when everybody lost their houses. It's not like they did anything there.
Oh, what does Ben Shapiro say? Move. Oh, sorry, that's the free market. And by the way, they don't even have equity in their rental property. These people are sitting on millions of dollars.
Dude, I'm not going to talk about wearing 2 watches when I was from the Swatch generation, and I may have played into that trend a little bit. I'm sure there's a picture of me with my, like, I think I had 4 on.
Of unrealized.
Oh, you should have seen my arms when WWJD bracelets were big.
Gains, not to mention their booming.
I wore those like I was collecting Pokemon medals.
Stock portfolio. So I'm
or badges.
Supposed to feel like deep sympathy because you're sitting on a multi-million-dollar property, which you could sell, by the way, if you wanted to, because you can't keep up with the burden. And then finally, fixed income. This thing is bullshit. The idea, quote, seniors on fixed income. They get. Social Security is literally pegged to inflation. Now, I'm not saying that the COLA, the cost of living adjustment, is true inflation or any of that. Does anybody else in the world get automatic adjustments in their income? For a young person whose rent went up by 30%, they don't get the requisite, 7, 8% or whatever automatic pay bump. They probably get either a decrease or they have to do the humiliating ritual, in a big corporation of being like, hey, yeah, I know it's my review time, but I would really like to get a, X% increase in my rate. And they're like, oh, sorry, actually, we can't do it this year. And what do? You just have to eat it. So everybody else.
Yeah, and then you're still on the hook for the same amount of property taxes, and these motherfuckers are out there buying their 3rd fucking car or boat or whatever the fuck. Like, that's the problem, is this really incentivizes the investor class that already owns too many fucking houses, that just, they own too much shit that they don't even care about.
Else is stuck with personal responsibility, but supposedly this whole
I've worked in estate sales. I can tell you right now, you can't take it with you when you die, and it's one of the bigger regrets that I've seen rich people have is that they thought they had to get all the shit, and then they, like, at the very end, they're like, I kind of wish I didn't have to deal with all this. Well, I'll hire this estate company.
Fixed income thing, even though it's not fixed, it's literally inflation adjusted and now tax free as a result of the big beautiful bill. 88% of Social Security.
Nothing sadder than seeing a family that had like 4 kids and they're all adults and none of them want any of it.
Recipients will not pay a single dollar in federal income tax on what they get from the government. So you put all this together, who are you prioritizing? In Florida, it's obvious. And he even said it in the video, our seniors. Now he's trying to sell it on Twitter as actually because the young have to pay more in property taxes because we cap it.
If I live in or around black neighborhoods, that's probably why they try to reappraise their house all the time.
People, we're really helping them. No,
I know.
At the end of the day, those are the people who need those services, like schools in particular. You will be paying for it no matter what. You are just going to be paying for it in a different way. Except now there's no market pressure to overturn housing stock, which, yes, I know that sounds mean, but I'm sorry, in a healthy society, what happens is that housing stock of 4, 5, 6 bedrooms and all these, 6 bedrooms, you're just super rich. But let's say 3, 4 bedrooms, something like that. Yes, that's normally supposed to turn over. Downsizing is a part of the American story. And I mean, not just the American story. If you go throughout the entire world, the idea that you have people who are in their 80s living in 3, 4, 5,000 square foot houses, you are nuts, out of your mind. Yeah. Multi-generational housing is the way that the rest of the world does it for a reason, so that people can look out for each other and be close to one another. You know, this whole thing
they also
is built
value the
on
family unit.
This idea as if you have a right to keep this massively appreciating asset, which through all
not
human history
like the
usually
50s
turns
Republican
over
way
either within family or not, and that you should get breaks from it in terms of paying for the future generation. So that's the end of my rant. But I mean, I've never seen I've never seen the amount. Weed is the only issue that's even comparable in the amount of hate that I get on top of this, and so that's how I know that I'm over the target. That's how I know I'm over the target. I was right on weed. I get more texts from people by the year.
I will say
oh my
how
God, I
wrong
can't believe I
he is
used to make
about
fun
that.
of you. You were totally correct. You'll all be back here whenever your sales tax spikes or your school's completely turned to shit.
or just
you're going
like
to be
have
back
the
and tell
ability
me
to
about why you wish
escape your fucking brain. This always, I call this one like good life privilege, where it's like this guy's never dealt with anything hard in his life that made it to where he's like, no, I need to escape. And honestly, if he did, he'd do pharmaceuticals. He'd do it the proper American way.
You wouldn't have voted for this. But I know everybody
would see him being a fenthead.
Because everybody, oh, I just want to pay less taxes. You're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it somehow.
Well, and that is the other
Yeah.
option, is that instead of paying for it through a highly regressive sales tax, that they just cut the school budgets. And I mean, there is a long, and DeSantis is part of this, a long like conservative war on public education. They love to demonize teachers. You know, that's part of what the the teacher strike wave was all about, is these massive cuts that were coming to education and to teacher pay, et cetera. And so, you know, it sort of fits with this broader ideological project. For me personally, I'd be okay with reducing property taxes if you're replacing it with something that is more progressive and more based on your class. That would be a progressive income tax. But in Florida, since there is no income tax, that's obviously
Right, they don't have
not on the table. So what you're going to be replacing it with
Yes.
is something that is deeply regressive. And it is kind of like, the logic of this is very bizarre to me, of like the fact that you own this asset that appreciated and has a higher value now, that's a negative. And that's something that we need to orient our political system around, protecting people who live in homes and own homes, number one, which is a very privileged set of society at this point,
and
who
old,
have had the
yes.
the good fortune to see that asset appreciate over time. So
Narc? He's a narc
it
ass
fits
narc.
with this broader ideological conservative project. So I think it'll continue to be a trend. I did want to read Ron DeSantis's subtweet of you, just so people
Please,
know.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
we
so
can put it in post-production too.
Sagar had
Go ahead.
tweeted,
Yeah.
let me be 100% clear, ending property taxes in Florida especially is a massive giveaway to the elderly. It's an attempt by the worst generation to pass any and all expenses of living in a society to the young, while they get free healthcare and inflation-adjusted free income. By the way,
Can you argue with that?
Fully support Social Security, fully support Medicare, but I do think that level of care and safety net and concern should not just be exclusively for
Yes.
boomers. This other lady quote tweeted you and
Yes.
was like, this is the most ridiculous take I've ever seen. And then Ron DeSantis chimed in and said, isn't it a bit odd that the same weak arguments are all of a sudden circulating at the same time? Gee, I wonder why. Must be a coincidence. So just like you said,
He's saying I'm being paid by a bot.
insinuating that you're being
Yeah.
paid to have this take, and that you're, just some sort of bot out there who's pushing this narrative. But to me, it was an indication.
Oh, I'm over the target.
Not only are you over the
100%.
target, but you've been influential.
Yeah.
Other people must be chiming in if he feels like there's a whole army of this quote unquote weak argument circulating at the same time.
It's circulating because, and look, I'll be on the Charlie Kirk show later today to lay out the same thing about property tax. The reason why this is catching on is for years they've just been.
How long is that going to go on for?
Able to chant brain dead month.
You do know, I gotta just say, at some point, the branding is gonna get confusing. It's already confusing to me. Where I was like, isn't he dead?
Well, look, guys, here's the deal. You are literally targeting the least distortionary type of tax, one of the oldest taxes in American history, Lindy, in terms of our society. If you care about your community, these are literally the only type that's actually going to help.
It's weird that I do actually agree with him on that.
What you're doing, it's helping raise the next generation, and it's literally a gambit by the elderly and
I don't have kids
and the home ownership class.
I understand this,
which is
I understand what it means in my community to have well-educated people serving the community,
largely elderly. Do you want to know what the median home buyer?
Part of the biggest problem that he's not addressing here is the fact that we incentivize leaving your hometown immediately,
in Florida,
which is insane. And it's unsustainable.
Is 60 years old. Median is 60 years old.
I don't mind traveling, but this idea that you need to immediately leave your hometown, and if you don't, then you're a loser, that was detrimental to the American psyche.
Who's living in the state of Florida, who are, again, getting free health care, free Social Security from the government, and then the state, every time there's a hurricane.
Because then all of a sudden it became a bad thing to inherit your parents' house type of shit.
Yeah, we're talking about our federal taxpayer. Where's that going? Huh? You guys are literally an uninsurable.
That's why you're not seeing it as much too, because like they're selling the old family homes, and then again, these people are not going to move to where their parents were living, especially if it was a retirement community.
State. Who do you think's backing that up? FEMA, which basically exists for the state of Florida. That's fine. You guys are part of the country. You send some dollars here too. It's cool. We all live in a society. I accept my role, even though I don't live in Florida, that we often have to bail out the state of Florida. I'm actually okay with that. But they're not okay.
I'm not.
At the end of the day.
I'm not, because it's never reciprocated.
With Trump.
Like, look at the way that they fuck us. Like, look at the way that they... he mentioned with the whole like charging taxes to out-of-state residents every time that they do something. That's fucked up. And then they want to go and take my money anytime that they have a fucking hurricane because they're living in Hurricane Alley. Go, no more for you.
Trying to fund basic social services.
I want to rebuild. No, you don't rebuild. It's the same thing I said about California. No, this is a fire zone now. Don't rebuild there.
Especially in these counties. I mean, Miami-Dade County, as I just read there, is one of those counties that massively relies specifically on this homestead property tax to fund their schools. That's who you're attacking. And then they always are bragging about how great their schools are. Don't say gay and all that. That's fine with me. All right, cool. All right, again, but if you're going to massively try and slash all of this, what's going to happen? You're either going to slash it, or you're going to have to move the burden, again, literally in a highly regressive sales tax, or on tourists who are already getting bilked in your home state.
And they are not coming to your home state as much.
The Disney Corporation, by the cruise industry, and all these other people. I just think
Disney is hemorrhaging money right now.
It's deeply unfair. And this stuff is catching on because in the age of the affordability revolution, let's think about the Republicans and the Ben Shapiros of the world and the DeSantis of the world. What do they say to New York City renters when they say they want to freeze the rent? Communism. Socialism, right? It's the same argument on property tax. It's unfair how much my house is appreciated in value, and I shouldn't have to pay based upon that value. He likens the transaction of...
Again, if there was a way to bring like fairness there, because he's not addressing the fact that they do artificially inflate the prices of homes.
Purchasing a home to purchasing a
I mean, look at the fact, like... Dude, this is part of the cost of living crisis that we're going through.
That is the IQ
He's
of
almost
the
there,
argument,
folks. He's
which
like
is being
so
made
close.
Here. E2, please. Let's take a listen.
You should own your property free and clear. I think.
I still can't believe that everybody thought that he was going to replace Trump, and he's such a dingus.
To say that
he couldn't
someone
even,
that's
like,
been in their house
now
for
people
35
are like, he might not
years
even win
just
for
has to
governor
keep
again.
ponying up money. That is not. You don't own your home if that's the case. So yes, of course, I'd like to see people be able to owe free and clear. And it's interesting because it's like if I go to Best Buy and buy a flat screen TV and put it on the wall, I got to pay a sales tax on it, right? But I don't keep paying tax on it every year. I mean, it's just that's not how we do things. It's like, okay, if you're going to tax something, you tax it at the transaction and then let people actually
there it is, dude.
Enjoy their private property free and clear.
The sales taxes on homes in Florida are about to fucking be astronomical.
Of the government. So that I think is the vision.
Holy
that's the
fuck.
philosophical.
Dude, I just freaked out over an actual it was another sales tax for when we had to do the car thing.
Well, here's the stupidity that he just laid out there. If you want to take meatball seriously, in that let's tax it at the time of transaction. Okay, everybody want a $100,000 surcharge on the top of their house? That's what he's saying there. Okay. So in perpetuity, let's say average home ownership in Florida or in the U.S., that's like 8 years.
Yeah, do you own the road that you use to get to Best Buy?
To front load 8% of property tax in your transaction. Do we all want to sign up for that? That sounds really great for a new homeowner. Oh, actually, my closing costs just went from, X thousands to multiples of X thousands, not rolled into my mortgage payment. Is that fair?
Yep.
Is that super fair?
Yeah. And I was about to say that fucks anybody that's trying to do escrow payments. Holy, have fun, Florida.
You're gonna pay
have
for
fun.
it. This is what people just don't seem to get.
I love that they keep getting what they deserve, though. You deserve this politics. You deserve it. As a fucking state, you deserve it. Start voting for some left wingers in that state to maybe put some checks and balances on some of this wacky ass shit that you constantly like later figure out, oh, this was a bad idea.
We can just cut this here.
And to my point earlier, no, we stopped paying for your bullshit.
You can live in a state with no income tax, and you can just magically have a school district. You're either going to have a shit school district, or you're going to move to a high sales tax. By the way, high sales tax is not only regressive on the poor, it's also regressive on the young when you look at consumption data. So it's at the end of the
leading the pack in accelerationism.
Or
They
even
really
just
are.
for like your private fire
I mean, to be fair, the state might not even be there in 20 years, so.
fighter service or
Yeah.
private
Maybe that's why they're
security,
amping it
you
all
know?
up.
Even in these high tax states like California, you still end up with things like that because of the distortion of that property tax measure that they passed, where people who have owned their homes for quite a long time do not get they get property tax capped, and it's not pegged to the overall market rate, which means that there's no turnover in the supply, and it is the least affordable housing in the entire United States. You can't be pro-affordability, pro-family, and then also be anti-property tax. It's a completely incongruous position. It's also not a surprise to me that fucking Dave Rubin and all these other filthy rich, confluencers down there are against it. Yeah, why do you think, when you own a multi-million-dollar property in Florida, and that's the only fucking tax that you actually have to pay, they're like, I'm sure it's a very principled position, that these people are all taking. So at the very least, yeah, if you want to say,
yeah, no income tax.
I'm
seriously,
arguing against my own economic interest. All right, it's who's paying me? Nobody is paying me. It takes look. If you want to actually look out for the future, and in particular, if you want to look out, and I believed in this in the Sun Belt and everything. People were moving to Texas, Florida, Georgia, all across the nation. They wanted more space, they want more quality of life, and they want a little bit less of being told what to do from the big blue authorities. I have no issue with that. In fact, I'm supportive of it. I think it's cool, but I think it's really disgusting because
Man, you
what
missed
they're
all the fun
doing
today.
is basically putting the interest.
Oh boy, I don't know where the hell the algorithm took me, but oh boy, did we have a nice little cavalcade of trolls.
Of these elderly people over all of these new young people
spread
who are
out
moving
too.
into
It
the
wasn't
States
all at one
to
time.
pursue
That
their
was kind of
own
interesting.
American dream. It's like a bait and switch, if you ask me. And so I think that's really sick. And ultimately, people, look, I already know everyone's going to support this and going to vote for it, and they're going to find out the hard way at the end of the day about why this has always been one of the oldest funding mechanisms for, since the very foundations of the Republic. And, it sounds fun and sexy and all of that. And ultimately, the net result will be much worse public services, worse schools, if everybody wants, if you want a homeschool, I think that's fine, but not everybody does. Some people actually want to send their children to public school. I went to Texas public high school. There's nothing wrong with it. And, it's one of those where broadly was long seen as something that.
Honestly, it's always these assholes that went to public school that think that private school is that much different in education or turnout. No.
You could be proud
really
of,
isn't.
even in a red state where you have school choice and everything. And even now, they're trying to do
No, because most private schools, it will break your brain. How many people went to my school?
Away with it. So I think it's sick, but we've got a great guest standing by. Let's get to it. Hey.
I had 35 people in my graduating class. 35. Most people tell me that that's around the amount of people that they had in one class. And trust me, even just with a few people not graduating, it really offset their numbers. By the way, I'm going to just show him because he's wearing a hoodie that I know where he got that from, as far as who he's working with. So, guys, this will be one of the options for the merchandise coming up. We are so close. I wish I would have thought about like putting a timer. So, woo, Pep, the second coming. Let's effing go. Hell yeah. Hope you had fun over on this space. Was Good Morning Comrade live today, or was that syndicated? I missed Jake today. Second week in a row that I haven't seen him. Hope he's doing well. Syndicated? Okay. Wait, so was I the only live show today? No. No, who else is on? I miss the early days where I could just go check the schedule, but we don't really post it anymore. Christina? Oh, right. That's right. Okay. And then Alex and Dieter. Oh. Really? Oh, Carlos is live. Okay, cool. Cool. Letterhack needs to crack the whip. I mean, to be fair, he did open it for syndicated content, so. But, you know what? Why would I complain? It makes me the gem of this space where I do not only non-syndicated content, but it's all exclusive. You can only see my This Space show on this space. So, Movie Night Extravaganza is a live recast tonight. Oh. Now the videos are starting to flood in about this. Even this space syndicated content is awesome. Oh no, I'm not complaining. Like I said, I'm also not judging. Like I am happy that I get to do what I want as far as my propaganda show. What is she playing? What the hell is this? Did it pass the Senate? Yeah, it passed the Senate unanimously. They did a thing where what game is this?
Okay, Yorko City. 82 expires. Okay. We're all good here. And then she has an entry ticket. Awesome.
Cat my boot? Wait, no, that's her socials. What the fuck game is this? This is weird.
Okay, I think I did it well. Keep the rulebook open. I got it. Thank you.
What is it?
Imagine enforcing border
Papers,
security
please?
for a living.
Okay.
The bill to release the Epstein files, the Senate joining late today as we came on the air, and there you have it. What we will
It's a
see
great
in the
game.
Epstein
It
files
looks fun.
will be, among other things, his emails.
I'm guessing
And
it's
something
Steam.
we didn't know last week is what 20,000
You play a border
of
agent.
them look like. They continue to show the very problems that many people correctly surmise and allege involved cover-ups, including political elites. There's correspondence with former Obama official and Harvard President Larry Summers. He was also, of course, someone who was doing things with Epstein and taking money from him. And today, under this pressure, even though his ties had previously been exposed,
Man,
the
this slimy
emails, in other
fucker.
words, more detail, only coming from this revelation, led to his unusual announcement that he's stepping back from public commitments. He says he's ashamed. Summers maintained contact with Epstein from 2013 to 2019. That was,
Oh, you hear that, guys? He's sorry and he's ashamed.
after his initial problems and into the period of his second arrest. Summers and others apparently didn't care about that. These are, again, people who are very informed. He's a Harvard professor. And they had these exchanges. Speaking of Summers' dating life, Epstein in 2018 said, "I'm a pretty good wingman, huh?" Summers agreed, "You were good." Quote, "She did not want to have a drink because she was tired." Trump also came up, Epstein saying in 2017, "Recall, I've told you I've met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump. Not one decent cell in his body. So yes, dangerous." Now, Summers is responding by saying that at least he wants to pull back and show some level of accountability. People can debate whether there should be more. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is the person who, amidst all of this, has not had accountability, including for his public misogyny, statements against women. People remember.
I mean, I wouldn't go out.
16 actors.
Did you really do the thing where you're like, well, at least he's holding himself accountable?
Hollywood.
No, he was caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and he just went, oh, shit.
Revelation. And now he's lashing out with crude insults. This is a moment amidst all of this where he's talking to a woman reporter who was asking, doing her job, asking about the Epstein issue.
Quiet, Piggy.
That's where we are tonight. I want to bring in Rick Wilson, who co-founded the Lincoln Project. Alex Wagner.
You can tell that he's kind of over this shit. Where he's just like, you know what, fuck this guy.
I mean, it just quiet piggy says probably one of the most piggish presidents in American history, if not the most piggish president in American history, given the way he has demeaned and debased women and stripped them of fundamental bodily rights and autonomy. It is impossible to square the Trump that you see in these really candid moments. He had another one in the White House in his bilateral press conference, or in his pool spray with Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia today, where he's demeaning another female reporter. It is impossible to square the man who does that. And I think naturally and honestly, his attitude towards women is on display there, with someone who says he actually wants the truth to get out about Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein didn't.
There's no whimsy in his voice anymore, just only vitriol, devastation, and rage.
Demean, debate.
Oh, exhaustion and rage.
Abused women. And I'm not saying that what he did and Donald Trump has done are the same or on the same level, but I don't think that there's any particular. I have a very difficult time believing that Donald Trump harbors any desire to get to the bottom of Jeffrey Epstein's sins and really wants to give justice to the women who are abused and traumatized for decades.
Bro's lashing out big time like a cornered animal. Yeah, I mean, for real. That's the number one thing that showed me that, where he usually has enough restraint to not do shit like that. That was a big tell.
Jeffrey Epstein. You have to look at that.
Especially for someone like Donald Trump that will never admit that he's wrong or he's scared or like his poker, my poker face is the best. I always just look like an asshole.
That person who calls women pigs and has done so repeatedly. And think about him as the person who's now in charge of the truth about these women and their abuser getting out.
Understood. Rick Wilson, there's also been this large clash inside MAGA that Trump has failed to quell. This is his biggest loss today. And so amidst all the important things, including what Alex Wagner just gave us, a speed education on the import and those connections, there's the wider politics where he's losing. And if you can lose on this, you can lose on other things. Lame duck. Here's MTG.
This has been one of the most destructive things to MAGA. Watching this actually turn into a fight has ripped MAGA apart. The only thing that will speak to the powerful, courageous women behind me is when action is actually taken to release these files, and the American people won't tolerate any other.
Rick?
Look, if Marjorie Taylor Greene can break from the MAGA coalition, that sets up a permission structure where she's been a stalwart for him from the very beginning, as she's said many times. But as they see themselves under increasing political pressure from Donald Trump's mistakes on the economy, on tariffs, on jobs.
We got Jack Herrera. Jack Herrera. It tastes a little off.
They're going to start saying to themselves, if she got away with it, maybe I can too. He can't go after us all. And so they start scattering like cockroaches when the kitchen light comes on. And suddenly Trump doesn't look like the all-powerful demigod of MAGA anymore. He looks like the problematic weird uncle at Thanksgiving who drinks too much. And I think the behavior you're seeing...
You know what? Listen, Biggie. Listen. This is what your mother calls you behind your back. I've heard her. I've heard her say that you're a little piggy oink oink.
Insulting these women reporters, etc. That is in part to just natural Trump character. But I also think he's been triggered. He's under tremendous stress by this story. It will not go away. It's the one story we've ever seen where he can't just command MAGA to believe that the sky is green, not blue. He can't reshape reality for them in the same way he has in the past.
You're all colorblind, every single one of you. Technically, my doctor said I had the perfect vision, and guess what? I stepped outside. The sky is green. It's so green.
I think we really are witnessing a transition in Trump's
It's greener than this guy's walls. I mean, who chooses those walls? Does he live in a log cabin? What's going on there?
Decline of not.
This guy this guy walked into an Eddie Bauer and said, "You know what? I'm gonna make that my entire style."
Not only his political power, but the fear that defined it for many people in the
I shouldn't give Trump my good jokes.
base.
Yeah, and you're speaking to whether he is effective at what he's doing, and that relates partly to him.
Right.
And there have been many hours of discussion.
Pep talks, you know what? He's giving me a tight 5. What can I say? Great writer, that pep talk.
About what he's like.
A little bit of a lefty, but you know what? We'll forgive
It
him.
relates partly to the bottom line, which is
He lives in the Green Room Party all the
2
time.
votes in the House. He can threaten a primary MTG.
You know what's funny? So I've been to a few green rooms, and there's only been one that actually was a green room.
She can threaten not to vote for the GOP speaker. Doesn't make her a Democrat. She could just withhold. Now they have a House hanging by 1 vote. They could lose it before November. Sure. Why is it, in your view, Rick, as a student
I went to one that had a picnic table once. That was something
of all this, that's
how I knew I made it, guys.
This is the issue that did it, because there are plenty of people who aren't in this daily politics universe who would say, wouldn't it be that he didn't bring down prices? Wouldn't it be that you got agents
It's the dark green with the wooden mirror
in the streets, and you got
Like,
soldiers in the
just-
streets in a way
yeah.
that traditional conservatives, and I mean traditional going back to John Adams, don't quarter soldiers in people's homes. I mean, you go back a long ways. That's not how you use soldiers. And yet this right now is the one. Explain.
Look, what it really goes back to is 2015 and 2016, when Donald Trump caught that wave of Pizzagate, QAnon, all these lurid conspiracy theories, and the MAGA base was more activated by that particular chain of conspiracy theories than almost anything else we've ever studied in polling or anything else. They really believed Trump was going to save the children. And as it turns out, as we've seen this evolve over time,
egg on their faces.
Trump is an intimate of Epstein in many ways, a
Whoa.
friend. If he appears in 1,800 instances in a tranche of 27,000 documents, they're worried now that Donald Trump has lied to them. And it's really taken 10 years for them to let this percolate through their brains and to process it. But it is now increasingly scaring them. Not only that the idea
my
that
God,
Donald
it's
Trump
even more
was a
wooden than
friend
I
of
thought.
Epstein's, but that he could be
Is that a
culpable
bow
in
and
some
arrow,
of the things
too?
that Epstein did. And that is
Oh, this guy's definitely got something dead and like around the corner there.
really sending them around the corner. They thought it would be that the Democrats would say, oh, well, Clinton's in the files, Larry Summers in the files, so we can't say anything. But every Democrat I've heard has come out and said, let the ball roll. Whoever's
Yeah.
in the files, it all needs to
Yeah.
come out. And I think it does. And I think that has really shaken the MAGA confidence in Trump being able to get away from this one.
I mean, they're not wrong. That was a solid video, I gotta say. Finally, so is it the like during the day they are not allowed to really talk about Trump, but it's the nighttime where it's like, you know what? He goes night night. I go night night. I got I have a good sleeping schedule. I make sure I get my warm milk in me before 5 o'clock p.m. and then I go and take a little doze. That's why he's up at 3 a.m. He wakes up for his morning shit, and that's what it is. It's not the whole like he never went to bed. It's like no, he's just he's a sundowner. What you gonna do? He saved the children from a normal, healthy childhood, dude. Yeah, so you're telling me that my Trump coin ain't gonna become $1 million? Bandit, I got some bad news for you, homie. Very bad news. Wait, powerless to veto. Wait. Oh my God, it's a veto-proof majority. Oh, okay. Now that's a big development there. Development. I should have noticed that a little bit sooner, but yeah, that's crazy. They don't. Oh man.
And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
That's how it went down. Congress united against President Trump, forcing him and his administration to release the files that they have been withholding. The push began earlier this year with Democrats using
no wonder he's in panic mode.
a rare method
Because I don't think this is also going the way that he thought, where he's like, yeah, you know what? Pass it. Go ahead. Stall in the Senate. And then, you know what? Maybe once it gets to my desk, I'll just make sure, yeah, we'll do the right thing. Just make sure you got enough time there, Cash. Come on, Cash. I need you to finish up that thing I had you doing.
To override the Republican speaker. They picked off some Republicans against Trump. Tonight we can see how that strategy worked.
Veto-proof majority. They had unanimous consent throughout the Senate. That means everybody was a yes vote.
Republicans retreated.
No dissension.
Going from opposing.
Because all they had to do was have one person go, nah.
Any Epstein vote to virtually all of them joining Democrats to back this within one vote of unanimously. That was in the House.
Yeah, literally one dude that was just like, nope, I'm a principled asshole.
Now, unanimously in the Senate. More.
When was the last time that 2/3 of the Senate agreed on anything?
On how that
that's actually a good question.
Vote count will weaken Trump's legislative strategy. I'll get into that in a moment. Now, this is moving fast. Trump losing all control of the process. This news breaking within the last hour, rocking the Trump White House. It looked unthinkable to Trump just a week ago. His Republican defense is cracking in the Senate, too, where Republicans
Clay Higgins looking guilty.
Just allowed Senator Schumer to bring the Epstein bill to the floor.
Dude, he really is. How are you going to be the only one? Do you think that he had that moment where he's just like, I can't be the... Oh, I thought you were going to do... I thought we talked about this.
Through a unanimous agreement. That means...
Do you think that they played a prank on him where they're just like, hey, nobody tell Clay. This will be really funny.
Single Republican senator was left.
Because I'm not sure if you guys saw, I was watching it live. So they had a guy who hit the no button by accident. So he was just like, actually, hold on. I just saw that my name was technically a no. That's not correct, sir. I tried to hit yes. I just have fat fingers. Can we take another tally? He actually did that.
Back the strategy Trump has been using.
And then it went down to Clay, where he's just like, oh!
All year through
Because you know that he had that moment where he was just like, oh, at least there's one. Okay, all right. One other person I can at least kind of share.
Blocking
now he's the only one?
And that bought him about 302 days in the House.
You said it, Edge.
So Mike Johnson trying everything, even avoiding holding House sessions rather than facing this today. Now, here's what the House voted for. Using its power to force the Trump administration to release all the files.
Oh, damn.
Okay, that means files related to Epstein
Maxwell was on it.
And his travel, and Maxwell, his convicted co-conspirator.
Oh, this is making me nervous. My man Tim, he's nervous. So hold on, guys. What does that mean? Why would he be nervous about this? Oh, I'm conflicted. Oh, no. Well, there's only one thing that this means. Kickflip.
It means that they will try to get the information about others linked to Epstein's crime from people to companies. That's a lot. And there may be many witnesses inside government who know where those records are, meaning that if somebody in the government were to try to hide or destroy them to duck Congress, they can be reminded that itself would be a crime. Now, this new bill, which I'm telling you just passed now, both houses of Congress
find his name on that list.
Also demands more. They want records on any deals to grant immunity or prosecution avoidance, which is called a non-prosecution agreement.
Edie Pepper's
they
too
want
cute.
any secret communications.
I can't tell you how excited I got when my wife gave that to me.
That occurred inside both Trump's DOJ and past administrations. Okay, this is not a party thing on paper. If somebody was giving a sweetheart deal to Epstein or
I did see it previously, though, where I was just like, oh, my God, it looks like Tim Pool, but Tim Pepper.
Went around him in
and
any
did
past administration, in any party, they want to know that, too. And then there's a second category that could haunt Trump's first term. Communications related to Epstein's associates, his detention.
I haven't done this in a while.
And subsequent death.
He technically.
And documents on Epstein
becomes
jailing
Robin.
of Epstein and the death, and that would include the examiner files or autopsy reports and records. And if you say, gosh, I guess people think maybe there was some reason to review that or something suspicious about Epstein's death in the custody of the Trump administration's Bureau of Prisons, overseen by then Attorney General Bill Barr. Well, this is not now some random party chatter or internet talk or meme jokes. This is the combined authority of both houses of Congress, almost unanimous, both parties, saying we also want to know what happened in that jail cell. And asking questions, as journalists can tell you, doesn't mean you're assuming the answer. It just means Let's get all the documents. And why are you hiding them? Now, Trump's party controls the White House and both houses of Congress. You're watching the news, you probably know that. So think about what today means. Nicole Wallace and others were discussing this in our coverage late today. He controls them, but not today. He lost on this issue of his own personal and political vulnerability. There's an old political saying that says there can be a thin line between impossible and inevitable. That's true in life sometimes. You think about how I would never do that, and then you end up doing it. It can be true in politics, too. When Trump came out guns a-blazing politically, I don't mean that literally, in January.
We're getting up to that point of closing out the contest. So, yeah, keep making those guesses.
With his re-election and his Elon Musk and his Doge, it would have been hard to imagine.
If you don't know what's going on there, the guess how many peppers are in the jar, and you get an exclusive discount code for when the merch drops.
One vote.
And first dibs.
And that goes to how he is now
all my merch will be
because
very limited.
It was such a big vote, he can't stop it anymore. I'll explain that in a moment. But remember, this story has dominated now and upended Trump's second term. The hiding is over. To paraphrase the singer SZA, no more hiding, even if it burns or blinds. No more hiding.
My dude really likes SZA.
The nation has watched Trump go from hiding the Epstein files.
I was like, wait, why is SZA on the screen? Just because.
Being forced to release them. And lately, this past 2 days.
And like
he's been.
The great poets, Wu-Tang Clan said, protect your neck.
Pretending he backs them without releasing them. As SZA might say.
Oh my God, again?
Crashing for real. Trying for real.
Get the fuck out of here.
No more fake fighting. Don't gotta say it, because I already know. Gotta break it if you want to grow.
And as the RZA would say, shimmy, shimmy, yo, shimmy, yay.
No more hiding. I will say on a personal note, Alex Wagner is our guest coming up, and we will get her views on whether this was a forced lyrical reference. But it is literally true. There will be no more hiding now that the bill has passed. Congress is showing some spine. Republicans.
We know who his crush is.
Following the lead that, remember, began
my dude just
with.
He gave it up on air.
Democrats.
No.
They were the ones that, whatever criticism.
Is that him shooting his shot? It's just like, hey, you know what? Just happened to run into her. His fantasy is just like, I saw your coverage. You know what? I think that you were very fair, and you're a fan. I don't know what
criticisms you have, and boy, there are all kinds of criticisms of the Democratic Party, left, right, and center.
Yeah, she's literally somewhere watching this clip, like, huh?
The ones that led this and then recruited the Republican defections to rebuff Trump. Again, this is the kind of revolt, united and bipartisan in spirit, if not in all reality and history, that you rarely see in Washington, really in the last several years, and that we have not seen all year in this tumultuous Trump second term. The Senate is joining the House. Remember, Trump tried to prevent this day from coming. Couple examples. Back in February, they released these files that weren't the Epstein files because, and MAGA leaders have been mad about this, Trump was, if you follow the news, just bear with me here, but Trump was lying. Except instead of lying about...
Okay, each one of these dildos, who do you got? Live the TikTok, you got, what's his face? I forgot his name, Putzaroonie. And then no, I already used Putzaroonie. What's a good one for her? Because I actually don't know her name. I just know that she's been on Piers Morgan. She's a kind of a dum-dum. But
out liberals.
I wonder how all of them feel right now. This one behind, like right here, she got lucky.
Democrats or some other issue, he was lying to his base and these MAGA leaders about the thing that he said he would release a year ago.
They don't have a long-haired.
And what you see there are, well,
squirrel.
He would call maybe a hoax or fake news, fake binders that didn't really have the Epstein files in them, as the AP summarized. By summer, he got the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to commit to something on paper which rejects and undercuts the current effort to say they want to open new probes.
Funny visual.
She admitted there's no client list. She walked back her own
Liz
theory.
Wheeler. Oh, yeah, you know what? She did.
She wrote a memo saying there is nothing left to investigate. So if Pam Bondi's Justice Department shows up in a courtroom in a week or two saying, well, actually, we can't release any of this because we have new open probes, You can bet the other lawyers and the judge will say, but you committed to DOJ letterhead on paper the opposite.
Oh.
And it was just last week when the Trump White House summoned a congresswoman into a unusual situation room.
Oh, wow. So this isn't just veto proof, but for real. Like, they kind of crossed their T's and dotted the I's on this one.
Raiding a pressure campaign against defections. Longtime Republican, but Trump critic Bill Kristol talked about this on our program this week. He said credit to the true believers who, on the other side of the Trump onslaught, held their ground. Now, I'm going to show you something tonight that is as important to this news as the news, and yet it is archival. Our MS Now and Beat producers have pulled this together so you can remember that while Trump now, tonight, has said he's not even going to resist this, he's going to...
It's like one of the first jokes I think I, got a teacher with.
...to sign it, and I'll explain why he basically can't veto this in a minute, but he says that now, and he's trying to get different...
It's like, obviously, I made some dyslexia jokes.
...headlines, but we have the receipts for you. The president and Republican
Hello.
Speaker Johnson.
I didn't know they were about me because I actually didn't have a diagnosis until after high school.
Their approach for 302 days was to prevent this vote.
I made the
that was
joke
then forced
about
on
like, yeah, you know what? I finished my homework, so I'm dyslexic, so I
Democrat
cross the I's and dot the T's.
that never ends.
They're forcing a political show vote on the Epstein files.
Sure,
This is
Trump
a
will be
political
scrubbed from the
exercise.
files, though. I mean, the thing is, we know this. It's not about being sure. They have said this. Like, we know what they're doing. We know where they're doing it. Kash Patel and the FBI have had these files for a long time. And Donald Trump, on record, came out and just said, you know what? It'd be great. Let's definitely get my name out of there. We gotta protect the people, protect those people.
Been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the
Aliana
Democrats.
on the new phone.
Some stupid
What up? How you
Republicans
doing?
and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
He had nothing to do with it. President Trump has clean hands. He's not worried about it.
Well, I don't want to talk about it because
Get up, Piggy.
The discharge petition is not
I can't believe he did
only
it.
reckless, it
He
is
just
also
went for
a
it.
totally moot point.
God, they really are getting pissed, though. Just like, I'm glad that they're clipping this the way that they are, because I'm starting to really see throughout just the last few days where their demeanor went from confident and kind of like, nah, you know what? We got procedure, just more procedure, but we got to take care of this procedure. Dude, now it's just like, we got to just do this. And then Trump just, wait, what was your fucking question? Oink, oink, piggy.
They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything.
So happy I bought my first pair of boxing gloves. Oh, nice.
Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody
All right.
look at it. But don't talk
Feeling better.
about it too much.
Was feeling a little
That's where Trump
sick
landed
earlier.
yesterday, having been dealt this defeat. I quote Mike Johnson tonight, the GOP speaker, back to Mike Johnson. Quote, reckless. But then why did he vote for it today? The answer is obvious. It's why people get cynical and basically disaffected about politics in general. He can't square the circle. If it was reckless, he shouldn't vote for it. If it wasn't reckless and he supports it today, they should have supported it to begin with. If you cared about the truth, the facts, the DOJ, or the victims, well, then you'd have a consistent position.
God, do I have to? Yeah, he really does have
Not
that.
all of this.
Yeah, good observation.
But within that negativity and cynicism, there is also a little sliver
What up,
of hope
DJX? How
in
you
the
doing?
American experience of democracy. You go to a class and someone tells you about they got this thing with the discharge petition, yada, yada. Okay, who cares? But then you find out people can actually use that even against very powerful people. The speaker and the president are very powerful in our government. That's two branches of government right there. And this system worked today. We will find out in the future how that must continue to be forced and pressed. Journalists, activists, lawyers, people interested in getting the truth out can go through the court process. But today, that petition that started mostly with Democrats and a couple Republicans has now unearthed all of this. And Mike Johnson and Donald Trump are pretending to support the thing the Democrats pushed that they fought for 302 days. Trump says he'll sign this. That's late breaking. That he's now okay with the release, while he's also playing games at the DOJ. 60% of Americans are concerned that Trump knew about the abuse.
Dude, it's getting harder to do
We all
his
know how
face.
bill becomes a law.
I just
You
realized
send it
that,
down to
since
White
the stroke
House,
thing,
and
he
then
really
you find
does
out
have
whether
a
the
different
president
lip.
signs it.
He used to do this.
But the president can veto a bill.
He doesn't do the purse
The vast
anymore.
majority of bills throughout history cannot survive a veto. And that's why you have that whole system. I'm sure you remember. You see the
Oh my
signing,
God,
you see
dude.
a veto. What just happened tonight was unthinkable to so many a week ago. the Senate, controlled by Republicans, could have done all kinds of things, delayed or passed it by 55 votes. No, they are now joining with a unanimous agreement, a veto-proof majority.
That makes me think that there's no Republican senators on there.
Which means Trump has no power to stop this.
It really is just that one guy where it's just like, don't ask me where I was in 1993. Oh, my God. Can he use the Supreme Court to fuck? No, he can't. And I don't think the Supreme Court would take it up because I had to explain this to somebody earlier. People, like, the Supreme Court sucks, yes, but they have had some principled stances on his tariffs, and they're not doing the unilateral, like, yeah, you know what, Donnie? Sure. Have all of it. Ruin this country, like, where it's beyond repair. They're not. He can veto it? No, he can't. It beat the veto-proof majority on both. So no veto. He has to fucking sign this. Without his supporters, he's degrading. Yeah, he is. Oh, his power is degrading. I thought you meant him. Like, as a person. I mean, he is. I'm just trying to find an angle, find the angle they will try to take if there's any exit ramps. The thing is, they've already exerted all of their options. Like, this is what happens. It's like a movie. It is actually like a movie. It's like the structure of a good villain, where you think, like, a good villain requires you to think that he's going to win. You know, sometimes they even let him win. Like, Thanos, this is why he was such an iconic villain. I mean, outside of comic books, obviously, but I gotta say, I like the way the MCU did it, where it was kind of like, oh shit, he won. Like, when Infinity War was done, that fucked with so many people, including myself, where I was just like, what? Holy fuck, they actually did it. Like, they let him win? What? I'm like, that's how we're doing this? Obviously, something happened in Endgame. Don't want to ruin it for anybody that doesn't know, but a very awesome assemble moment. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing though. Like, Thanos at the very end in Endgame, very end, actually, like, damn near the beginning of the movie. But, you know, he got what he wanted. But then the whole thing happened where it's like, nope, sorry, pal. We're going back in time and we're going to unfuck this. Last good MCU movie, in my opinion. Yeah. No, I actually kind of agree. Like, Loki's, like, movie. If we're separating the movie and TV shows, I'll just say projects. Loki's good. Moon Knight was great. I actually really like Moon Knight. Oscar Isaacs, he hates Disney, so he will not reprise that role, and that sucks because I love Moon Knight. Okay, Loki was good. Yeah, Loki was awesome. And then, I mean, I did not like Fantastic. Oh, Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts was awesome. You named them the Thunderbolts after your Pee Wee soccer team? It's one of my favorite stories. The name of my Pee Wee soccer team. You know, we sucked. We didn't even complete the game, and we were losing anyway. And then somebody just, you know, the goalie went and she took a poo in the middle of the field. That's my memory. It's just like, you know what? Yeah, that's Pee Wee soccer. I think I've told the story that one of my dad's favorite pictures. It is a great picture. I gotta find this. I wonder if he still has it, or do I have it? Shit. But yeah, it is me when I was 7 years old. I was goaltending for my I think this was for the Salvation Army. because the Salvation Army sponsored our soccer team for a while. So it's a picture of me with my finger in my nose, watching the ball go into the net, and you see my dad in profile like this. Just, that's my boy! Oh. Yeah. As I said, my dad's a funny fucking guy. He just didn't know when to turn it off all the time. Yeah, literally all the time. He just... I don't think I've ever really had a moment with him where he like had it fully turned off. Like, I don't know. It's funny. I actually like Doctor Strange. Oh yeah, Doctor Strange is good. Like fuck, what was it called? I almost called it the Mountains of Madness. I forgot what the fuck it was called. Shit. But yeah, it was all right. Oh, Multiverse of Madness. I liked Spider-Man, but I don't think it's good like anymore. I watched it again. Multiverse of Madness was hilarious. Probably my most rewatched Phase 4 movie. Wait, Mom? Is that what that is? Yeah. Spider-Verse. No, okay, Spider-Verse is not Marvel, and no, those are great. I hope they don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up, Sony. Please don't fuck it up with the third one. Like, God, don't go back to the 90s trend of making two just banger movies and then just totally missing with the last one. But I don't think that can happen. But I'm cautiously optimistic. The part where I'm at, is done really well. Carrying the villains didn't make a lot of sense to me, though. No, it didn't. No, I didn't like that. And honestly, yeah, the Aunt May twist was good. I have a little bit of a hard time watching that right now. What movie was I watching where somebody lost their mom and I just fucking I lost my shit? Oh no, it wasn't. It was the Wild Robot. I didn't know that it was a motherhood movie, dude. I was bawling throughout that entire thing. I watched that I think like a month or two after my mom died. Oh boy, I was not prepared. I'll tell you what. I trust Lord and Miller with the Spider-Verse. Yeah, I mean, I think this is their last project, though, with Sony. Which, hey, I mean, I still can't believe that Sony fucked up by not releasing K-pop Demon Hunters into theaters. Although, I'm not sure if it would have done it as well. I kind of have this theory that because it was on streaming, that's why it found its niche. Because it really felt like, oh, you know what? This is nowhere else. I don't know. Frankenstein, dude, that movie was so good. I cannot believe they buried that. That's another one where it's just like, wait, but it did get a 3. At least that one, they were like, well, it's Halloween. We could give this a theatrical release. And I hear it did pretty good for its limited release. So yeah, I liked it. Multiverse of Madness was cool, aside from the parts where their actors interacted with CG. Yeah, and you could tell. Yeah. Yeah, like the at the beginning, the edges of the building falling under America's feet. Yeah. There's times. I hate when they go a little too bold. That's why I love the practical movies, especially now. Like when they stick to practical effects, it's really cool. Still have to see the new Predator movie. Predator. If you guys haven't seen the SNL skit about like the NHL, I don't want to ruin it. It's very funny. Just type in SNL NHL. It was one of the better skits that they've done in a while. I think it was Miles Teller in it. So surprise update on the wait.
This morning, the House passed the bill forcing the release of the Epstein files by a staggering 427-1 margin, with only Republican lawmaker Clay Higgins ensuring that he is on record protecting those who are implicated in a pedophile ring. But with all eyes now on the Senate,
Good job, Clay.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has made this
And also making it so we all know that was you.
announcement.
You're the only
and I urge my
one.
Republican
I can't get over
colleagues,
that.
Let the Senate act today. And so, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate receives H.R. 4405, the Epstein Files Transparency Act from the House.
Yeah, I saw that they're doing practical web slinging for Spider-Man Brand New Day. Yeah, I like that.
The Senate
I did see that.
proceed to its immediate consideration.
I can't wait for that one. Finally, a Spider-Man movie, an actual Spider-Man movie where we don't have to worry about all the crossovers and that bullshit.
Bill be considered.
Unless it's Daredevil, which I'm fine with.
Read 3 times and passed with no intervening action or debate, and the motion.
Watching NXT and me at the same time. Nice.
To reconsider, be considered made and laid upon the table.
I haven't watched NXT in
Is
so
there an
long.
objection? Without objection, so ordered.
The Senate has now passed the Epstein bill as soon as it comes over from the House.
Meaning that this bill is officially passed by
Spidey and Punisher going to fight Hulk?
the House, passed by the Senate,
I'm okay
and
with
going to
that.
Trump's desk for his signature. Trump, for his part, responded to the passage of the bill in the House by posting, quote, "I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether it's tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off of all the victories that we've had, including the great big beautiful bill, closed borders, no men and women's sports or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world, having trillions of dollars invested in the USA, having created the hottest country anywhere in the world, and even delivering a huge defeat to the Democrats on the shutdown and make America great again." Now, there was no mention of whether he would sign it in that post, but he had previously mentioned that he would be willing to sign this bill if and when it got to his desk.
I'm for.
Hold on.
I don't. They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax.
Oh, okay. So even if he does okay, that's how this works. He doesn't necessarily have, he could veto it. He has to either sign or veto. If he does, then they can still institute the law.
It's a hoax. And I don't want to take it away from really the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished.
You didn't know I knew what NXT was?
Over the last
Really?
So that's Trump saying
I'm
that
like,
he
dude,
will
I'm
sign
wearing a CM
legislation
Punk
if it makes
sweater. How do you what?
its way to his desk, which we now know it's going to do. Now
I know that Ricky Stars, or I call him Ricky Starks, like it should be, but I know he's the champ.
if you ask me, I would imagine that Donald Trump said that thinking that this bill would have been gummed up at some point, certainly in the Senate.
NXT's golden era, though, was Adam Cole.
In fact, Mike Johnson was making the case to do exactly that, to get the Senate to change this
What's an NXT?
bill and delay it.
It's WWE's, I don't want to, development show.
Passage by saying stuff like this.
From the very beginning,
But simultaneously, it's usually better than what's going on in WWE proper.
our side has been insistent that this matter must be handled very carefully and with utmost caution and care for the victims. We want maximum transparency. We have always been about that. We want every single person who had any scintilla, any scintilla of evidence that they were involved in the Epstein evils, they need to be brought to justice, and it should have been done a long time ago. We need to find out who those people are. But in the meantime, you have to remember there are real people's, innocent people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game because it could hurt further what they've already
didn't
endured.
recognize I'm wearing CM Punk.
Be made to suffer more harm if Congress is not careful in what we're doing. And unlike our very important work that's underway in the House Oversight Committee, the Democrat-led discharge petition would carelessly dump thousands of documents without proper protections
Watch
for the
that pretty
innocent.
well.
Now, the response to that, of course, is simple, as evidenced by Ro Khanna during our latest interview. Can you speak to the concern that was raised, although I'm certain that it was raised in bad faith, by Mike Johnson, where he did this pearl clutching routine that...
Although these are cheap, but this was a gift from my mom, so...
it wouldn't give adequate protection to any of the minors or the victims.
Well, first of all, that's not true. The way you know it's not true is that the survivors' lawyers helped us with the bill. So, we're doing what the survivors want. The survivors are coming to the Capitol on Tuesday.
Now,
we're having a big conference.
I'm Alanis
If
Morissette.
they were opposed to voting for my bill, they would say so. They all want us to vote for the bill. That's the biggest, the dispositive fact. And of course, the bill protects the identities of victims.
Dude, I used to piss my sister off with that so bad.
Even
I would like yodel.
The speaker at this point sees he can't stop the parade, so he's getting ahead of the parade. I mean, he's scheduling this vote for Tuesday. He wants this thing.
My mom, does she enjoy NXT also?
Over with.
She hated wrestling.
So if the goal here is truly concern for the survivors, as Mike Johnson claims it is, who should we listen to? Mike Johnson, who unilaterally has been instrumental in blocking the release of these files for months?
That was one thing. When she got me this, she was just like, what's a CM Punk? I'm like, it's a wrestler. She's like, you still watch wrestling?
Even going so far as to adjourn the House early to prevent members from voting for legislation?
Never stopped.
Or
she's like, oh, that's nice.
Survivors themselves, who supported this bill as it's written. Take all the time you need with that one. And by the way, while we're on the topic of Mike Johnson...
Whereas my dad, he kind of gets it, though.
Pretending that he's helping...
He went to an event with me, and he was just like, all right. Okay.
Serving as the principal impediment to this accountability and transparency, take a look at what the survivors themselves, who are in the House...
Only ignorant people dislike wrestling?
Chamber
Oh, yeah.
did.
No, I kind of agree, because like they don't want to see the spectacle side of it. They can't differentiate between like performance and all that kind of stuff. If the second that you see it as like a stage play almost, South Park did it amazing as far as kind of breaking it down. Like that was some of the finest wrestling. Yes, mighty fine.
Once the bill was passed, this is a photo of survivors on the House balcony cheering on the passage of the bill. Does that look like a group of people who are upset that they're not adequately protected by the text of this legislation? Not exactly. So again, Mike Johnson is just playing make-believe because his goal here is expressly not transparency. It is feigning transparency.
I got it after watching Mankind, Undertaker, Hell in a Cell.
While at the same time doing everything in his power to prevent transparency.
Dude, I remember being the guy to show normies that even they were like, what the fuck?
This is textbook gaslighting. He is pissing on your leg and telling you it's raining, which would be bad enough unto itself.
I got into wrestling after renting. It was WrestleMania, or no, it was SummerSlam. It was SummerSlam '93.
Disqualifying enough unto itself for this guy to gaslight
really
you to
hit
your
me,
face.
where I was just
but
like,
to do it
ooh.
on this issue is frankly just fucking disgusting. To pretend that he is some champion for transparency when it comes to women who'd been trafficked and raped, when he was the single biggest impediment to that transparency in the House, is a level of shamelessness, of depravity that I cannot even wrap my head around. In fact, here's Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, explaining exactly that during our latest interview.
I think it's clear that Mike Johnson is covering for the White House. He's now complicit, I believe, in all this. Today, his comments today, somehow saying that, oh no, this is all being handled and that we're playing, gotcha games. I mean, give me a break. We're putting out information that is quite serious. And I wish that Mike Johnson, who looked survivors in the eye when we had him here in Washington, D.C., I was right next to him when he was talking to survivors, and he promised you to get to the truth. That's not what he's doing.
And this isn't the only issue where Mike Johnson's purported God-fearing branding has been in conflict with his actions. I asked Gavin Newsom about the speaker when he was pitting sick Americans against hungry Americans during this latest shutdown.
But you started that question
with Mike
Johnson.
Right, the most pious man in Washington,
Pious.
D.C.
Like that word, pious. It's a good way to describe him. Who's competing for bullshit, bloviation, and lies with Donald Trump. It's extraordinary what comes out of his mouth. Increasingly, it is beyond the pale. This is the indecency of a man of faith, of someone that literally, he read the same Bible I did. You look at Isaiah, you look at Luke, you look at Matthew, you look at Proverbs, Old Testament, New Testament. One of the central themes in the Bible, essential themes. It's not a suggestion, it's about the alignment to the Almighty, to God. It's a question of hunger and food. No decency, sir. Disproportionate number of people that will be impacted in his home district, let alone his home state.
I see what he's doing, but he ain't wrong. Nice pause phase.
So am I surprised that Mike Johnson went down swinging to suppress these files until the very last minute?
2 Corinthians.
In blind deference to Daddy Trump? Not at all. And frankly, if he wants his legacy...
Which, again, just as a Bible, I guess I could call myself a bit of a Bible nerd.
To be that he
I didn't mean
tried to
ignore
prevent
you.
transparency for a pedophile ring.
It's very strange how people watch superhero movies and just movies and TV shows and will say they don't watch wrestling because I'm not going to say the word, but don't worry, they say you don't say it. Oh, fake.
You know what? That's going to be between him and his God. The issue now then becomes Donald Trump's signature on this bill, which could happen.
That was always the big one.
As early
it's fake, right? It's like, yes.
As tonight, or it could not happen at
There
all.
was a time I didn't, but I was like, let's see. I was right about the time that I stopped believing in Santa Claus is when I did kind of figure it out, where I was like, oh, you know what? I don't think wrestling is
If
real.
Donald Trump chickens out and conjures up some new excuse as to why he shouldn't release these
said.
files. But I can tell you one thing for certain. The pressure on Trump after a 427-1 vote in the House and
Do I get mad when somebody says it to me now? No, not really. I mean, I try to correct them nice, but if they're dicks about it, yeah, I will definitely match energy over wrestling, where it's just like, no, you really don't get
unanimous vote in the Senate.
And then I will find something they like and I'll shit on it equally.
Is much higher than
equal opportunity shitter.
Anything he could have anticipated leading up to this day.
Jacob was a great guy.
So this might be the
Jacob. I call him Jacob.
Point where finally
proper biblical pronunciation, Jacob.
Donald Trump is forced to concede defeat and sign a bill releasing the Epstein files in which he himself.
I also like that guy, Nicodemus. He was quite the fella. You know what, Nicodemus. He was a king. He was also a lot like myself.
Is implicated. Before you go, if you enjoy.
All right. We're getting to that fun half, which, guys, holy shit, I was able to do a full show. Oh my God, I was really worried about that. Because I'll tell you what, I was not feeling good at the very beginning. I'm still not feeling 100%. I think I'm going to still make a soup for dinner tonight. But instead of chicken noodle, I got chicken wild rice. Spice it up a bit. I will literally spice it up a bit. Put some basil in there. Maybe melt just a little touch of butter. Dash some salt, pepper. And then put some chunks of rotisserie chicken in there. Oh yeah. It's good. Real good. And then crackers, because you can't have sick days without having crackers. Oh shit. Said the word well because that is not the proper word to describe what pro wrestlers do. Choreographed would be much better definition. Predetermined. Oh yeah. Sounds yummy. I know. Oh, there's one thing I know how to do, it's cook. One of these days I'll do a cooking show. That would be fun. I'll set it up upstairs. Yeah, you know what? Once I get a little more comfortable with that. Because, yes, as I kind of said this yesterday, where I'm going to be making the members-only content for my living room, which, again, haven't been crazy about putting too much of my house out there. I know that there's definitely risk to that, so. But for the members, why not? Anyway, let's move on to something else. Because, yeah, I'm going to be able to hang out for the rest of the show. I think I'm going to do the full 5. Oh. Better than members-only content made from your bedroom. I actually just saw something funny that was like, okay, I can't even say that. Shit. O-F? But it's just me in my underwear in my bedroom building Legos. That was pretty fucking funny. All right. It's like, what you building? The Millennium Falcon. Oh, man. That would be very... You know what? Sarah Hewitt's just admitted everything. I don't care. I'm saying Trump no match for determined Canadians. The fall of a dynasty. Can't stop lying. Yes, I know. What is going on here? Wait, what? House voting to censor Democrat found texting during Epstein congressional hearing? House is voting to censure Democrat found texting during Epstein's congressional speech. Wait. Congressional hearing. That's it. That's all we got. What was the yeas and nays? One Republican was saying no. Democrats 206, so nay 207, yay. Uh, 208 to 214.
Resolution is not adopted. Without objection.
So, okay, that was a waste of time. Because they were just like, do you really want to hold her to that standard when you know damn well that we text through these things? It's like, come on now. That's actually kind of funny. All right. Anything else to get to before we go to the fun half? Oh, here. Perfect.
So I've been deep in the Megyn Kelly research, and yeah, I have some questions. Like, how do you go from being the woman who put Trump in check on national television to being the woman arguing that Epstein wasn't that kind of pedophile?
Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile.
Does she get to say it because she has like that little drawl? So it's like the transcribing or the transcriber doesn't catch it.
But that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls.
God, I still can't get over that she said this shit. She is so... We live in an era where you can just spew the worst shit and somehow survive it and just be like, yeah, you know what? I fucked up. My bad.
That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds.
How does that arc even happen?
No,
because
how?
The more
What is
I read, the
happening
more I
there?
felt like I was watching someone shift lanes without using an indicator. I genuinely don't understand.
My mom called it an indicator.
And her trajectory, but I'm gonna try and map it out anyway. Let's get into it. The making of Megyn.
I was born in Illinois, and then before I turned
another one,
we moved to Syracuse, New York, and that's where I spent pretty much the first 10 years of my life, where my dad taught at Syracuse University. And then we moved to Albany, so I basically just moved from one tundra to another. It was an odd time of life for me because my dad died December 15th, 1985. I was a sophomore in high school. It was
I was a year away from being born.
Sudden, and it couldn't have been a more explosive
Holy shit.
event on our family. The biggest gift to come out of
wow, that just kind of aged her like pretty hard to me.
losing my dad was the fact that you understand mortality in your limited time here like no other. You must make decisions in your life like it's an emergency.
So the world was ready. The world was ready for Megyn Kelly.
Oh, tell me this is it it's not monetized. God damn it. Why would you do that? Okay, so hold on. I got to be really careful here because she's using a bunch of clips from things that I definitely cannot. Shit. Well, here, I'm going to like this regardless. Let's see. CNN. Today Show. Damn it. Man. That sucks. All right, well, Yeah, I can't do it. I'm not going to risk it. Here, I'll link the video, though, so you guys can put it in your queue for after we say goodbye today. But that ain't going to be for a minute. But when we do, you know what will be cool? You guys can know that we're watching it together, technically, because I'm going to hop off here and pretty much go upstairs, make my soup, and watch just that. So, but as I said, I'm not leaving now, so stick around. Also, if you guys have not already, please hit the like button. You know that it really helps me out. I don't know. I hate saying because I'm a small streamer, it actually helps out even larger streamers in the same way. So please consider hitting that like button, subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. But I think you guys are all pretty cool. I have seen a nice little boost in subscriptions from and seeing like this nice line where it's like people watch and then subscribe. So, oh damn, Pep, how'd I forget? This is why I say it right around this time. Hey, 23, magic number. All right, cool. Sorry, Chicago thing. All right, fuck it. We'll watch this instead. Because this Piers Morgan thing apparently got kind of heated. And of all people on it, it's Ryan fucking Grimm.
They want regime change in Venezuela, but I don't understand why the United States would have to wage their war for them.
And I'm most interested in chasing the money and the organizations down that are building apartments in Medellin and buying apartment buildings in Miami.
Why are migrants coming to our shores? It's because of the coup program that virtual ambassador and coup manager Jimmy Story oversaw, which brought Venezuela's economy to its knees by 2020, reversing all the gains they had made when Hugo Chavez slashed extreme poverty by 50%.
Well, apparently I forgot to wear my tinfoil hat for the panel today.
At least 80 people have been killed in 21 separate US strikes on Venezuelan boats.
I was like, where's the
most recent of which
contentiousness?
came only this weekend. The White House says they're trafficking drugs to the
Time to play what stupid shit will Pierce say this time. You know what? That's a fun game.
United States, although we only have their word for that. And whatever the purpose of the strikes, it's very clear that something big is happening.
By the way, we got
the US has sent the world's biggest aircraft carrier to the
9
Caribbean
minutes
Sea, where it joins a whole fleet of warships in the biggest military build-up there for almost 40 years. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has urged Trump to change course and channel John Lennon instead.
Peace, peace, peace. Hacer todo por la paz. Como decía John Lennon, ¿no? Alfred Nazaret, ¿cómo era la canción de John Lennon? Imagine us people.
Hey man, you're too good. You're too good. You know what? No. Hold it. I do not want this demonetized.
Trump supporters can't imagine is how attacking Venezuela
like, we do not have permission
to be reconciled with America first. And critics on both sides
Even
worry
he
about the long
somehow.
precedent of US presidents using war as a distraction. So is the US really heading for war? Well, joining me to discuss all this is Mike Baker, the former CIA operative.
Wait, how'd I miss this?
Host of the
Trump rolls back the tariffs? What? Wait, that should have been a bigger story. Wait a minute. Really?
President's Daily Brief. Ambassador James Story, the former US ambassador to Venezuela, Ryan Grimm, the Drop Site co-founder and co-host of Breaking Points, and Max Blumenthal, the editor of The Grey Zone. Welcome to all of you. Mike Baker, I want to start with a clip of Donald Trump talking on Air Force One on Sunday night.
Why does Ryan always look like he just got off an airplane and he's just like, all right, I'm here. Like, I'm sick and I somehow always look better. Like, I look better than him.
I know you can't tell us what your next steps will be.
Shut up, Biggie.
Have you made up your mind on what you'd like to do as far as action?
I sort of have made up my mind.
You have.
I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made up my mind.
What do you say to some of your supporters who might not be excited about another foreign campaign?
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I can't
Oh, for the fun half, I have a Dark Brandon video that I know you guys will enjoy.
tell you what it is, but we've made a lot of progress with Venezuela in terms of stopping drugs from pouring in.
Well, to go with that, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued a statement on Sunday announcing that the U.S. intends to consider the group Cartel de los Soles a foreign terrorist organization from November 24. The U.S. alleges the group is led by the Venezuelan president Maduro. So, Mike Baker,
Oh, it's Mike Baker. Oh, my God. He's the CIA. Okay, so he's an ex-CIA operative who goes on Joe. He's good friends with Joe Rogan. All right, just so you guys know the level of his judgment, he has kids, which he had late in life. So there are kids like that are around like 12, 13 years old, and their names are Muggsy and Scooter.
What do you make of this? What is happening here, both in the attacks on these boats?
Their pops are so proud of that.
The administration says are all drug smuggling, and also the wider build-up of the military, which is pointing to an altogether more serious military engagement with Venezuela.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of elements here. There's a lot of moving parts, but I think what we're seeing is a couple of things happening at the same time. One, obviously, they've stepped up their counter-narcotics operations. I can't speak to the legality of all of this, the legal issues that surround knocking these vessels out of the water and killing over 80 people. I was, from an operational perspective, you can talk about the credibility of the intel. From my perspective, I don't have insight on that, so it's speculation. But I would like to see, I can tell you, I would like to see a little bit more transparency to the degree that you can from the administration to say these have been the targets. This is why we are going after them specifically, rather than just some blanket statement saying they're narco traffickers, they were on a narco trafficking route, whatever it may be. So they need to, I think that's a real problem for them. But the buildup that's out there, if you're just looking at a counter narcotics operation, it doesn't make any sense. It's outsized, right? So having a carrier strike group out there, along with all the other support assets and vessels that are there, that doesn't make sense from just a pure counter narcotics operational perspective. So I would look at that then and say, well, there's another track here, which is the effort to influence Maduro to move out of the way. And, again, it's speculation as to whether they intend to get, involved in a kinetic effort on the ground inside Venezuela to actually affect regime change, or whether they're saying, look, we think we can exert enough pressure to create change internally. Maduro either deciding to step down, I don't think that's going to happen, or
saying that's what he looks like. Oh my God!
Advisors or the senior military telling him that's going to have to happen.
Okay, Ryan Grimm, you posted Cartel de los Soles is the most obvious CIA made-up name.
Okay, so that means that he's Squidward.
Cartel ever. No cartel names itself like that. This is a Langley creation, so finding the leaders shouldn't be hard. Explain what you mean.
So the CIA is based in Langley, so that's what I mean. If I was being a little obscure there, if they want to find out, who's responsible for creating this cartel, just pull out your Waze or your GPS and find your way out to CIA headquarters. I think Max could probably tell you more about the specific details of how this cartel came about, but it was effectively this bizarre creation where you've got the Defense Department, the CIA involved in some counter. They're trying to basically overthrow a government, and they need some narco terrorists for whatever play they're using, and so they kind of fabricate this cartel
fancy
of the sun and call it Cartel of the Sun. It's like, what are you even doing? No, this is not even serious.
Wait.
Give us
there's a possibility that's based on Pierce.
That is
Hold on,
plausible that we can cling to. What happened to the days where okay, maybe Saddam Hussein at one point did have weapons of mass destruction. He didn't then, but at least it's plausible. There's so little respect for the American people now that when they're trying to march them into war, they don't even give them something that they can even pretend to believe.
So what do you think they really want to do here?
Well, I think the Rubio wing, and I think we need to distinguish between President Trump and Rubio in this case. Rubio has been boxed out of Ukraine, has been boxed out of Gaza, so he's got his little Caribbean sandbox here. And what he is doing is playing out the fantasies of the Cuban right over the last couple of decades. And they want regime change in Venezuela, and they think that that'll have the knock-on effect of creating regime change back in Cuba. That's fine if the Cuban right wants to do that, but I don't understand why the
1
United
minute
States
warning.
would have to wage their war for them. The same kind of pressure was applied to President Obama.
Hopefully this one hits a
when
little
it
bit
came
better.
to Libya, and unfortunately for us, for Libya, for the region, Obama capitulated to that, and we now have this disastrous situation that the entire world is living with. I think Trump is aware that this kind of attempt to just decapitate a regime is likely to lead to another Libya situation. And so far, I think Trump actually deserves credit for standing up to this war hawk wing. And in fact, if he does stand them down and resist a war, I'd almost say you would give him credit for stopping a war, because to have a hawkish element, this committed to regime change, and to be able to stop that, even as president, is not that simple.
Ambassador Story, I don't think politically that Trump is in a great place right now with his base because of the Epstein scandal, because of the Israel-Hamas war, to go and try and affect regime change in a place like Venezuela. I just think, never mind the sort of military operational side or even the ethics of it, just from a purely political perspective, it would seem to me to be an entirely self-harming act, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I think Trump understands.
Sorry, that was actually, sorry, Ryan, that was for Ambassador Story.
Well, I'd be delighted if you wanted to answer the part on the Epstein files. To be honest with you, I'd rather say that I'd like to go back to why
it was a fluke.
What's the causus belli here? What do we actually know to be the case? And this isn't an invention that the Cartel de los Soles exists. You can talk to Cleaver Alcalá, who's in jail. You can talk to Pollo Carvajal, who's in jail. You can talk to the nephews of Celia Flores, who's married to Maduro, who were in jail. This is a criminal group masquerading as a government, and regime change already took place. It took place in July of last year when there was a vote overwhelmingly against Maduro by the Venezuelan people themselves. So does the president, what is the president's intentions? Certainly, our first panelist today said that this is much more than counter-narcotics. That's correct. There's pressure on the Maduro regime, on the dictatorship. It's additional pressure that which the Venezuelan people gave when they voted overwhelmingly to get him out of office last year. Now, where we go from here, what's the next step? That remains to be seen, but the president certainly has a number of options at his disposal.
But you don't believe it's purely a war on drugs?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I ran counter-narcotics in Colombia for 2 years. I ran counter-narcotics in the Western Hemisphere for 3. I can tell you that these are the types of resources in military hardware that are frankly a little heavy-handed when it comes to counter-narcotics. Generally speaking, we use white hulls. Those are Coast Guard vessels. We judicialize the cases. And frankly, the kind of unilateral action we're taking in the region will have knock-on effects, negative knock-on effects, undermining intelligence sharing across the region with our partners. Out of Key West, Florida, we have Joint Interagency Task Force South, and that has 20 liaison officers from the region as well as from the UK, France, and the Netherlands. The intel sharing will dry up. And I'm most interested in chasing the money and the organizations down that are building apartments in Medellin and buying apartment buildings in Miami. And I think that going it that judicialized route gives us more intelligence, helps us shore up our regional relationships, and is a better approach. Certainly, this will have an impact on drug trafficking, but drug traffickers are transnational. They don't pay attention to borders. They also aren't democratic, and they don't work by committee. So they will change their route.
And before I go to Max, I just wanted to ask you, on the legality of these attacks on the boats, which the administration say are drug smugglers, they're not getting any prior approval from Congress for this.
Pierce is actually
they're not providing much information in terms of what evidence they've had to justify what they've done. In your opinion, is what is happening here with these boats legal?
Well, this is more than opinion, dude. Like, they're... Oh, my God. Can you actually get an expert or two?
Listen,
that'd be
think
nice.
That if you look at...
Instead of all these people that just... They have the same thing as you. Conjecture.
After foreign terrorist organizations, as we did under many of the prior administrations, going back to Bush, and you can look at Obama, and you can look at Clinton, you can look... There was a methodology by which targets were assessed and went through a preview process, and then the president had the ultimate decision. I don't know what the process is here. What I can tell you is what the impacts will be for our cooperation regionally, and that's a negative impact on our cooperation. So certainly the Congress has a role to play with AUMF, the authorized use of military force. To the extent that Congress is back in session and wants to take up this issue, they may indeed need to do so.
Okay, Max Blumenthal, a lot to unpack here, obviously. First of all, on that point about the attacks on these boats, there'll be a lot of Americans who'll say, well, if they are drug smugglers, happy days. Why should we care?
Jesus fucking Christ, because you can't just go around killing people for something you think is a crime. That's the whole reason that we have due process. It's so weird how they can do that, where it's like, bad guys, they're bad guys. Guys, they're bad guys.
There are not a lot of Americans who believe that. Only 29% of Americans, according to a recent Reuters Ipsos poll, support these murderous attacks on supposed drug boats without due process that have killed citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as Colombian citizens, and caused British government to suspend intelligence cooperation, as the virtual ambassador James Story just acknowledged. This is all based, as Ryan pointed out, on a series of WMD level lies that haven't even been explained to the American public, which is why only 21% of the American public, according to that poll, supports this criminal regime change war in the making, which will negatively affect them. That's what Story meant when he referred to knock-on effects, meaning more mass migration. The big lie of this war is the Cartel of the Suns. As Ryan said, the Cartel of the Suns was literally created by the CIA, also known as the Cocaine Import Agency, to ship 22 tons of drugs into the United States in the early 90s through its main point of contact in the pre-Chavez Venezuelan National Guard, General Ramon Guillén Davila. And he wore a patch on his arm that was a sun. And so they just called it the Cartel of the Suns as cover. And they thought that they would use these. This was also during the 80s under Reagan. They thought they would use these drug shipments to gain intelligence on drug traffickers in the US. It wound up poisoning our own society. The CIA, for doing that, should be classified as a narco-terrorist organization. Then there's Tren de Aragua, the supposed gang that Nicolas Maduro is said to control by the Trump administration. That's another WMD level lie that U.S. intelligence exposed in a declassified April report from this year. And you know what happened?
The fact that Mike is sitting out, like, he, by his own admission, he's like, I don't know a lot about this. I don't know a lot about the legality or any of that. And he's sitting here smugly just being like, yeah, sure, pal.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard came out and presided over the firing of the two officials who exposed the lie that Maduro controls TDA and is invading the United States. Why are migrants coming to our shores? It's because of the coup program, the regime change program that virtual ambassador and coup manager Jimmy Story and other U.S. foreign policy apparatchiks oversaw, which brought Venezuela's economy to its knees by 2020, reversing all the gains they had made when Hugo Chavez slashed extreme poverty by 50%. This caused mass migration, and it's not just according to me, it's according to Thomas Shannon, who was Undersecretary for the State Department in Donald Trump's administration, who said U.S. sanctions reduced Venezuela's economy to dust. He told this to the Washington Post, and it caused out-migration. So if Donald Trump is going to fall into Marco Rubio's selfish Gusano games, we are going to see another massive wave of migration to the U.S.-Mexico border. And whether you're on the right or the left, you do not want that, and you cannot fall for another WMD series of lies that will produce a Libya in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, Mike Baker, your response to that?
Well, apparently I forgot to wear my tinfoil hat for the panel today. There's nothing I can say that it's going to change Max or Ryan's position. I've talked with folks like this before who, great. I don't know where to go with that. I would say that, from my...
So you're going to call it tinfoil hat conspiracy shit, but you have nowhere to go with it.
Perspective.
Well, what do you know about what the CIA...
Yeah, what do you know about it?
The problem here is The problem here is, as usual, is a lack of transparency. And whether it's from the Trump administration or previous administration, I am a big proponent of transparency here on something like this. This is a serious matter, right? I'm also a big proponent of counter-narcotics operations. I spent a lot of time in the drug wars. And one thing that I think we need to insist on from the current administration is more explanation, right? I'm not comfortable saying with a blanket authority that, yeah, sure, we're going to trust the credibility of the intel on these various targets. I'm not talking about legality. I'm not just not going to go into the things that Max and Ryan are talking about, because from my perspective, that just lends it credibility if I try to refute that. It's like, when was the last time you beat your wife, Senator? So I think, I would argue that there's two things happening here. They're operating on a dual track. They are going after narcotics. This ambassador is absolutely correct. Colombia has already shut down intel sharing. This will have ramifications that I don't think the State Department or the White House understand. And I think at the same time, they are pressuring. There's no doubt about it. Look, are they after regime change? Sure. That should not be a goal here. I think if we can pressure internally the advisors around Maduro to say it's time for you to step down, that would, in fact, I don't know whether Max and Ryan agree with me, but that a change in government in Venezuela, I'm not saying regime change, I'm just saying if Maduro stepped down, that would be
That's regime change. What the fuck are you talking about, Mike?
Wonderful thing for the Venezuelan people, I think, unless they're big proponents of the form of socialism that Maduro is pushing. Anyway, that's what I got.
Ambassador Story, obviously the United States doesn't recognize Maduro as the president after the outcome of that last election in 2024. It's been dismissed widely internationally as well, and by the opposition in Venezuela. The opposition leader in Venezuela just got the Nobel Peace Prize, which many think was not a coincidence. That election is deemed to have been neither free nor fair.
Pierce looks like, I just saw your comment, Kirk. Pierce looks like the goblin from Labyrinth.
And they believe the opposition party won the election, but the Maduro government stole it. So you have that as the backdrop.
Words don't mean things. It's fine.
To the legitimacy.
I mean, this guy was a CIA operative, and he literally offered nothing there outside of socialism bad and regime change isn't regime change.
Election. But history also shows us that when the United States
named his kids Scooter and Muggsy
to enforce regime change,
and they're not nicknames,
anywhere in the world, it's rarely anything but a bit of a mess, often with extremely bad repercussions. Is it not better? I mean, Trump's instincts have always been America first, fewer foreign wars, don't go and rattle hornets' nests. He's got the Israel-Hamas war, which is thankfully now reached a point of ceasefire at the moment. He's getting nowhere in Ukraine. I just don't think that his instincts will be telling him that going in there,
those are dog names,
handed to affect regime change would be anything but
fuck. Stan has a more human name than they do.
Potential disaster, maybe not militarily, but politically for him.
Well, I want to kind of turn you asked like 5 questions in one here, and I want to try to pull it apart a little bit without going after the ad hominem.
He just looked at me like, what?
And attacks by one of the other panelists. I think we need to recognize a couple of things here.
It's like it's one of the reasons I named him that.
One, this is a criminal group masquerading as a government, without a doubt. 2, this is a group of people, Maduro and company, who have crimes against humanity charges against them in the ICC. They have narcotics trafficking indictments in the United States. They are responsible for the mass migration, which started in 2017, before the oil sanctions were even instituted. Therefore, 9 million people have already fled that country because they're fleeing torture, dictatorship, and death. What happened to Captain Acosta Arevalo? What happened to General Badwell? What happened to Fernando Albán? And what we have people who continue to make excuses for a murderous regime because they don't like the politics of the current administration in the United States. Now, the president has a number of options. I do not believe that Maduro leaving Venezuela will end in Haiti or Libya or Iraq. That's simply not true. Now, Maduro likes to talk about Afghanistan and Vietnam. And
that doesn't matter. Like, to be fucking fair here, Like, you're not selling us on the idea that this is not like regime change.
We're going to enter this terrible moment. It's not true. And it's not true because they have the resources to rebuild their country. They don't have the same level of sectarian or ideological divide. Heck, most of the people, from the leadership of the opposition to the leadership of the Maduro regime, they went to college together. They're first cousins. They know each other. This is a country that's set to be, once it regains its democracy, really an economic engine for the whole region. I have a much more optimistic view.
Who? I mean, Trump has already said that he wants to go in there and take their resources. Jesus Christ. Like, ever. Time that you have somebody that's fighting for regime change, and this is how it goes.
Institutions that have been destroyed and become a normal part of society again.
Ryan Grimm, you know,
I think that my internet might have gone out. Shit. What the fuck? We back? All right, we back. I think we back. God damn it. What is this skipping? Hold on, guys. I'm having, obviously, some issues. Yeah, it's not my Streamlabs. This is so weird. Hey, thank you for subbing there, Zach. Appreciate that. Back. That's what I thought. Okay, well, here. Because I had to move this. God damn it. Just clear and smooth. Good, good, good. That was really weird, though. Hold on. I'm going to just make sure that my internet's fine. Test. Yep. Oh, I'm good. Oh, no, it did say that I had a service interruption. Okay, so I think that I'm good now, though. How about upload? There. Okay. No, we're good. Seems like it fixed itself. Alrighty. Let's get back to where we were. Well, son of a bitch. I had to move the cursor to see where I was at, so give me 1 second. Where's my stream? I gotta actually. Yeah, I have to watch myself to figure out exactly what the timestamp was at. Weird. Okay, so it should be right about here.
National. They don't pay attention to borders. They also aren't democratic, and they don't work by committee. So they will change their route. A negative impact on our cooperation. So it certainly the Congress has a role to play with AUMF, the Authorized Use of Military Force. To the extent that Congress is back in session and wants to take up this issue, they may indeed need to do so.
Okay, Max Blumenthal, a lot to unpack here, obviously. First of all, on that point about the attacks on these boats, there'll be a lot of Americans who'll say, well, if they are drug smugglers,
all right, we saw
happy
that.
days.
Okay,
Why
so
should we
Max
care?
Blumenthal support.
Well, apparently I forgot to wear my tinfoil hat.
Definitely saw that.
If we can pressure internally, the advisors
after the ad hominem attacks by one of the other panelists, I think.
Okay, so I only skipped through. All right. I thought I skipped way past the segment. No,
without a doubt.
Cool, I wasn't that bad.
Two, this is a
thank you for
people.
You know what, guys? Here, type this one out. Thank you.
Who have crimes against humanity charges against them in the ICC. They have narcotics trafficking indictments in the United States. They are responsible for the mass migration, which started in 2017, before the oil sanctions began to be even instituted. Therefore, 9 million people have already fled that country because they're fleeing torture, dictatorship, and death. What happened to Captain Acosta Arevalo? What happened to General Baduel? What happened to Fernando Albán? And what we have people who continue to make excuses for a murderous regime because they don't like the politics of the current administration in the United States. Okay, now, the president has a number of options. I do not believe that Maduro leaving Venezuela will end in Haiti or Libya or Iraq. That's simply not true. Now, Maduro likes to talk about Afghanistan and Vietnam.
What happened to Gustavo Fring?
We're going to enter this terrible moment. It's not true. And it's not true because they have the resources to rebuild their country. They don't have the same level of sectarian or ideological
to work for El Pollo Loco
divide. Heck, most of the people from the leadership of the opposition to the leadership of the Maduro regime, they went to college together. They're first cousins. They know each other. This is a country that's set to be, once it regains its democracy, really an economic engine for the whole region. I have a much more optimistic view of the ability of the Venezuelan people to create a transitional government, fix the institutions that have been destroyed, and become a normal part of society again.
Ryan Grimm, a lot of people think the big play here is that the United States, under Donald Trump, they want to get their hands on Venezuela's resources. Max actually posted on X last week, Trump has folded Dick Cheney's fake war on terror into Ronald Reagan's phony war on drugs to justify a war to steal Venezuela's resources. Do you share that view, that this is the bigger picture here? And how do you argue when you try and sort of argue against any action against Venezuela? How do you argue that much of the international community does believe it's an illegitimate government that shouldn't be in office to start with? Today's show is sponsored by OneSkin, which can help all of us look even younger. OneSkin is redefining skincare with cult favorites like OS1.
Jesus, he had 2 ad reads?
Yes, I think Trump himself has been pretty transparent and open that the main objective here is Venezuelan resources, Venezuela, in particular, Venezuelan oil. I don't even think that he would
forget
deny
about
that.
this
I'm sure
stuff.
you ask him that directly, be like, yeah, that's precisely it. On the question of their, elections and human rights abuses.
Clearly doesn't use that product.
Sure. Like, I'm glad to hear
always being
our fellow panelists.
You gotta love when you can tell.
Of the International Criminal Court. I hope he agrees with applying those standards universally to other countries that are committing genocides and human rights abuses as well. But Gaddafi, I don't think it was anybody's favorite person around the world, but going in and launching a regime change didn't benefit the Libyans, didn't benefit us, didn't benefit the rest of the world. So I just don't think that it would be the cakewalk that people are suggesting.
Well, Max, that is certainly the concern, isn't it? I mean, if you look at actually a lot of the regime change that happened during that whole frenzied
How old is he?
Period.
I mean, he looks great if he's 70.
Unrest was caused by it. A lot of deaths came as a result of it. It's hard to see that much stability was brought through it. The Iraq War was a pretty well a disaster, and so on. I can understand people's concerns that just barreling into Venezuela, whatever the reason, whether it's to affect regime change, whether it's because of the drugs, whether it's because of the oil, it's probably a bit of all of that. I mean, it could just turn out to be another quagmire.
Well, I think Americans are sick of regime change wars for plunder. That's why this is so unpopular. And just to quickly respond to 2 points the other panelists made, Mike Baker accused me of wearing a tinfoil hat.
Yeah, he looks every day of it. Yeah.
The truth about the cartel of the Suns being created.
I said I forgot
CIA.
mine.
Okay, fine. I just want to point this out for viewers. The truth about the CIA founding the cartel of the Suns to ship cocaine in the United States was exposed to a national U.S. televised audience by Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes in 1993, back when 60 Minutes reported on the CIA and not on behalf of the CIA. And just quickly to respond to Virtual Ambassador Story, who accused me of ad hominem attacks.
Again, he was a CIA operative in that region at that time.
You are a veteran coup plotter, and it is legitimate for a journalist to scrutinize the activities of a coup plotting government official who in February 2021 hosted a insurrectionist summit at the Marriott Hotel in Bogota. You with Leopoldo Lopez,
they're literally doing the equivalent of doing the laugh emote on Facebook when you when they get uncomfortable, just like, I got criticized, ha ha ha.
US-backed coup leader who staged multiple failed military coups and led violent riots that saw Afro-Venezuelan citizens burned in the streets. Check out Orlando Figuera. And Carlos Vecchio, the fake ambassador to Venezuela, who is actually the lawyer for ExxonMobil.
Dude, my brain just did this really weird thing where it took their backgrounds and it mixed them. So I was looking at this shit and I, for some reason, looked at this stuff and I thought they were in the same room for a second.
Which seeks to regain its control of Venezuelan fields. This is one of the most deeply anti-democratic opposition movements led by Maria Corina Machado, who has led several coup attempts in Venezuela. I mean, it's basically like January 6th again and again with the sponsorship of the U.S. Embassy. Violent riots that have killed hundreds. I personally watched Maria Corina Machado attempt to take over La Carlota Air Base in Caracas while the U.S. was trying to ram aid trucks into Venezuela, which the Venezuelan opposition subsequently burned and blamed on Maduro. This is a corrupt opposition that stole.
It reminds me of the Cliff Cash bit where he's talking about the white guy that walks in, gets a few margaritas, and then he's all of a sudden just like, I will have a quesadilla.
Millions of dollars from Citgo after the U.S. stole it from Venezuela. This is a corrupt opposition that has paid millions to U.S. mercenaries.
Will you stop that?
Like
No, not yet.
Gordon Goudreau, who I interviewed, who has personally described to me what the real agenda here is, which was for Trump Incorporated cronies to get their hands on contracts and to plunder Venezuela's rich mineral wealth and oil. Ambassador Story revealed the agenda himself when he appeared on a straightforward propaganda piece for regime change on 60 Minutes.
Yeah, I celebrated. We just hit 420 viewers
is a bad
on the
actor
stream.
sitting on the world's largest oil reserves. Well, that's why you consider him a bad actor, because there's plenty of bad actors in the world, and neither of you will condemn ICC wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu or call for his arrest, will you? Neither of you will talk about Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa's role in the international drug trade through Benita and his family shipping company. I mean, the list goes on and on. I could spend the next 45 minutes talking about U.S.-sponsored bad actors, but there are bad actors. The reason Maduro's a bad actor is because he's sitting on oil reserves.
It's only fair that rather than giving you another 45 minutes to expand on that, let me ask Ambassador Story for his. I'm going to give you a right of reply to that. So respond.
I mean, of course. I mean, Max is often wrong and never in doubt. That's his stock in trade, and he will never say anything bad about Putin because that's where his finances come from. If you actually listen to what I've been talking about,
accuse me of being funded by Russia?
I've been specifically talking
about. A U.S. official is lying about me being funded by Russia. This is all they have is lies.
For supporting Democratic actors.
Homestar Runner is 30 years old.
Nobody wants to talk about Fernando Alban being thrown off the 10th story of the helicoid.
The cheat is a granddad.
Okay. Nobody wants to talk about Captain Acosta Arevalo clearly near death in court, begging for help. The human rights abuses, the killings, the destruction of institutions within Venezuela, and then you have this democratic opposition which has done everything. They've gone out into the streets and they've protested. They've run in elections. They've won elections. They've negotiated with
military coups.
They've organized coups.
At the end of all of this, they win an election.
He is missing that whole thing, and that's just like they're trying to do the thing where it's like, that's not what happened. What are you talking about? Where did you read that? It's like history books. It's just like those history books lied. Fake news.
And that's still not
fake history. Fake. It must be, that
good enough for
people. We only read Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments tells us exactly what we need to know.
So,
which is very
I'm
little.
Stick with the Venezuelan people. And the Venezuelan people voted him out of office, and I believe he should be gone.
Okay, Mike Baker, I want to play you a clip. This is Chris Murphy, the U.S. Senator, on ABC when he was asked about this last week.
Well, it seems pretty clear it's just an effort to distract people from the rising prices and from the Epstein scandal. No one wants a war with Venezuela to the extent they're claiming it has something to do with the drug trade coming into the United States. The majority of drugs don't come through the Caribbean. They come via a land route that the president is ignoring because he is so focused on this absurd, illegal military campaign against Venezuela. So I don't think he'll find much support amongst Republicans or Democrats in this country for it. And by the way, it's wildly illegal. The president can't start a war with a nation without a congressional author.
I mean, this is impeachable. Like, you do understand that, like, because we live in the cartoonish times that we do, that we kind of forget that this is like, you want to talk about like high crimes and misdemeanors. This is like the most, that's the most illegal it really gets is, killing a whole bunch of people saying that it's like, hey, you know what? They were coming over here. Don't know why.
Authorization is just another sign of how out of control and how lawless this president is. And
due process is a thing.
Another signal to Democrats as to why we need to draw those firm moral lines in the sand right now to constrain his growing illegality.
It's interesting, Mike Baker, to me to hear that, given that I don't remember Senator Murphy being quite so vocal when Barack Obama was dropping bombs all over the world or running what many consider to be illegal.
He wasn't doing it illegally. He actually had like approvals from Congress. Like he used all the fucking proper channels. That's the difference here. You monumental dipshit.
Legal drone program. So his
just come on, guys. You gonna just sit here and let him look that stupid, or are you guys gonna join him on this stupid boat?
On congressional prior approval for this kind of thing seems to be singularly related to the Republicans, but.
The stupid boat with the screen door bottom.
Given what he said there, do you believe there is perhaps an ulterior motive that Donald Trump wants to distract people's attention? This is a good way to do it?
I mean, it's an enormously visible and costly way of doing it if that's the case. I'm not saying it's not. Look, I'm shocked that politics would play a role in here and that, they would be looking.
Where the fuck you been?
For a reason.
Huh?
To beat on the Trump
is this guy
administration?
This guy,
every party in power does the same damn thing. I would pick up on something that Ryan said that I agree with 100%. If anybody in the White House or anybody in the administration of the Pentagon or the State Department imagines somehow that a kinetic movement into Venezuela to affect regime change would somehow be a rather straightforward, they don't understand how complicated, how complex, and how messy something like that would be, right? So I go back to my original statement, which I suspect, and I don't know, but I would suspect that their strategy, if there is one within the White House on this issue, is to exert sufficient pressure to get an internal change. Again, I don't think it's going to come, as a decision from Maduro, but from people around him in one way or another. So I again, is that a form of regime change? Absolutely, right? Does it ultimately, as the ambassador mentioned, would that benefit the people of Venezuela? Well, one would hope so. I mean, they were once one of the wealthiest nations in the region, and now they're a basket case. I know that our other panelists say that that's because of U.S. actions, and certainly the sanctions have impacted the economy. There's no doubt about that. Again, I can only speak to the operational aspects of this, and the buildup there is outsized and doesn't make sense if all you're talking about is a counter-narcotics situation. And yes, there are multiple routes for narcotics coming into the U.S. I would argue that Mexico is target number one if that's the problem. We should be going after that in a bigger way. Yeah, I don't think, though,
you're ignoring the giant elephant in this room that is the fact that they're just blowing up boats in international waters with absolutely no due process. Mike, my guy, for real, can you please, just for a minute, see where that you kind of look ridiculous, like you're somehow an expert that knows nothing.
Your question
about nothing. Not even like the stuff you're supposed to be an expert in. You just know nothing about nothing.
I'd have a hard time imagining that even the Trump
says a lot of words for going,
I don't know, operating in chaos, would look and say, you know what, we need a distraction from higher prices in the U.S. So you know what, let's do a massive military buildup in the Caribbean. It seems like a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I would say that's probably right. We're going to leave it there. A fascinating debate. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. That was literally it, too. That's one of the shortest Piers Morgan episodes I think I've ever seen. All right, so tacos on tariffs.
And why we are losing.
All right. I promise this, and I know that some of y'all are going to be really happy to see this, but what up? I've been told that I need to contact this guy.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. It's me, Frank, Guardian Angel, and well, yep, they called me in again today. I guess Tim Pool's all butthurt because he's been kicked out of or uninvited from some Turning Point USA event they have called AmFest. So let's take a look. Tim's coming in hot.
I want more people on the right to speak up about what they see happening with
Why
Turning Point.
would you do that?
If we don't rip the Band-Aid off now and speak out about this division and why we are fighting, it's going to get worse. The critiques, the concerns, I'll tell you this behind the scenes, related to everything you've seen with Candace and Tucker, otherwise, it's much, much more than anyone realizes, and everyone's trying to be diplomatic. But at a certain point, I think it behooves any one of us to say, guys, it's not getting any better. It's a slow roll.
Yeah.
Let's assess this right now. Be honest with the people who rely on us, who watch us, who expect from us that there is serious infighting, much worse than people realize. And it's not my business to call out individuals' issues, but my own, which is what I'm doing. Because if we don't, then we will find ourselves in a midterm wondering why we are not unified and why we are losing an election.
Yeah.
Or why we lost. Why Republicans lost.
Because you're not him.
And so did you hear that? I found that very interesting, that the infighting is much worse than we all have visibility to. Not only that, Tim thinks it's so bad that it can lead to them losing elections. And to top it all off, Tim's been uninvited from the party, and he wants everyone to get together and assess the situation to fight.
God, speaking of freaking Homestar Runner, this looks like early Flash animation.
Find out why Tim's been uninvited. God damn it. He's pissed.
And it was a dream come true while it lasted. But now something different is happening and things are changing. And I don't know what that means, but it's always to be expected. A new generation is rising up and they have deep concerns about Donald Trump. Gen Z is breaking away and the pollsters are showing this. Prominent conservatives that are, I'm not trying to be derisive, but who float into the neocon camp don't care that young people are drifting from Trump. They're going to maintain the pro-foreign policy intervention message because they believe in it. They're always
NASCAR 25. That's the game you chose to put up there.
I think younger people are concerned over the mission and message of Donald Trump, and I think this will have a negative impact on us. But what do you do?
Well,
if
the game's
people
that
aren't
good.
unified by this, what do you do?
So in that first clip, we saw Tim talking about the need for more people to speak out about what they see happening over at Turning Point. And in this last...
Oh, wait, it's EA, though. So they actually might be using the Need for Speed engine.
Last clip, we see him really kind of speaking out against Donald Trump and about how Gen Z is going against Donald Trump. And this is a real departure from the event that Timcast held with PBD, where Timcast was talking about praying for Donald Trump, really kind of showing him as a go-with-the-flow kind of guy, or a fair-weathered friend, if you will. And it's strange because we all know what Donald Trump does to disloyal people, and Tim is such a butt licker for troll. I don't know what's going on here. But let's really spill some tea. Let's get into specifically
fuck
why
is our
Tim
Avatar
has been
reaction stream?
uninvited,
Oh,
or
yeah,
at least
I do have to do
why
that
Tim
still.
tells us he was uninvited. Let's take some time to learn a little bit more about the Civil War.
So I've been informed that comments I had made on the Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub podcast were hurtful to some people at Turning Point USA, and for that, I would not be invited back. The comments in question were pertaining to the conspiracy theory that the highest levels of Turning Point, the executives, had intentionally murdered Charlie Kirk, and that they were celebrating and they wanted to take over. This is the conspiracy theory. I do not believe that's true. I have encountered many people who have said to me that these individuals who, I'm going to avoid saying names, but I think you know what I'm talking about. They're too happy. They're not grieving properly. They're celebrating. They're gloating about their viewership. And in response to this, as someone, as I consider these individuals to be friends,
he's salty.
I had responded, and you guys can watch the podcast for yourself. Maybe,
okay, the arrow on the American flag makes it look like a dick.
you know, maybe I could have spoken better. I don't
Anybody?
know. But the gist of my idea is, I believe it is absurd to
Red
assume
Rocket
or to
like,
imply
who thought that was a good design?
that
Wait a
individuals at
minute.
Turning Point murdered their best friend or husband, whatever the implication may
You
be.
don't think that even like when he was just like, I'm going to send this. Let's see. I mean, I did this on purpose. Let's see.
Because
and they're like, yep, that looks good. It's like
Charlie was the man who built this thing up and made it all.
All right.
And many people had great jobs, great salaries. Some even made lots of money.
He avoided the great grinder outage.
Why would they kill their own friend over this? I think that's silly. And the reality is, behind the scenes, there are many people who fear Turning Point USA cannot
like a wiener.
survive without Charlie Kirk. It's not a
Well said, Baker
secret. People inside the organization know this. Prominent personalities know this. And I will say, nobody really wants to say it. The point that I had made on the Callen and Schaub podcast was that they're trying to put on a strong face to say to the world, we will not be defeated. Terrorism will not stop us. And so they're displaying strength and trying to show that they're not going to be deterred. From this, there have been individuals who have then inferred or used it to say, aren't they acting weird? Shouldn't they be grieving? And then implying that potentially they're involved in some way. And so I think it's fair to say, I'm not involved with Turning Point. They're friends. But the truth is they are grieving. They do have fears. They do have worries, but they're showing strength for you. I was told that this was offensive, I guess, and it goes against the vision of what they're trying to portray. And for that, there was no intention to invite me back following my statements in this.
Okay, there it is. I was waiting for it. There's salty Tim right there. Right there. There it is. Oh, Tim. I'd give you a hug if I had arms, Tim. Kickflip.
Well, okay.
Doesn't have arms, but can kickflip.
Guys,
I mean,
no,
really
I'm not going to
them.
get mad at anybody for not doing me a favor.
Doesn't have feet either.
So
Wait a minute.
there's a lot there, but it's worth playing out for
Oh, he's so sad.
different reasons. First of all, you really see him.
You know, it did help that the perfect pause was just like he
emulating
looked so
kinda
bummed.
Trump speaking about one thing
What
in one
up,
direction,
Starman?
and then kind
Sparks
of
up
saying
another.
the opposite,
oh, yeah.
going
You actually
back in a
yeah,
different
I just
direction,
did
and
my
then going
main
off
one.
on a tangent over
Wow.
here, and then circling back to contradict himself just one more time. But also, a more important idea is this idea that consequences have actions. That Tim here was engaging with conspiracy theories that appeared to have offended Erica Kirk, and now because of that, he has lost opportunities that he's so butthurt enough he's going to make videos about on the internet. And if this was some kind of apology, this was probably one of the worst apologies I've ever seen. And again, if we go back to that first clip where he begins by saying, I want to speak about what we're seeing over at Turning Point and speak out about this division. And then we now later find out that this was all just really about him spreading conspiracy theories, or at least engaging in them. And it is worth noting that Tucker Carlson will be speaking at this Turning Point event, even after platforming Nick Fuentes, something that probably pisses Tim Pool off. It's also worth noting that Candace Owens has not been invited to speak. And you'd think she would with all her text messages. Nonetheless, really great to see the Civil War hit home, consequences happen, and Tim Pool make videos complaining about it so that we can all enjoy it.
Fucking Branders. Dude. I love this guy. Thank you for whoever did bring him to my attention. Kind of forgot who, but always a joy to watch those videos. All right, what else we got? We got a few things that we can go through here. Hello. Let's see. Oh, that was a little bit later than it was. That's fine, because I can definitely go make some soup. Takes all 10 minutes to make. Although, I gotta make sure I don't make the same mistake that I made earlier today. I misjudged the size of the bowl and how much soup I made. So when I did the pour, I was a little too confident. I just, watched it spill onto the counter. I was like, oh. Then I had to do the thing where I just had to, sip it, where I'm like, damn it, I gotta, Oh, man. That sucked too because I was still feeling really sick. I was just like, oh, I just wanted to put the crackers in and eat it. No. Oops. Yeah. That's a big, honestly, it was a pretty big oops too. Cause yeah, it was all over. I misjudged by quite a bit. I didn't realize that I made that much soup. But I was hungry. Yeah, you hungry? You're always hungry. Wake up. Wake up. Yeah, let's see. Where's the stand cam? There it is. Oh, now you go off it? Wondering where you went wrong is you see the soup fall. Exactly where I was like, no! Once I saw the pour. It was kind of like slow motion too, where it's just like, oh shit. It's just gotta love those cleanups too, where you think you're done, and then you just see it. Like I was sitting there eating, and I'm like, I look, and there's this giant puddle that I just completely missed. I'm like, oh, and then I put my mail. Yeah, when I moved the mail. Which I didn't need to do the first time, by the way. I put it into the soup. So, yeah. Hello, nice night. Hey, I'm glad that it is. It is cold, cloudy, and rainy here, so. But it is a nice night for a stream. I gotta say, you have tasty mail. I mean, I'm sure when I go upstairs, I'll just look at it and be like, oh, okay. Just finished NXT. Hell yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched any WWE programming in a while. Like at least a few months. Actually, I can kind of pinpoint when I did. It was right around March. Still watch AEW every week, though. I don't know why. Well, no, now I know why. It's gotten a lot better. But it had its period there where I was like, okay, this is rough. Anyway, soup and bowl, okay, good. Mail in soup, okay. No, no. Yeah, it sucked too because it was one of the important bills. It's one of the ones that I have to send out. You know, one of the most old school ones. God, I hate those. I hate the way our city does things. I really do. There's only one of the city situations that we have where you have to mail it in. It's fucking stupid. AEW really likes to make their product more suited towards liberals, and WWE does not. And sure, if you add politics to everything, but yeah, then WWE has been fucking conservative throughout its entire existence. Plus NXT. Nah, NXT kind of plays into that. Shawn Michaels is more woke than you think. Anyway, I'm gonna get off the wrestling thing because there's only like 2 people here that are just like, go wrestling. What do we got? We're gonna play a little roulette. We haven't done this in a minute, and by a minute I mean like last stream. Roulette. Let's play roulette. What do we got as a roulette? TNA had a trans woman as champion too. So you're saying TNA? Trump affair exposed and leaked emails as Melania humiliates him. Yo, dude, check out this thumbnail that he made. I just realized that I'm pretty high on politics. Yeah, but look at this. Who dat? What's going on? The thumbnail game is strong with him. I'll give him that. I'm wondering if he makes his own though. Oh, fuck.
Here's what the next chapter in the cover-up is going to look like. And you can base it on
Apparently
some of the latest reporting
this.
from friend of the show, Ken Klippenstein, over at Substack. The title of his piece, and I urge you all to read it because it's fantastic.
Politics.
National
That's our new
Security
quote, unquote.
blocks Epstein files release. In it, Klippenstein writes that the bill says that if the Attorney General makes a determination that covered information may not be declassified and made available in a manner that protects the national security of the United States, including methods or sources related to national security, the Attorney General, that's Pam Bondi, shall release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information, as in the Attorney General would get to decide what's to redacted, release and how to characterize it. So asked by an independent journalist, Michael Tracy, this is what Ken Klippenstein wrote, about a similar carve out for national defense information in earlier legislation back in September, Massey's reply was basically that he had no choice, right? So similar provisions were written in previous legislation that Massey had commented on. Here's what he said. You have to put that in there if you're going to get them to sign it. It's not something I would sit and say, let's put it in there. It's something that when you run the bill past other colleagues and say, can you sign this? In fact, can you get every Democrat to sign it? It's one of those things, or one of the things that was felt was necessary to put in there. And in addition to that, Axios reported just today that Trump's recent directive to Department of Justice to investigate Epstein's ties to former President Bill Clinton, officials at JP Chase, and others may cause the files to never see the light of day.
Okay,
because they'll be part of a prosecution and investigation.
Now that takes away all excuses for mainstream media. Why is this a national defense case? I thought it was just 2 random people that happened to be incredibly powerful somehow and got all the most powerful politicians and wealthy people in the world to go and get these favors and get taped and do all this incredibly sophisticated operation all on their own. So if that's the case, obviously it has nothing to do with national defense.
Can I give you a little more detail? Because this was also just published today. I forget the publication that published this. So Alyssa, if you don't mind, can you just text me and let me know? So the title is House Demands Epstein Financial Records from JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, and US Virgin Islands. The House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform issued
Do they have construction going on behind them?
A series of subpoenas Tuesday, meeting today, for some of Epstein's financial records. Representative James
That is a motorcycle.
Comer, chairman of the committee, issued subpoenas to JP Chase, Deutsche Bank, and requested additional documents from US Virgin Islands Attorney General Gordon Rea. JP Morgan Chase began an internal investigation into accounts previously held by Epstein, flagging some 4,700 transactions as suspicious in the process. So my point here is now the Epstein files are going to be part of an investigation into these banks, which of course that investigation will go nowhere. But as the investigation plays out,
You mean oiled up dudes in skin tight briefs doing choreographed holds and moves on each other is gay? No way.
Federal government, the executive branch in particular, can basically tell us, buzz off, we can't release this information because it will, mess with our investigation.
Might cause an aneurysm.
Yeah, okay, so what's interesting too is there's no investigation of this guy for what, decades, right? And the minute that we are about to get the files, they're like, oh, no, we're doing an investigation. Now all of a sudden we're doing an investigation. Golly gee, does that mean we can't give you the files? Oh, shut up already. Anna, I'll tell you though, I don't think any of that is gonna work. So
it's not gonna work with.
Yeah, I happen to agree.
The electorate, that's for sure.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, people are not buying what they're fucking selling.
Just the News published that, by the way. Sorry,
yeah. So if they think they're gonna be cute and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we voted to release it, but golly gee, we just started this investigation of Bill Clinton and Larry Summers a minute ago, so I guess we're gonna have to bury it for 2 more decades, right? No, the answer is going to be a hard no, a screaming no from the American people. So the next person that tries to block these records is going to be in for a whirlwind.
Do you guys understand the trick that members of Congress just played on, or thought that they played on all of us? Because the subpoenas were announced just after the House and Senate voted overwhelmingly to force the Justice Department to release more information about the case it built against Epstein. So basically, this allows for all the various members of Congress.
I gotta give them a little credit. This is good reporting.
Both in the House and Senate, who were part of this cover-up, who did not want to vote in favor of releasing the Epstein files. This allows them to look good by voting in favor of transparency, knowing full well.
Knowing exactly where this is headed.
The House Oversight.
That's why Trump was just like, go ahead, do it. I've already got my plan.
Committee is going to launch an investigation through the direction of Donald Trump into these banks that had ties to Epstein in order to prevent the release of the Epstein files.
Well, what have you been waiting for investigation of the banks? You just occurred to you?
So dirty.
Okay, guys, look, they think we're stupid. And they're used to it because they're used to feeding this crap to mainstream media, who then regurgitates it to you, and you never had any other options for so long. So you literally didn't know all this information that we know now, right? Now it's all in the public, and they think, we're gonna trick them. Now we're gonna start a new investigation, and we're not gonna release it again, and no one's gonna notice. No, brother, everyone's gonna notice. And the next time you block it, we're going to be in a fury over it. Okay, so guys, one more thing about the bipartisan nature of this obvious cover-up. Okay, so the Democrats, hey, way to go! They mainly voted with all of them voted to release the files. That's great, and we got the last Democrat, Grijalva, to break the tie or get us past the vote we needed. Okay, so then the Republicans surrendered. Now, first of all, to the Republicans saying, oh, no, we were gonna vote yes the whole time, we were just waiting. Come on, no one believes that. You were gonna block it, and then you failed because your own voters caught you. And so don't give me that crap about how you're gonna release it. No, the American people made you release the files. Now go to the Democrats, okay, but they all voted yes, right? Why was Ro Khanna the only leader among the Democrats who was insisting on this? If this is such a hurtful issue to Trump or anyone else, and golly gee, they're just so geared up to release these files because they've been on it from day one, right? Why wasn't there a squadron of Democrats? Where's Hakeem Jeffries? Where's anybody in their leadership? Why did every other Democrat avoid it like the plague, and Ro Khanna had to force them to go, hey, you know what? Trump is in the files. Maybe you should vote this way. But even then, they're not at the press conference. They're like, even though the only 2 Republicans for so long on the right side of this were Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, later joined by Mace and Lauren Boebert, right? In the press conference, the Republicans actually outnumbered the Democrats. because there was 2 Republicans and only 1 Democrat. When all the Democrats are voting yes. Why? Because come on, man, it's so obvious both parties are covering it up. And I guarantee you if the Democrats were in charge, they would be the ones voting no. And so, again, MAGA, nice job, the voters. Look at how you force them to do it. And the last thing is the hope for the future. There's only one other time in my lifetime that I know that this got done from the outside. And that was when Jon Stewart put so much pressure on them on the 9/11 responders health care bill that they were all gonna, in the middle of the night, they were gonna be like, screw the first responders. We're not gonna give them any stupid health care. Who cares about 9/11? And then he shined a huge spotlight on it. They're like, oh, I mean, yeah, sure.
I mean, he's a little dramatic about it. It was more like just like 9/11.
Sure. God damn it, I was gonna give that to my tax cuts to my rich donors, but okay, fine, here's a nickel and a dime to the first. This is the second time that it's ever happened.
Yeah.
And this was not led by, like, sure, there are people in the media who wanted it, we did, a lot of right-wingers did, etc. But it was mainly led by the voters.
It's always
and the voters roared from both sides and said, no, we've had enough of this crap, and you're gonna release those goddamn files. Stay on them.
Yes.
Stay on them, because they're gonna try 8 different tricks. And we already know the answer. And why are they hiding it this assiduously? Come on, guys. If the American people find out that Israel did it, there's going to be a rage. And so they don't want it, because they all want to help Israel and protect.
Cenk is a headache with the style. Yeah, I'm glad that I can't, like,
Israel.
I'll be honest, I'm glad that I don't and can't watch TYT anymore, really. Except for some of the clips that we find here. Honestly, that one, I saw the header, the loophole in the Epstein files nobody is reporting on. I was like, okay, I'll give that a shot. Cause yeah, and I have to admit, nobody else was reporting on that, and they broke it down in a pretty solid way. So, win for TYT on that one. I will give them the credit where credit's due. I like how I'm just kind of like, I guess if I have to. All right. Let's see, what else we got? Whew. What we got? It's pretty, what's the word I want to use? You know, I'm not low. Definitely not low. That second one got me, guys. That one. I should have known that was going to happen too. But it's the fun half. I'm not going to really worry about it. Hope you guys are in a similar boat here. It's one of us. It's over for Mike. Trump attacks Mike Johnson wait, Epstein vote ends. Ends term. Damn it, Mike. Watch one of his videos and then I get all of his fucking clickbaity bullshit. Done with the BS. Instant karma in Texas. Yeah, we kind of learned all about that. That was fun though. There's no live protests going on in Portland? Really? No shit. Huh. Nobody's reporting on that, or nobody's doing the Portland protest, so I'm wondering if there's only like 2 people out there and they were just like, not good content, so not even gonna bother. I know it's starting to get cold, so. As far as I know, they're trying to keep that thing going because they technically have had it active since, say like June? Elevated. Yes, I am elevated. Risen. I am risen. Somebody comes in here and I'm just like, I am risen. They're like, what the did I just walk into like one of these dudes that thinks he's Jesus? It's like, I mean, if that means that if risen means what I think it means, do we mean baked? Tommy's wife made him go home. Do you think? I mean, I know you're joking. But do you think? Do you think? All right. Oh, something fun. Flying fortresses. You guys want to learn about flying? Nah, I'm not in a flying fortress mood tonight. Oh, here we go. Not so tough ice agent. I like that. Here we go. You know what? Screw you guys.
What you doing, bro? Keep it moving. What do you think I'm doing? Keep it moving. Why you getting the people, huh? Why you getting the people? Why am I getting them? Yeah. They're here illegally. But who builds the places that we live in, huh? Moving. For what? The road. What you gonna do about it? Huh? Want to find out? Do it. Come on. Come on, let's do it. I don't got papers. What's up? All right. So are you telling me you're not gonna move? If we need to leave, you're going to continue to block the roadway. Is that what you're saying? You're not leaving right now? What's up?
Nah, he's trying so hard.
I don't got papers, man. Don't block the road, all right? Well, we'll see if this truck goes on top of you. What's up? Oh, yeah? What's up? So what are you saying? I don't know. You take it however you want to take it, buddy. I'm going to take it exactly how it sounds. Take it. What you going to do about it? Huh? You think I'm scared of you? Keep it moving. What? There's a lot more of us coming right now. Good. Hey, let's see what we're about to do right now. Charlotte about to find out, right? You about to find out about Charlotte. You don't know what's up about Charlotte. This ain't Chicago. Keep it moving. What? What you gonna do about it?
This ain't Chicago? Hey. What you mean by that? What do you... Excuse me.
You're gonna find out, buddy. What's up? Huh?
Wanna be tough guy? Fucking Super Clips haircut.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Come on.
A federal agent got caught with his mask down in Charlotte, North Carolina. This good citizen gave him a piece of his mind.
Food drive. It was full of garbage. You put a food drive flyer on it. The flyer doesn't say this isn't garbage. You took food from people to put it in the garbage and then blamed the protesters. It doesn't seem like you're doing against ICE. That's up, Chief Mills. Shame on you. It looks like you're helping the Nazi.
Yeah.
That's pretty clear, man.
Yep. Honestly, this is why JB Pritzker announced that he's going to be doing some stuff against the state cops. Where he's just like, yeah, we're going to be looking into their actions in the Broadview area. Oh, cool. We'll see what comes of it.
As did this citizen outside the ICE facility in Broadview, Illinois, which is just outside of Chicago. Local police are not helping the people.
Randy, they're in our yard.
Fuck out my yard.
¿Sabes cuál país eres, señor? ¿Tú eres ciudadano americano? Somos agentes federales, señor, aquí para encontrar las leyes de inmigración.
Good morning.
Señor. Señor.
Nice. I think they just realized that that was the homeowner.
Get the hell out of my yard, you Yeah, just go home.
Como was, please. Yeah, graba. Graba. Okay, I gotta go.
We'll take care of your stuff. You go.
Thank you. Good luck.
We need to follow him. I'll follow him.
Shout out to Bull City Anna on Instagram for the footage. and Maya Eaglin for speaking with the woman who protected these workers. She said she was on her porch, half asleep, drinking coffee, when she saw federal agents come onto her property, and she started recording. She would say no one would ever regret moving to this city if you come in with a good heart. Clearly, as we have seen over and over again, these ICE agents have none, because they're doing stuff like this.
Estoy grabando este video porque tenemos gente trabajando en la iglesia y estos son nuestros niños. Estos son nuestros niños dentro de una iglesia donde han venido los de migración.
Fucking churches now. You do realize that even in medieval times, there was a reason that they called like churches were off limits. Like, this is kind of fucked up. In America, I thought that churches were kind of sacred, you know, Christianity and all. Mr. Brown, I guess.
Vean, esta es la cara de nuestros niños. Gente trabajadora. Gente que no está haciendo nada malo.
Pero creo que
gente trabajadora.
Here when it happened?
Yeah, I was here. They took somebody, one of the church, and then I started speaking with the guys. Two of the police officers were around me, and then I pushed one of them so they couldn't take me, and then just went over, and they just went. All the kids were inside crying because they took one of the people, one of the dads of them.
So you were doing yard work?
Yeah, yard work outside the church.
About how many people would you say were outside with you?
Like 15, 20 people.
Did you guys understand that this was going to be happening today? That Border Patrol and ICE was going to be out today?
Yeah, we knew that, but we never thought they were going to come.
Disgusting.
Because it's a church, and that's not correct to ICE.
Yeah, it's almost like everybody kind of had this idea where it's like, we thought churches were sacred, man, but you all right, you Gestapo fucks.
Church, there's
like stop with the fucking like, I'm offended that you called us Yahtzees, even though we act like Yahtzees.
Something that we didn't expect happen. We thought we're gonna be fine here, but they didn't.
Invading churches to up their quotas.
My father was picked up on September 16th. I did not
Literally just statistics.
know what was going on until I was at school.
They don't see people, and guess what? This really is this is all. Look at the rich, look at the billionaires, look at the elite class ruling our government for themselves and committing these atrocities on us, literally giving us little bits here and there.
No one knew where he was at, and I'm here to represent my family. No one deserves.
But this is gonna sound bad because this has been such a we've almost gotten used to it in Chicago here, which is horrible to say. It is kind of interesting that they went to Charlotte and they're gonna, if they think that this is gonna be as popular with the red states, it's gonna be popular with the online crowd, which that's the dumbest people. The people who actually vote and pay attention to this shit, they're the ones who are gonna come out. And you're also radicalizing a whole bunch of people who are citizens who never intended to really get into politics. But, here we are. What up, LT? How you doing? Glad you could join us, man. You're fucking traumatized.
Not just me. No one deserves to get kicked up. My dad
This is the fun half. Imagine how the first half was. Dude. Edge.
He told me everything.
Not while she's crying, man. Come on.
My dad, right now, he's in Tacoma. He suffers through a lot.
Oh my God. Okay. Wrong. This is very inappropriate to do at this time, but look at the Shaggy from Scooby-Doo looking motherfucker. Like, I'm sorry. Just kind of noticed. It's an interesting palette choice.
Due to his past in Mexico.
Jesus, though.
When I was younger, I always saw him cry. I always saw him, and I never understood why. Until now, he's the only person who understands what I am going through. He's been there with me for everything. I'll never forget those memories, and I'm here asking, please.
You take as much time as you would like, young lady.
Everyone. I'm not just talking about my dad. I'm talking about everyone. Everyone who's in there. Everyone who's getting picked up as we speak. My mom has been through a lot these past weeks without my dad. He was always there for her for everything. For when her grandma died. And now, a few weeks ago, my grandma died and he wasn't here to comfort her. I am suffering too. I was getting better at my mental health, but then they had to come and get him.
Yeah. When I see this stuff, I can't help but remember my history classes where I was taught that this is something to fight against, that we would mob Nazis, not protect them. Yep.
And I'm here.
Yeah, as I said, I remember when it wasn't exactly a hot take that if you saw somebody, it was like, nobody saw you punch that Nazi.
On behalf of everyone
We didn't see shit.
who's suffering and doesn't.
There's a lot of that, man, where it's just like, I didn't
There's
see
just
shit.
a few things, and I'm just going to throw them all at you right now. Considering the scenes that I have seen at Broadview, considering the scenes that we have seen from city to city, with many of these ICE agents having white supremacist tattoos, and even Pete Hegseth having what many historians view as a white supremacist tattoo. They say they are doing this for God. They say they are doing this for their religion, and yet they are the ones who are manhandling the clergy, priests, pastors, those involved with the church to go and see the detainees, which is legally allowed, because DHS is then pointing the finger at the clergy saying they're the problem. I have seen them get
Which, again, when you see the federal government pointing to, anybody that's in the church going, nuh-uh, but then blatantly going, we're trying to protect our Christian nation.
Handled at Broadview. And yet this is the party of family values. This is the party who says that they are the religious ones and are doing this for God.
I was making that point.
And I ask you, my
hey, he found a screw.
Loyal viewer,
either that or he got a new mic.
What will it take for the side who is supporting this to see it?
I always feel bad because there's that little part of me that thinks, it's like, did he see me criticize the fact? And it wasn't even a critique. I was just like, oh no, he lost his mic screw.
Frankly, they're going into churches. They're rounding people up that way. I think it's at this point practically a lost cause.
I mean, you do understand how underwater he is on immigration, and it's mostly bots and a bunch of fucking boomers that they're so happy for this. But then I've seen some pretty funny ones where a lot of them started realizing that, like, because most of these assholes, they own, like, not like an apartment, they own like apartment complexes, right? And in Chicago, we had a pretty funny situation here. Where they realized that, oh no, you kind of locked up my entire apartment block. Oh no, no one wants to move here. Hey! Yeah, at least that was justified. that guy. This is something that I heard while I was waiting in line somewhere where I was just like, I got like pure joy in me. Just, I'm glad to hear that you're doing fucking poorly. And then I also kind of like pieced together, I'm like, oh, I know exactly what apartment block they're talking about. Not a great one. Don't be a loser. Ice can't contain his racism after being caught in the act. Wait, what?
I'm joined now by the author of the bill to compel the release of the Epstein files, Ro Khanna. Congressman, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations on getting this thing through the House, through the Senate, 427 to 1 in the House, unanimous in the Senate. So I got to ask first and foremost, is there anything that you anticipate Donald Trump doing to kind of weasel his way out of signing this bill?
That was kind of where I was thinking.
No, he said he's going to sign it. I expect him to sign it. It's a huge historic day for survivors.
No. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. I hate to be cynical, but after what we just saw, it is kind of like, Josh Johnson did Trump and the MAGA feud. Damn. Memphis Man is a menace to ICE.
Hey, 25 feet, get back.
I heard you. You gotta fucking tell me first, and I'm doing it. Slow your ass down, sweet girl. Why you got that mask?
Sweet girl.
What you scared of?
The ICE agents stole their fucking children. These are ICE agents right here holding the babies.
Hey! He didn't do anything, sir!
Yeah, but why is he acting like that?
He didn't do anything!
25 feet! 25 feet!
I'm getting.
All right, back behind the car.
15.
Oh, hey man, isn't that one of them freedom states? Isn't that one of them freedom states?
Agents
25 feet.
surrounded
You understand how far you have to be at all times from a fucking cop?
me, threw me to the ground, and started stomping on my head.
You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
You ever heard a story like this in America?
You're looking at it.
5-year low.
Robberies, burglaries, and larcenies are all down.
I'm signing a presidential memorandum to establish the Memphis Safe Task Force, and it's
6 days after MPD announces historically low crime rates. It seems to be a common
Y'all are
thread.
coming into the city, surrounding the poorest fucking Hispanic neighborhoods in the cities and writing thousands of fucking tickets and selling it like you're doing a public fucking poverty in the city of Memphis.
This is Memphis as far as we've seen in
reason. Martin Luther King getting assassinated here is another reason. And so you've got this white supremacist government led by Trump
Oh, come on, not
and the
again.
Republican Party.
Come on. There we go. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm definitely having internet issues today. Reggie. Yep. Give me 1 second. Readjust this. And adjust this. Let's get rid of this. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's funny. I kind of saw it happening over on Twitter, or on Twitch first. I was just like, oh man, I think that my stream is skipping. And then I saw it right before it happened over on YouTube. Yeah, damn it. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to reset this. Then we go back to this. It's not receiving it. Here, give me I'm going to pause that for a second. I'm going to fix this. I might have to wrap up stream, though, just because it is being... Oh, there it goes. It wasn't doing the reset thing. Which... I know it's a little risky to do that. Just as far as, like, I might lose stream halfway, like, while doing it, but it usually only takes a second. So... Yeah, it looks like it worked. All right, cool. Now, let's try that again. I wanted to see the rest of this interview. I'm going to speed it up, though. There we go. Take the heat. All right, we're back. We're back. But if it does happen again, I might just call it there, which would suck. But I know on the playback, this is what really sucks is I have seen where I've had some stream skips. Yeah, whenever somebody's watching the VOD, that's usually where they're like, oh no! I hope they're fast forwarding, but it usually shows that they stop. It's okay. You can tell somebody looked at their analytics recently. Alrighty, let's get back to it. There we go.
Party, they're going to put the blackest, most historical city in a stranglehold. I mean, to me, they're sending a message to their base. Like, it's the essence of white supremacy.
How's it feel to work for a terrorist organization? Right. Yeah? Should be ashamed of yourself.
The Memphis Police Department, the Shelby County Sheriff, and the Tennessee State Troopers are all doing mass pullovers. And they will either make up a reason totally or pulling people over for broken taillights. I was at one stop where they said their headlights weren't bright enough. And I've got footage that they're absolutely normal. But so one of those local agencies will pull you over, and they're usually trailed about 1 to 10 unmarked.
Man, you pull that, the thing is, man, that's playing with probable cause, too. Dude, lawyers, you do realize they got years of work ahead of them, but they're going to have slam dunk cases.
Federal vehicles,
like, all
and
around
each one
this
of
shit.
them, there could be 2 to 4 agents in each car. So the local will pull you over, and there's 20 different federal agents, IRS agents, FBI agents, HSI agents, ICE agents.
Yeah, by the way, IRS is there.
But they're all acting as ICE agents. They are all approaching the car that was just pulled over, which once again, from my experience, they're getting pulled over for simply being black or brown, having the wrong color skin, according to Trump and these feds, and they're demanding papers, and so, I mean, that's what it looks like, And keep in mind, being the poorest city in the country, if you're really worried about Memphis and crime, writing 17,000 tickets to low-income people for a broken taillight, and all those monies being used on this operation. Like, if a broken taillight were really going to keep us safer, you could save $200 million by simply offering a program to replace a taillight, right? It's not about public safety. It's about targeting and criminalizing brown, black, and poor people.
Fucking fascist pigs.
Fucking disgusting pieces.
Y'all are goddamn embarrassment to this country, to this city.
Most of the videos you see are simply me driving to work and driving home. Because there's so many of them, people think that I'm just out driving around 6 to 8 hours a day, and that is absolutely not true.
No.
That's what having 1,500 federal agents, plus 2,000 Memphis police, plus 300 state troopers, plus 1,000.
The state troopers one is what really sucks, is because they're essentially using our state troopers as fucking security guards.
Shelby County sheriffs occupying your neighborhood looks like. All I have to do is drive 2 minutes down the street, and I can pass 2 or 3 of these operations. Like, I'm barely treading water trying to feed families and children and the elderly right now as we speak. I run a soup kitchen. SNAP benefits were just cut.
God damn, the whole Memphis out this motherfucker. Shit.
We've always been in the top 2 poorest metropolitan cities in the country.
Jeez,
our schools are over $500 million in deferred maintenance. Community centers are dilapidated. Memphis.
Holy fuck, dude. That was literally wrapped around 2 blocks.
Historically, the cotton exchange capital of the world. And from
fish t-shirt looks nice.
From that time till now, there has just been a good old boy network of these elite businesses or groups that dictate to the politicians where they want money invested and all these things. And so that same model continues to this day. And more than anything, it's like local developers who have a stranglehold on the city of Memphis. And like I always tell people, if you were to Google the top 3 most violent crime cities in the country, get that list, and then you Google top 3 most impoverished cities in the country, the list is the exact same, right? And so we're never going to police our way out of poverty. We always have money for more police. We always have money to send 1,500 federal agents to Memphis. We always have $100 million that the state will invest in law enforcement here.
Yep.
We always have tax abatements to give corporations, but when it comes to actually helping the people or fixing systems that might lift
No,
people
they need
out
to. Again, this is all about keeping us as wage
of
slaves
poverty, which inherently
and not giving us that just enough. Oh, we don't want to give them too much.
will decrease crime, or
We gave them their video games and their TikToks, and now they're getting lazy. We must do something about this. They got too used to working from home and having the good life of raising their kids. How dare they?
after school activities for children or child care, or right now we're dealing with SNAP benefits. There's never money for any of the fixing the root causes of these issues. But there's a plethora of money when it comes to mass incarcerations and police violence.
All these cops are some folks playing motherfucking cards. Is this how y'all thought y'all's federal careers would go? Fucking embarrassing.
Was there an incident from your past, or maybe not affecting you personally, but affecting your loved ones, that motivated you to get involved in fighting for police accountability?
I mean, yeah. So I'm a recovering addict. I've had my fair share of walking in the depths of hell,
and run-ins with cops.
There was one time that some Shelby County sheriffs kicked in my front door, and 15 agents surrounded me, threw me to the ground, and started stomping on my head.
Yeah.
And then they picked me up, they put me in handcuffs and walked me down the hallway. And every officer
Every time I see him smash a window and pull somebody through them,
that I passed as they're walking me down
I'm lucky I was wearing a hoodie when they did that to
the
me.
hallway, takes a swing and punches me in the head. And I was a punching bag for these officers. And so
Shittiest part was it was a misidentification of a fucking car from a different robbery scene. Yeah, man.
You could very well argue that was the case.
I thought I had a lawsuit too. I took it to my lawyer and he was just like, no, they can technically do that in some cases. I'm like, but what about my window? He's like, you can bill them.
Honestly, even before that, I knew how police
That was
operated. From a very young age, I remember being concerned about how my black friends were treated versus how I was treated. In 2018, we had a federal trial around political surveillance, and proved through documents and during the trial that the police were trying to infiltrate our meetings. They were following us every time we left work. All this for using our voices, for being outspoken, for doing the press conferences, for holding them accountable, for exposing the corruption.
Dude, I had a cop once pull me over in front of my apartment, and he thought I was buying drugs there because he was just like, "What are you doing in this area?" I'm like, "I live here."
I've already been a target for over a decade, and that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'm standing up for what my heart and my faith believe in. I'm standing up for what I think is right, and Memphis needs help. Portland and Chicago, some of these larger cities, you're seeing the pushback and the stuff going on at the facilities, which makes good video, and I support it wholeheartedly. But Memphis has teams of 15 to 20 cars doing mass pullovers, and they're in and out like that. So catching them or seeing it, it's not getting the notoriety.
Yeah, that is true. It's way more spread out there.
Cities are doing, but the harm
I can see that.
being done here isn't just to the Hispanic
And then you barely get the attention.
or immigrant community. It is all over the city, and the narratives being pushed are not what's happening.
Notice how they aren't using pepper balls and pepper gas anymore, though. It's almost like those federal injunctions worked, because they were kind of like, hey, by the way, there's these things, these provisions in the Constitution that really kind of makes it hard for you to do that, and you really you have to follow a bunch of rules, otherwise you're breaking people's First and Fifth Amendments. So, oh, yeah, looking the way that I do. I have had my fair share of run-ins with some police, especially when weed was illegal. I can tell you that right now. This is the exact thing we were warning them of too. I hope we can save them. There's not much we can do. Like our judges acting as quickly as they are is changing the game. So, like I was just saying about the pepper balls and the pepper gas, now it really comes down to the legal community being able to represent enough people and just use all of this footage and just be like, this is so fucking blatant. Now, the problem is them being masked and the fact that they do seem like they're not going to release who these people are, which now that is, again, illegal in so many different ways. So that means filing charges against these guys, which, again, filing charges against the federal government right now with the DOJ being in the shape that it is going to be a little rough. I do know that if we take the House back, there's going to be that's all it's going to be is committees. And the thing about, like, the impeachment part, yeah, just be prepared for another show of political theater, and he'll be the 3-time impeached president. Even though he's like, nope, I wasn't even impeached the first 2. You guys lie. I didn't do anything. Come on, dude. He actually tried to pull that where it's just like, it was all a fake witch hunt. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to start wrapping up here. I think that I got one more thing that I can bring up here. Quick video. Quick little bit of fun. Oh, shit. I did want to check the news real quick. Hey, I like that new thumbnail style from the AG. Shit. I think I lost it. Well, fuck. There goes the end of that. It was a fun little short that I had pulled up here, but where the hell is it? There's no way that they took that down. Come on. Really? Oh, it looks like they took it down. I cannot find it. And I know it should just be right here in my history. And it's not. Well, I don't know. 5 words to fix ice.
By now, you've probably seen the footage from Chicago. ICE helicopters circling a Southside apartment complex, agents rappelling onto rooftops.
Literally what I was just talking about. This video popped up from Legal Eagle.
Dragging people out of bed in the middle of the night, zip-tying residents in their pajamas. No warrants, no explanation, just chaos. ICE treated that apartment building like it was in a war zone rather than an American neighborhood. If local police did this, you could sue them. But when it's ICE, usually you can't, because right now ICE is above the law. Now, to help us unpack why that is, I'm bringing in someone who has been reporting on this for years, Christian Frias. Christian is a lawyer and legal journalist whose byline you've probably seen in half a dozen publications with New York in the title and many others. And Christian is a legal nerd like us. He lives for court documents, judicial opinions, and hearing transcripts. And today he's going to explain why ICE keeps getting away with breaking the rules and what we can actually do about it.
Thanks, Devin. Unless you've been living under a rock for the past 9 months, you don't need me to tell you that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the president's favorite federal agency, hasn't been on its best behavior. You've seen the videos, the headlines, how ICE is an equal opportunity terrorizer, ensnaring immigrants and U.S. citizens alike, sometimes in the middle of the night. New York Magazine had this gutting, heart-wrenching
Legal Eagle has been kind of leftish for an apolitical creator,
cover recently that illustrates
especially with that one covering Kat Abu Ghazaleh.
the harm ICE is causing families.
You could tell that she was pissed too. She was just like, "You guys blatantly violated her fucking rights."
In my neck of the woods. Full disclosure, I write for them.
Man, I feel like Wilder Valderrama could totally play this guy in a movie.
The thing is, the federal government itself is creating some of this content.
Nope.
They're gleeful about it. They're sending in camera crews alongside federal agents to document their own mayhem, and then posting it on social media to brag about it. In the Los Angeles area, even Dr. Phil was embedded with federal agents during ICE sweeps targeting workers. But this isn't just ICE. In the Chicago area alone, as part of the so-called Operation Midway Blitz, what a dumb name, U.S. Border Patrol has also joined the action.
What a dumb name. I like how he puts that little aside
Border
in
Patrol
there.
exists to patrol the border, not cities far away from the border. But at this moment of National Guard deployments or attempted deployments in cities across the country, the Trump administration is throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. The president wants to create the impression that he's the chief of this amorphous, multi-agency national police force. By the way, did you hear the one about 1/3 of potential ICE candidates failing basic fitness requirements? Like, I can actually do more push-ups and sit-ups than they can. Even top brass at ICE are complaining of athletically allergic candidates. The bigger point is this. As I've written before, the Constitution doesn't allow the president to have a national police force. Judges are with me on this. It's just not a thing. So everything you're seeing right now is not normal. ICE dragging people out of homes and cars without a warrant just because they look a certain way. That's not normal. That's not regular law enforcement behavior. The question then becomes, if all this harmful federal law enforcement behavior is not lawful, how come federal agents aren't being sued into oblivion for clear violation of the Constitution?
Perfect.
The reason is simple and terrible. ICE is above the law because there is currently no law allowing you and me to go into federal court to sue them for violations of our constitutional rights. Now, I don't want to suggest local police act constitutionally all the time. They're not perfect. No human institution is. The George Floyd protests back in 2020
No, but again, the fact is, at least we have the outlet to do something there. I didn't know that there was no federal law in the books for this.
for a reason. But the reason you don't see local cops behaving the way federal agents are behaving these days, systematically and with impunity, is because you can sue a police officer for violations of clearly established constitutional rights. This is thanks to one of our greatest laws. It turned 150 a few years ago. Section 1983 of Title 42. It dates back to the Reconstruction era, that period after the Civil War that gave us the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendments. One ended slavery, the other gave us equal protection of the laws, due process, and birthright citizenship, and the third guaranteed the right to vote to Black people. Fair to say that there wouldn't be a United States without these amendments. They're a huge deal, and they give Congress a lot of power to protect constitutional rights against abuses of all kinds. So after the Civil War, Congress acted swiftly and passed a number of enforcement statutes to crack down on states that weren't exactly down with this program. That's when the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871 came to be. This was one of those so-called enforcement acts to make the 14th Amendment real for everyone. Section 1983 is a mouthful, but it's hugely important. It says, every person who, under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory, or the District of Columbia, subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and law.
Sure doesn't feel like we have this anymore. I mean, again, we really don't if they're able to rule with impunity.
Liable to the party injured in action at law, suit in equity, or other proper proceeding for redress. Despite that language, courts for a while didn't really enforce it as written. The words, under color of state law, kind of tripped them up. Did that apply to government officials who broke the law? As the Federal Judicial Center explains, the law was part of an effort to stop the Ku Klux Klan and other racist groups from terrorizing African Americans in the U.S. South. This law was seldom employed during much of the first half of the 20th century. But then in 1961, at the height of the Civil Rights era, the Supreme Court opened the floodgates. And in a case called Monroe v. Pape, the justices allowed police officers to be held personally liable in court for constitutional violations arising under state law. And surprise, surprise, the case arose out of the warrantless search of a home in Chicago, more than 50 years ago. But the facts of this case will sound eerily familiar. According to the complaint, 13 Chicago police officers broke into petitioners' home in the early morning, routed them from their bed, made them stand naked in the living room, and ransacked every room, emptying drawers and ripping mattress covers. The complaint also alleged that Mr. Monroe was then taken to the police station and detained on open charges for 10 hours while he was interrogated about a 2-day-old murder, that he was not taken before a magistrate, though one was accessible, that he was not permitted to call his family or attorney, that he was subsequently released without criminal charges being preferred against him. It is alleged that the officers had no search warrant and no arrest warrant, and that they acted under color of the statutes, ordinances, regulations, customs, and usages of Illinois and the city of Chicago.
I still don't understand how there isn't a way to sue them when they're breaking our constitutional rights.
Sound familiar?
That seems kind of fucked up. So do we
Sounds a lot like what ICE is doing in Chicago these days. Like that raid in the middle of the night that terrorized everyone alike. Families, children, U.S. citizens, immigrants. People were pulled out of bed and brought outside. Some of them partly naked. Mattresses flipped over and stuff thrown out. A witness saw a baby ripped from a mother's arms. From a New York Times report on the raid, Roderick Johnson, 67, a longtime resident, said he was still suffering from the trauma of the raid, recalling federal agents breaking into his apartment with flashbang grenades while he was still trying to sleep. Now, in the Monroe case, more than half a century ago, all of these alleged conduct clearly violated Illinois law. And so the Supreme Court held that Section 1983, which prohibits constitutional violations under color of state law, allows people to sue officers implicated in these violations. In other words, Section 1983 created what the law calls a cause of action, an opportunity to bring a lawsuit in federal court. In this regard, Monroe v. Pate was a game changer. But right around the same time, in a different case, the Supreme Court acknowledged that Congress had yet to pass a law allowing lawsuits against federal officials who violate the Constitution. Almost as if there's two kinds of rules for two different types of officers. Over the years, Congress has considered the problem of state civil and criminal actions against federal officials many times, but no general statute making federal officers liable for acts committed.
Kind of like rights were fake all along, like money, it's only real if you believe.
Under color, but in violation of their federal authority, has been passed.
Wait
so there's a black hole in the law. And about a decade later, the Supreme Court stepped in
Bing bong.
again.
Hey Christian, sorry to interrupt, but news just broke that the Trump administration is now expanding its ICE raid operations to San Francisco. So I want to take a moment to point out why these ICE raids make legal journalism more important than ever. Unfortunately, reporting on legal issues is more fractured and broken than it ever has been, and that's reflected in the breaking story about San Francisco. Over 100 media outlets covered the story, but depending on the sources you follow, it's hard to tell
where there's a right.
It is.
Hey, or I'll see you in court.
One truism as lawyers and legal journalists hear often is, where there's a right, there must be a remedy for its violation. Marbury versus Madison, one of the seminal cases in constitutional law, contains a version of this principle. The very essence of civil liberty certainly consists in the right of every individual to claim the protection of the laws wherever he receives an injury. And under this principle, whenever the government, any government, violates your constitutional rights, there must be a way to hold it accountable. For things like this, and this, and this, or maybe this. One foundational right is the one found in the Fourth Amendment, which prohibits the government from conducting unreasonable searches and seizures. Courts have held that the amendment applies to everything from illegal stops to incidents of police brutality. But you can't just go into court and complain, my Fourth Amendment rights were violated. You need a vehicle to vindicate that right. Not like a car that you drive. You need an actual legal vehicle. When a local cop or some other state official is the one to blame, that vehicle is Section 1983. But Section 1983 only applies to violations of state law. It doesn't apply to violations arising under federal law. So in 1971, the Supreme Court, still high from the Civil Rights Revolution from the 1960s, created a solution, a Bivens cause of action. It's called an implied cause of action because it doesn't come from the text of a statute. This type of lawsuit gets its name from this case, Bivens versus 6 unknown federal narcotics agents. The name of the case may seem funny, but that's how a lot of civil rights cases begin. A lot of times people have no idea who exactly violated their rights, their names, identities, or even the agencies the agents work for. We see that a lot these days. Federal agents cover their faces, dress in plain clothes, sometimes in military gear. You have no idea who they work for. They won't give you an explanation either. They could be fanboys cosplaying as federal law enforcement for all we know. In this case, Webster Bivens claims in a lawsuit filed in New York that his Fourth Amendment rights were violated when, quote, agents of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, acting under claim of federal authority, entered his apartment and arrested him for alleged narcotics violations. The agents manacled petitioner in front of his wife and children and threatened to arrest the entire family. They searched the apartment from stem to stern. That means the whole place. Thereafter, petitioner was taken to the federal courthouse in Brooklyn, where he was interrogated, booked, and subjected to a visual strip search. Bivens also asserted in his complaint that the arrest and search were effected without a warrant, and that unreasonable force was employed in making the arrest. Fairly read, it alleges as well that the arrest was made without probable cause. In an opinion by Justice William Brennan, one of the liberal lions of the highest court at the time, the Supreme Court looked to the text of the Fourth Amendment and reasoned that it could not be. There's nothing courts could do to remedy such an egregious violation of the Constitution. He wrote, An agent acting, albeit unconstitutionally, in the name of the United States possesses a far greater capacity for harm than an individual trespasser exercising no authority other than his own. Justice Brennan added that the Fourth Amendment guarantees to citizens of the United States the absolute right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures carried out by virtue of federal authority, and where federally protected rights have been invaded, it has been the rule from the beginning that courts will be alert to adjust their remedies so as to grant the necessary relief. If the Constitution means anything, it must mean that when federal officials break a law, citizens have a way to seek justice. It's as simple as that. In other words, Bivens was the court's acknowledgement that rights without remedies are just words on parchment. They're useless. The court in Bivens recognized that principle, not simply as an act of judicial activism, which it was, but as a necessary safeguard for the rule of law itself. Right before Justice Brennan announced that Mr. Bivens is entitled to recover money damages for any injuries he has suffered as a result of the agent's violation of the amendment, he points to that seminal Marbury v. Madison quote I noted earlier, which is worth repeating. The very essence of civil liberty certainly consists in the right of every individual to claim the protection of the laws whenever he receives an injury. So for a time, Bivens became the missing piece, the federal counterpart to Section 1983. For a moment, it felt like the Constitution had teeth, that it meant something. Because of Bivens, ordinary people could fight back when federal power crossed the line. But that moment didn't last. Save for a couple of exceptions in 1979 and 1980, the Supreme Court has refused to extend Bivens to all sorts of unconstitutional behavior by federal officials. Over the next 50 years, the court would chip away at Bivens so relentlessly that today, it's less of a shield for civil rights than a historical artifact. I won't walk you through all the cases that did this, but in 2017, in a post-9/11 case with egregious facts, the Supreme Court went as far as to call Bivens a disfavored judicial activity. The Supreme Court stated that the Bivens remedy is not available if there are special factors counseling restraint. And when the case involves national security or immigration, courts are reluctant to intrude upon the president's authority unless Congress explicitly authorized it. You can see where this is going. We see this in the case of Hernandez v. Mesa, where a 15-year-old Mexican boy, Sergio Adrián Hernández Huereca, that's how you pronounce his name in his native Spanish, was playing with friends near the border when a U.S. Border Patrol agent, standing on U.S. soil, shot and killed him across the line in Mexico. And the family sued under Bivens. But the Supreme Court said no. Because the case involved border security and foreign relations, the justices held that it wasn't their place to allow a new cause of action. As a result of this retrenchment, there's a lot of unconstitutional behavior by federal officials over which you simply cannot sue them for damages. As in, you'll be laughed out of court. Except there's nothing funny about unconstitutional behavior. For our purposes, the one case I want to draw your attention to is one decided in 2022, which so perfectly illustrates the black hole that Bivens is in. Egbert v. Boole dealt with a rather simple fact pattern, one almost identical to Bivens, except the agent involved was a border agent. Robert Boole owned a bed and breakfast called Smuggler's Inn in Blaine, Washington, right on the U.S.-Canada border. One day he tipped off Eric Egbert, a Border Patrol agent, that a Turkish national arranged transportation to Smuggler's Inn. Egbert followed one of Boole's vehicles, then refused to leave when asked, lifted and threw Boole to the ground, checked the guest papers, found them in order, and left. Boole sued Egbert individually under a damages theory for both a Fourth Amendment excessive force claim and a First Amendment retaliation claim. The court broke 6-3, with all the conservative justices the majority and the 3 liberals dissenting and concurring in part. The court held that the risk of undermining border security provides reason to hesitate before extending Bivens into this field. Jesus. That's legal lingo for we don't even want to go there. Yeah. Furthermore, the court said that a plaintiff simply does not have a right to sue Border Patrol officers engaged in immigration-related functions for alleged excessive force or for First Amendment retaliation claims. In effect, the Egbert case shut the door on a lot of claims against federal agents engaged in any immigration enforcement. The result has been that Bivens has been largely confined to its facts. It's literally an artifact of its time.
Yeah, and now that we have this new shit going on where they're doing this on U.S. streets, that should really change. The thing is, they are now like property damage alone.
It's not a thing that we're extending anymore.
Fucking Christ,
it's
man.
Limited to a
this makes no sense.
Warrantless raid by federal agents of private property. Nothing more. Nothing less. Anything else from agents roughing you up on your own property or any of the other violence we've seen with our own eyes in the past year? No, not those violations. Those are off limits. The courts can't do anything about them. But there's one other option, at least on paper. The Federal Tort Claims Act allows individuals to seek monetary damages from the United States for torts committed by federal immigration officers. Unlike a Bivens claim, the FTCA provides a clear statutory waiver of sovereign immunity. All that means is that you can actually use it to try to gain some relief. This sounds great in theory. It lets you sue the federal government for misconduct by its agents, but in practice, it's not great. Before you can even get to a court, you have to file a detailed administrative claim, hit some strict deadlines, and jump through a series of procedural hoops. And even if you clear those, the FTCA borrows state tort law, meaning your case can collapse if there's no comparable private person claim under state law. And to make things tougher, many immigration enforcement actions are deemed uniquely governmental, which takes them off the table entirely. The remedies under the FTCA are limited too. So the FTCA really isn't a viable option for most people. Unless, of course, you're Donald Trump, file an FTCA claim against DOJ, and then as president, try to shake down the government for hundreds of millions of dollars. And so if you've made it this far, I don't want you to give in to hopelessness and despair. Lawlessness doesn't have to mean powerlessness. Yes, it's true the deck is stacked against us, against regular people going about their everyday lives. But if all the law breaking in Chicago and elsewhere has taught us anything, it is that people aren't taking any of this lying down. For one, communities are responding, organizing, protesting, developing networks of care, of mutual aid, and self-protection to keep their own out of harm's way. Neighbors are looking out for their neighbors. They're recording these incidents, calling out abuses in real time. Sometimes to these agents' faces, their masked faces. In one incident that went viral a few weeks ago, Chicagoans effectively saved a man calling for help, not with force, but just by being present. One pastor in Chicago put it this way: this is intimidation. It's not immigration enforcement. Don't give them what they want, Chicago. They want us to get angry enough to lash out. They want to point their cameras and say, see, this city is violent. See, people of color are the problem. Don't give them their footage. Give them the truth. Record what you see. Expose injustice. Share the videos and let the world see what's really happening in our shelters, in our neighborhoods, and in our streets. To borrow from my own religious background, this is called bearing witness. Bearing witness and not looking away is how we avoid being desensitized to all this cruelty. And the reality is that the broader public, people who don't live in cities and may not be following this assault on their sovereignty, they're slowly beginning to realize that a lot of this is not normal. According to YouGov, at the moment, ICE isn't a very popular federal agency, and people's support for hardline immigration enforcement is decreasing. And more people than ever, a record high according to Gallup, are viewing immigration as a good thing for the country. I imagine people seeing a video of a church-going family being brutalized by ICE isn't helping. That's a real case, by the way. At the local level,
No, and the only people that do see this and cheer it on are fucking racist assholes.
cities and states are responding with policies that protect their own from federal overreach. Many of them call themselves sanctuary jurisdictions, where hardworking people are offered opportunities all the same, without regard to immigration status. In many of these cities where you're from, it's truly irrelevant. A number of these same localities are responding with lawsuits of their own, but lawsuits are only a small part of the pushback. Recently, Mayor Brandon Johnson in Chicago unveiled a budget proposal aimed at protecting people, not just from the ICE invasion happening there, but so many other areas where the current administration is taking aim at the city, with unlawful funding cuts and other retaliation. In California, state lawmakers recently passed the No Secret Police Act, a measure that is meant to deter ICE agents from masking up and terrorize communities without accountability. A similar measure was introduced in the House of Representatives. And of course, Congress could step in at any minute and codify Bivens into federal law. And they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They could do it right there in Section 1983, tweaking the statute just a little bit to clarify that constitutional violations under color of federal law.
I mean, honestly, that's what they should be doing, but we have to take back the House and the Senate for that to even happen.
Are also fair game. That's exactly what a group of lawmakers did last year
That
when they
have the
introduced,
veto-proof
as they have in years
majority.
past, the Bivens Act. It's only 5 words in length. It adds the words of the United States or ... to the text of Section 1983. If the Bivens Act becomes law, Section 1983 would look like this. And that's all it would take, so rogue federal agents are no longer above the law.
Thank you,
The
Christian,
United
for that
States
sobering
or.
analysis.
Yep. That's literally what it is. All right. You don't just need the legal team, you need the Eagle team. All righty. Well, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I have got to go eat and rest up for tomorrow. I appreciate y'all hanging out and having a good time tonight, though. I had a great time. For being sick and, like I said, I pretty much feel better, but it really depends on tomorrow. I'm hoping that this was just a one-day thing. But you know how it goes. I'm going to wake up tomorrow, and it's either going to be like, you hear the birds, just the, and you open the you open the windows, and you're just, or it's going to be, fuck. And if it's the second one, that might be a problem. But let's take a look at the final tally. Where are we at? Oh, shit. We did pretty good tonight. Watch them vapes. They give you popcorn along. Yeah, I know. I do got to be a little bit more careful about that. Because I tried to do the thing where I was just like, no, but not these types. It's the fun juice, not the evil nicotine. It is, yeah, like I said, but no, yeah. It is definitely not great, but yeah, Jack P, how's it going, man? How are you? Welcome to stream. Literally as I'm about to hop off, but I appreciate you guys, like I said, hanging out tonight. And also, as I said, I hope I feel better tomorrow. Okay, when everything reset, I literally reset my outro. Damn it. So does car exhaust. This is true. Yeah, actually, car exhaust, pretty much all air pollution. Let's see, what else gives you cancer? Pretty much everything. Popcorn lung, cancer, all that shit. I did recently just have a test done though, where I'm doing okay. I will be just fine. For how long? Who knows? I'm not gonna be the guy that's just like, I'm invincible. We all know how that worked out for Boris in 007. Alright, let's fix that up. There we go. Oh no, that is definitely not fixed up. That is jacked. Oh, that's why. The hell? What is going on with this shit lately? Oh, right. I forgot. I reset it. So do hit that like button, share, subscribe. Yes, share, subscribe. Let me do this real quick too. If you guys haven't already followed me on Twitter, and yes, I mean Twitter, please do, because it is, I found out, another backup platform. So we want to have all the backup platforms where you guys could, you know, theoretically, if anything were to ever happen, jump on and make sure that, yeah. And also, you can keep up with the fun of the channel. I post the links to the show every day there. I've been pretty good about that recently. And yeah. I think that was it. Oh, yeah. Twitch as well. Then, yes, I say good night. I bid you good evening. But I will see you guys tomorrow, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock my time, which is, oh my god, what time is that? The East 3. So, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Love y'all.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Let's eradicate the Kung Flu.
I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.